Girlfriends are discussing the events that took place the day before. People have been talking about it a lot lately. A young man riding a motorcycle is talking on the phone. He tells his friend about his conversation with his boss. The boss was shocked, but if he asks for a raise, the boss will agree. The guy looked around and said that the area he was in was just a dump. There were only homeless people walking around. A young man just passed by him. The sloppily dressed man looked around. He couldn't figure out where he was. His appearance attracted the attention of passers-by. The guy was very surprised by his surroundings. The stench in the air, the deafening noise coming from all sides. This was definitely not the kingdom he lived in. The guy didn't know what this place was, but it was definitely not an illusion. Everything looked too realistic. Passers-by looked at him and wondered what kind of poor soul had ended up here. Was he a homeless person? The young man urgently needed to find out where he was. The stranger stood in the middle of a busy street. It seemed terribly noisy to him. The Emperor of Flames. Anyone who called Emperor Yomru that was doomed to die. Everyone who fought him had no doubt that he was the Emperor of Flames. He knew neither pity nor tears. He appeared in human form, but he had long since ceased to be human. Wherever he went, he left a bloody trail of victims in his wake. No one dared to follow in his footsteps, for he was none other than the god of destruction. He destroyed the supreme master of the dark path of Marima and forced the leader of the cult of the heavenly demon to his knees. For these feats, he was considered the pinnacle of mastery among light and dark warriors. He came to be known as the god of martial arts. Emperor Yomru watches from the top of a cliff over a small village nestled in the middle of a forest. Now his past seems like a dream. He thought that there could be nothing else in his life but blood and violence. The girl drew her uncle's attention to something beautiful. Her companion said he didn't understand. Could the girl really see beauty in these petals of the saint? The girl was surprised. Did this uncle not know what joy was? Joy is when you laugh and dance with happiness, even if there is no particular reason for it. Someday this man will probably understand, but for now she will share her joy with him. The girl held out a dandelion flower to the man. The guy began to examine it carefully. Meeting this girl melted his heart, and he suddenly learned what tears and laughter were. He did not know that joy would ever appear in his life, which was full of chaos and evil. The girl had found happiness in her life, but what should he do? Maybe he should go in search of happiness too. Or should he not get carried away with laughter and tears? Happiness. Had he achieved eternal immortality? The young man opened his eyes. Where was he? The emperor couldn't understand, because he had just been on the path to immortality. Or had someone cast an illusion on him, and he hadn't even noticed? The emperor thought that in any case, he had to find a way out of there. The cave was dark and uninhabited. Emperor Yomru decided that he had to get out and assess the situation. Behind our hero, a huge monster's head appeared. A message was received that the Alpha group should immediately enter the A0 portal, 12809. If they notice anything suspicious, they must report it immediately. Their task was to conduct reconnaissance. They must return alive at all costs. Alpha team cautiously advanced deeper into the cave. One of the team members said that it seemed to be a Class A portal, but it was relatively quiet here. His colleague was surprised. Did this guy remember nothing? Had he been asleep during the briefing? Class A portals are inhabited by the most intelligent monsters. It had been 5 years since the guards of Group 0 died in a similar situation. They had gone deep into the portal, where a whole horde of monsters awaited them. No one survived. Group 0 was completely destroyed. There was blood everywhere, and no one could make sense of what had happened. The guy scratched the back of his head and apologized to his colleague for his ignorance. The order was given not to move. A strange glow appeared from the depths of the cave. The girl was surprised. She hadn't even sensed the monster's presence. When had it appeared? The Class A monster was lying in wait, pretending to be dead. The girl, who was the commander of this squad, told everyone to retreat. She would try to delay the monster. However, this monster showed no signs of life. The young people's surprise knew no bounds. What had happened here? Alpha team got in touch and reported that many dead Class A Cyclops and Class B monsters had been found in the cave. All the higher-level monsters had been destroyed. Alpha team was continuing its reconnaissance and would report back in a timely manner. The guy told the commander that he had reported the situation to headquarters. The girl praised him. The guy suggested that maybe these monsters were fighting each other. The commander said that even if that were the case, the lower-level monsters couldn't have wounded the Cyclops. So another guild was hunting in this place. After all, guilds have recently been conducting raids only in high-level portals. The commander found this interesting. Could there really be a guild in this country that hunts wherever it wants and no one knows about it? After passing through the portal, Emperor Yomru found himself in an open space. There were city ruins all around. What kind of place is this? He wondered. Opening his eyes, the emperor realized he was in a cave full of monsters. I wonder why these monsters, which he could destroy with a single blow, attacked him. How did he manage to find a way out? Looking around, the emperor wondered what these ruins were. Were there any living creatures left in them? Human remains lay nearby. The emperor took the clothes off the skeleton and put them on himself. It was better than nothing. Emperor Yomru found himself in an unfamiliar place again. There was nothing around but mud, ruins, and weathered remains. Our hero felt no signs of life around him. The emperor had encountered the cult of the heavenly demon. Their mages used forbidden magic. He felt something similar now. Yomru could sense the surroundings from such magic, but he had to look around before using his power here. The young man thought that first of all, he needed to get out of there. The young man decided to go where there was the least black energy. Choosing the right direction, he resolutely rushed towards his destination. There was a report on television that the Association of Awakened Ones had not yet expressed a clear position on this incident. In various countries where there are zero-level Awakened Ones, discussions about this portal are underway. The young people were in a restaurant. One of them asked when they would finally be served their jjajangmyeon. The waitress said she was already bringing it. It was the senior manager of the Yangcheonggak restaurant, Lim So-young. Lim So-young placed the food on the table and wished the young people bon appetit. The door opened and a young man entered the restaurant. The senior manager was delighted and said that she hadn't seen this guy in the restaurant for a long time. The young man greeted everyone and placed his order, asking for a plate of jjajangmyeon. It was the director of the Awakened Association, Baek Eun-ho. Lim So-young said that the director looked tired. Was he feeling unwell? Baek Eun-ho asked if the girl had seen today's news. Another portal had opened in the Deadlands. The guilds fought over this portal, and they are simply burning themselves out at work trying to quell this conflict. There is tremendous pressure on them, as everyone wants to get their hands on this portal. Everyone is hunting for magic stones. Recently, accidents during raids have become much more frequent. Restaurant manager Yu Sun-tae arrived with the food and said he agreed. Portals are multiplying. However, this has its advantages for them. More magic stones on the market means lower prices. The restaurant manager added that the monsters were not making them happy at all, and they had lost customers. Baek Eun-ho agreed. Who would dare to leave their home at a time like this? A guy on a motorcycle entered the restaurant. He nervously said that he couldn't take it anymore. Showing information on his smartphone, he said that another portal had opened and he could no longer work like this. Restaurant manager Yu Sun-tae told him to calm down and not yell in front of customers. After all, his salary had already been doubled. Maybe he would be friendlier. The guy replied that it was unbelievable. Was his life worth that money? He couldn't work like this anymore. Either the manager would raise his salary again, or he would have to find another delivery driver. Yu Sun-tae was outraged. How dare he do that? Things were tough for everyone right now. The delivery guy stood his ground. Either they raise his salary or he quits. Yu Sun-tae told Lim So-young that it was time to pick up Hoyo. Maybe she could go get the girl. Lim So-young was surprised because it wasn't time yet. Yu Sun-tae said they had to hurry so they wouldn't be late. Lim So-young replied that she understood and left. The restaurant manager thought that many people were moving because of the appearance of new portals. Many feared for their lives. It became very difficult to find workers, which is why this scoundrel was so arrogant. Yu Sun-tae had just settled here and didn't want to leave. The manager looked at the insolent courier who was staring at his smartphone. Why can't you find a single decent courier these days? Emperor Yomru found himself in a place where there was no negative energy. At that moment, he was in the center of a city unfamiliar to him. Passers-by turned to look at him because of his clothes. The guy thought that this place was not at all like his homeland, but there was a similarity. Many people possess inner energy. Yomru looked at a woman leading a little girl by the hand. They were talking calmly about something. The girl's energy made her stand out from the crowd, which is why she caught our hero's eye. Yomru thought that the girl had pure energy. Did that mean that this child knew something? Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and the woman grabbed her daughter's hand tighter. The gust of wind blew the hairband off the girl's head. The girl let go of her mother's hand and ran after the headband. Lim So-young shouted at Ha-yoon not to run away, as it could be dangerous. However, the girl did not listen. Ha-yoon shouted that it was a gift from her father and ran out into the street to retrieve the headband. Ha-yoon picked up the little thing from the road and was delighted. At that moment, a car was speeding down the road. The girl didn't see it, and the driver didn't have time to stop. The headband flew into the air again. Lim So-young gasped and screamed loudly, and passers-by also cried out in surprise. Suddenly, someone's hands reached out to the girl. Ha-yoon saw the car, and fear appeared in her eyes. A young man who had appeared out of nowhere picked up the little girl and literally carried her out from under the wheels of the car. The girl's savior turned out to be Emperor Yeomru. Leaving the roadway, the young man told the child that she had almost been hit by a car. He asked how the girl was feeling. The young man let go of the child and the girl ran towards her mother. They were both frightened. Lim So-yoon bowed to the unknown young man and thanked him. She didn't even know how to repay him for saving her daughter. The young man said that there was no need to thank him. He was just glad that the child was unharmed. Our hero gave the girl energy for her nervous system, and now she will be fine. Lim So-yoon offered to help the rescuer get to the hospital. The guy replied that he was fine. Yeomru looked at the woman and only then remembered when he had last eaten. Before arriving here, Yeomru had eaten one dumpling. The rescued girl pulled the guy's clothes and said that her dad was a cook. She offered to go eat together. Lim So-yoon said that they were indeed inviting the kind man to eat with them, as he shouldn't leave hungry. He had saved her daughter, and the least she could do was feed him. The guy started to refuse, saying he had done what he had to do and wasn't looking for a reward. However, his stomach continued to rumble treacherously. In the end, he agreed. The restaurant manager was alarmed. Had his daughter Ha-yoon almost been hit by a car? Yu Sung-tae approached the girl and asked how she was feeling. Was she hurt? Should they go to the hospital? Lim So-young said that the girl was fine. Lim So-yeon said that this man had saved their daughter. She wanted to feed him, so they came together. Yu Sun-tae approached the young man and shook his hand, saying he was very grateful for saving Ha-yoon. He could order anything he wanted at this restaurant. The emperor was confused and thanked the director. Ha-yoon approached the emperor and said that her father had warned her not to sit at a dirty table. Yeomru remembered what he was wearing and felt uncomfortable. It was the clothes he had taken from the corpse. Yu Sun-tae suggested that the young man take a shower while he prepared the meal. The restaurant manager also offered the emperor some clean clothes. Yu Sun-tae said that he had gained a little weight and that these clothes would not fit him anyway. They were about the same height, so they would probably fit. The manager added that socks would probably be needed as well. Yeomru found himself in the bathroom. He was told that there was a shower here. The walls gleamed brightly. But where was the well? The emperor called the owner and said that he didn't have enough water in that well. Yu Sun-tae was surprised. He didn't have a well. The emperor pointed to the toilet and said that he couldn't wash himself with such a small amount of water. His interlocutor smiled and said that it wasn't a well, it was a toilet. The emperor was surprised. Did the host mean to say that it was a toilet? Yu Sun-tae confirmed that it was the same water as from the tap, but for a different purpose. Yu Sun-tae said that the young man wanted to take a shower. He had to turn this lever, and water would come out of the shower head above. A second later, the director said that you had to catch the shower head. Otherwise, everything around would be flooded. Our hero thought, what kind of snake is this that spits water? After overcoming all the everyday obstacles, Emperor Yeomru finally took a shower and dried himself off. Now he was in clean clothes. The guest told the host that he felt very good and thanked him for his help. Yu Sun-tae, wiping the water off the floor, was also glad that the water procedures were over. The host said that he did not want to offend his guest, but he was curious to know where the young man had come from. It was as if he was seeing a bathroom for the first time in his life. The protagonist wondered how he could explain everything to his interlocutor. Yu Sun-tae thought that their guest might have memory loss and shared his assumption with his wife. The emperor sitting at the table said that he only had fragments of memory left, but he couldn't remember how he got there. Yu Sun-tae said that was why the young man was dressed that way. It seems that the cave the guy came out of is one of the portals. Yeomru wondered what portal he was talking about. These are doors to another dimension that once began to open in this world, but they still don't know what they are. These doors open and close for no apparent reason. Sometimes people get sucked into the portal, and all they can do is survive on their own until the door closes again. They usually lose their memory. In harsh conditions, they lose their memory completely and may lose their social skills. Such people are called isolationists. Yu Sun-tae said he would explain everything later, but now it was time to eat before the food got cold. Yomru picked up a plate from the table and thanked the host. The guy looked at the contents of the plate and asked what it was. He thought the color of this food was suspicious. The color of the food reminded him of the time when he was undergoing initiation. In order to survive, he had been forced to drink dirty, stagnant water mixed with blood and corpses. Hyun asked why the uncle wasn't eating. Did he not like black noodles? The emperor asked how to eat black noodles. The girl stuck her chopsticks into the plate and said that you had to stir them and then wind the noodles around them. Hyun wound the noodles around her chopsticks and handed them to the young man, telling him to eat. Yomru carefully brought the noodles to his lips and sniffed the food first. Jjajangmyeon. It looks a little strange, but the taste is excellent. He had never tried anything like it anywhere else. Yoo Seung-tae watched the guests eat and said that he wanted to treat the young man to something better, but it was late and there was no food at home. Lim Seo-yoon added that they would definitely treat the young man to something tastier next time. The emperor asked the host for another plate of this dish. Hyun laughed and said that her uncle had gotten himself dirty again. As he said goodbye, our hero thanked the host for such a hearty meal. Yoo Seung-tae said there was no need to thank him. The young man should definitely come by anytime he wanted some jjajangmyeon. Yomru saw a strange piece of paper stuck to the wall and asked what the writing on it meant. The restaurant manager replied that they were looking for an employee to deliver their food to its destination. They had couriers, but they all demanded too much money, so now they urgently needed a new courier. Yomru asked if the ad said, with accommodation. Did that mean they would give the courier a room? Yoo Seung-tae nodded affirmatively. After all, there were few people willing to work. The protagonist thought that he needed somewhere to settle down since he couldn't return to his world yet. This offer was very timely. He would work and at the same time learn how this world worked. The emperor asked the restaurant manager if he could get a job as a courier. Yoo Seung-tae was surprised. Would a young man really want to do that? Yoo Seung-tae scratched his head and said that they would be very grateful. But the fact was that hiring isolationists was associated with legal difficulties. Lim So-young told her husband that this man had saved their daughter. They should try to help him. His wife added that she had heard that a citizen could become a guarantor for an isolationist. The woman added that this was a fateful meeting. They should vouch for this guy, and he would be their courier. Her husband thought about it and said that his wife was right. Such a method did indeed exist. Yoo Seung-tae told the young man that he agreed and would vouch for him. The emperor bowed, thanked him, and said he would try his best. Emperor Yomru introduced himself to his new acquaintance and said that his name was Kang So, and he was 35 years old. Yoo Seung-tae was surprised. Kang So was his age but looked much younger. The restaurant manager suggested that since they were the same age, they could address each other informally. Kang So replied that he agreed and would be happy to work for Yoo Seung-tae. The girl suggested calling him Uncle Kang So. That name would remind him to smile more often. The guy replied that she was not very good at coming up with names. The girl said that it was a very beautiful name, meaning broad smile. The emperor took the girl by the hand and said he agreed to take the name Kang So. Night fell over the city. The full moon shone in the sky. A flock of crows sat on the wires. These were no ordinary crows. Their eyes glowed like demons. From above, they watched the house where the emperor had settled. The emperor performed a meditation ritual in a separate room provided for him. The protagonist thought that there was a lot of pure energy in this world. In the daily lives of these people, there were many objects that he could not even imagine. It was unclear what their purpose was. It was a real world of wonders. The door to the room opened, and Yoo Seung-tae stood on the threshold. The owner of the house was surprised. Why was Kang So sitting in the dark? Kang So replied that he couldn't find the lamp in the dark, so he was sitting there. Yoo Seung-tae realized that he needed to teach the young man how to turn on the light. He went to the switch and demonstrated everything. Our hero found this very interesting. Lim Soo-young appeared and asked why their guest had gotten up so early. Kang So asked if Lim Soo-yeon was going to the kitchen to cook. Yoo Seung-tae said that they would soon be opening the restaurant and had a lot of work to do. Our hero offered to help the hostess. Yoo Seung-tae was surprised. Was the guy really ready to work when he could have slept in? He felt awkward about making Kang So work overtime. Kang So replied that he just wanted to repay the owners for their kindness. Yoo Seung-tae asked the guy to clean up in that case. The owner took out a vacuum cleaner and said that this device would make cleaning easier, and it's called a vacuum cleaner. Kang So was holding such a device in his hands for the first time. You have to press that button, and this device will suck up dust and dirt. Yoo Seung-tae continued his instructions. Now you have to move the device across the floor like a mop. It's very easy. Kang So tried to solve the problem with his long hair, which was being sucked into this mop. He smiled and said that his daughter sometimes helps him too. Yu Seung-tae looked at his guest and was surprised. His facial expression and hairstyle were very strange. Kang So said that everything was fine with him. Yu Seung-tae noticed that although the vacuum cleaner was old, it sucked very strongly, so caution was needed. The restaurant owner said that it was time for him to start working in the kitchen, so he left the young man here alone. Kang So thought that he had a task to do. He needed to clean up, but this device was quite dangerous. As always in such cases, the protagonist decided to use magic. This method always worked flawlessly. Kang So began to systematically spread magic throughout the room. Dust, debris, and various harmful substances were activated and gathered in one place. The trash can seemed to our hero to be the most optimal place to collect all the harmful substances from this room. When the dust was gone, it was time to move on to water procedures. Thanks to magic, water spread throughout the room. All surfaces, even hard-to-reach places, were cleaned. When Yu Seung-tae looked into the room, the cleaning was finished. Our hero said that, in his opinion, it turned out pretty well. Kang So said that he cleaned up in his own way and hoped that Yu Seung-tae would not mind. The host was surprised. Did his guest really have such an ability? Kang So asked again. If Yu Seung-tae meant controlling water, then that was his ability. But what was so special about that? Yu Seung-tae was surprised. Was Kang So really a high-level awakened? That's what they call people who have awakened superpowers. This process began 25 years ago when the portals began to open. These abilities are also called auras. Such people possess telekinesis and other things that are difficult to explain, such as various elemental magic. Depending on how well a person controls their aura, they are assigned a class. The higher the class, the higher the status and influence in society. Yu Seung-tae added that he once worked as a loader, and there were awakened people among his co-workers. But no one he had ever seen in his life could control their aura as well as Kang So. This guy's talents have no reason to languish in this restaurant. It would be better for him to join the guild as a hunter, where he could live a decent life. Kang So told his interlocutor that he did not plan to become a hunter for humanitarian reasons. There was confidence in Kang So's eyes, and he had no intention of changing his mind. Yu Seung-tae was surprised. The guy just doesn't understand what life is like in this country yet. Here, high-level awakened people live like nobles. Kang So said that after hearing these words, he wanted to become a hunter, even less. Kang So told his interlocutor that he had tasted both wealth and honor in his life, but he realized too late how fleeting it all was. Yu Seung-tae looked at his interlocutor and asked if his memory was returning. Kang So said that he used to live in a completely different world. However, one day he fell into oblivion and woke up in one of the portals his interlocutor had mentioned. He got out and made his way to this city, searching for pure energy. It so happened that in the city he saw a girl with pure energy. Kang So added that he saved Ha-yoon, who almost got hit by an iron carriage. Yu Seung-tae said that this explained a lot about his guest's behavior. Kang So apologized and said he didn't want to deceive these people. Perhaps he should have told the truth right away. Yu Seung-tae expressed regret and said that Kang So had been through a lot. It must have been very scary for him to find himself in a completely foreign world. Kang So was surprised. Did Yu Seung-tae really believe these stories? His companion said that if he were in Kang So's place, he wouldn't have been able to tell everything right away either. The restaurant owner suggested that everyone say that his guest was an isolationist just in case, but Kang So should definitely consider getting tested for superpowers. In that case, Kang So's life could take a turn for the better. Awakened Support Department, Group 1. The name Sung Jin-ho was announced on the air. The man raised his head. Could they be calling him? His colleague said, "He was at work all night again? He won't last long." Jin-ho was upset. What now? Why did she come to nag him again? Kim Ma-young-hee from the second group of the inspection department asked what was going on that he had to work all night. Jin-ho stretched. He couldn't stop thinking about case A012809. He had no idea where to start. The girl handed him the papers she was holding and told him to read them. Was he still looking for that Awakened Zero class? Jin-ho read them and was surprised. Kim Myung-hee said that the chairman had ordered her to close the case. That was exactly what was stated in the papers he had just received from his interlocutor. Jin-ho was surprised. Did the director really not want them to find the Awakened Zero class? Jin-ho clutched his head. How was that possible? Myung-hee replied that those were the chairman's orders. Jin-ho was perplexed because, for the first time ever, their country had a chance to find its Awakened Zero class. Myung-hee pointed out that they still hadn't found that person, and everyone knew it, although they weren't even sure if it was possible to destroy them with their bare hands. They both remembered the destroyed Cyclops, and it was done by one person. Maybe it wasn't even a person? Jin-ho nervously said that it was definitely done by a human. He analyzed all the wounds of the monsters inside the gate. It was the mark of one person's fist, judging by the fingerprints. He checked several times and the result was the same. This was their only chance. If they found this awakened one, the country would finally take its rightful place among the alliance of allied nations. Myung-hee asked, "What if they search for him but never catch him?" His interlocutor told Myung-hee not to worry. They would definitely find him. They had no other choice. The girl waved her hand and said she would take care of the chairman. He should conduct his investigation as quickly as possible. Jin-ho thanked the girl for her efforts and understanding. Jin-ho started to get ready. Myung-hee said she had an appointment. She was going to have lunch with her younger brother, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. Jin-ho said it was the one who was a paramedic at the medical center. The girl suggested that her interlocutor join them. Jin-ho declined, saying not this time. He would buy something at the store and have lunch there. Myung-hee said they would meet at a famous restaurant nearby, but she didn't ask what kind of cuisine it served. Jin-ho said he guessed which famous restaurant nearby she was talking about. At least he knew a place that his department head, Beck, would recommend. After all, their department head was a serious foodie. Myung-hee said that her brother had told her that his department head had also recommended this restaurant to him. Jin-ho suggested that it was most likely the place that Mr. Beck loved so much. Myung-hee stood under the sign and couldn't remember the name of the restaurant. Could it be Spring Pavilion? Her brother approached her and said that he had wanted to have lunch with her here for a long time. The jjajangmyeon here is simply incredible. Chief Paramedic Kim Myung-jin asked, "Maybe my sister doesn't like jjajangmyeon." Myung-hee objected, saying that she was going to have lunch with her little brother, so of course she would like this dish. The girl thought she wanted to take her brother to an elite restaurant, but it turned out like this. Opening the door to the restaurant, Myung-hee told her brother that she was hungry and really liked jjajangmyeon. Myung-hee was curious about which restaurant department head Beck recommended to everyone. The food must be very good here if he likes this cuisine so much. The young people entered the restaurant. There were no other customers there. The head administrator, Lim So-young, greeted them and suggested they take any table they liked. The manager said that it was a self-service restaurant and asked them to follow her. Myung-hee was slightly discouraged. Lim So-young left the menu on the table and told them to call her when they had decided what to order. Myung-hee was surprised. Is this really a good restaurant? Why is it so empty? Myung-jin told his sister to stop worrying. He guaranteed that the food here was delicious. The guy handed his sister the menu and told her to make her choice. He was sure she would like it. Myung-jin said he had already made his choice. It would be, of course, jjajangmyeon. His sister said she would order the same. Lim So-young came over and asked if the young people were ready to order. Myung-jin said they wanted one sweet and sour pork. He also asked for 2 servings of jjajangmyeon. The manager smiled and said she would give the gallant young man an extra serving of dumplings on the house. Myung-hee didn't like this restaurant. His sister was surprised. Had her brother really become so sociable? Myung-jin replied that it was just basic politeness. The paramedic asked how his sister was doing. Probably they were busy now because of the A-class portal incident. Pouring herself some warm water, his sister replied that a headache was the least of her worries after that incident. Myung-jin wanted to know the details. This incident had attracted a lot of attention. If they didn't find the only Class 0 awakened in many years, their association would never recover from the blow to its reputation. However, the chairman ordered the case to be closed. Nevertheless, her colleague from the support department vowed to find the awakened one by any means necessary. Her brother assumed that it was not easy for his sister right now. Of course, the easiest thing to do would be to close the case. But how could they pass up such an opportunity? She and her colleague, Jin-ho, were certainly making life difficult for themselves. The girl stopped mid-sentence and looked around anxiously. Her brother asked what was wrong. Myung-hee felt a strange energy. The girl thought, that man standing off to the side radiates an incredibly powerful aura. But why hadn't she felt anything until now? Nevertheless, there had just been a surge of aura. Myung-hee's aura detection ability had worked on this man. But in a second, a terrible stream of power emanated from him. Could he really hide his aura so quickly? If the girl was not mistaken, this guy was at least A-class. In terms of level, he might even be comparable to the awakened 0 class they were looking for. Lim Soyoung brought the order. 2 servings of jjajangmyeon, pork and sweet and sour sauce, and dumplings on the house. The manager wished them bon appetit. The young people thanked her. Myung-jin said that everything looked delicious. Myung-hee agreed and said that it really did look very appetizing. The girl tried the dark noodles, and maybe she was just imagining things because she was hungry. Awakened Zero class here? Who would believe that? The girl said that her brother had gone crazy. Myung-jin was upset. Did his sister not like it? The girl asked why he hadn't brought her here before. It's such a delicious dish. It's just great. How could she not trust this place? Myung-jin smiled. His sister had scared him. He thought she wouldn't like it. The young people enjoyed finishing their meal. Myung-hee said that this jjajangmyeon was so delicious that it was almost criminal. Kang-so thought that one of the restaurant's guests had an exceptional sense of aura. At that moment, he was playing with the restaurant owner's daughter. Kang-so looked at the visitors and thought that their energy was different, but both of them could be called masters. Perhaps these were the ones called the Awakened. He had to be careful not to reveal the level of his aura. He needed to learn more about the Awakened. After the restaurant closed, Kang-so used his ability to interact with the water element. Kang-so used his method again to tidy up the room. It's still not as clean as he would like, but it'll do. He was still getting used to life in this world, but the kind owners of the establishment had already taught him a lot. Now he knew that it was not a well, but a toilet. It took him a few tries, but he finally learned how to use the shower. Our hero understood that there was still a lot he didn't know. However, with time, he would learn everything. Kang-so knew that he was in no hurry. The emperor decided that he should learn more about the awakened ones. Our hero heard a strange loud noise coming from outside. He rushed out of the room. He wondered what that growling sound could be. The director, Yu Seong-tae, was standing near the facility. He said that Kang-so had arrived just in time. He wanted to show him something. Kang-so asked Yu Seong-tae what the strange sound was. Could it have come from this thing? Yu Seong-tae confirmed it and said that it was a device for riding called a motorcycle. The motorcycle would be useful for the guy in his work as a courier. He still needed to learn how to ride a motorcycle, and that would take time. But Kang-so could get used to it for now. Yu Seong-tae gave his companion a motorcycle helmet and told him to put it on. Motorcycles are very fast, so they are very dangerous. Riders need protective gear. A helmet is such gear. Kang-so thought it was almost like the helmets that warriors wear. Yu Seong-tae said that if the guy put on the helmet, he could sit behind him. Kang-so said it was like riding a horse. Yu Seong agreed that it was somewhat similar. However, that was where the similarity to a horse ended. A motorcycle was much faster, but there was no need to be afraid. Yu Seong-tae told the passenger to hold on tight, and the motorcycle started to pick up speed rapidly. The driver asked if the passenger was feeling sick from the ride. Kang-so asked if couriers really had to get around only on this. Yu Seong-tae asked if his companion was afraid. If he was afraid of riding a motorcycle, he probably shouldn't work in delivery. There was simply no other way to get around quickly in the narrow alleys. Kang-so thought that the goal was to deliver food quickly. Kang-so wondered if it was too slow, and motorcycles are too noisy. He decided that he could move much faster using body lightning techniques. The motorcycle stopped, and Yu Seong-tae suggested taking a walk around the neighborhood. Most of their customers live in this residential complex. The residential complex is called Lazurni. There is a number on the side of the building. This is the sector number. The first digit of the apartment number indicates which floor it is on. Kang-so said he had a question. Yu Seong-tae said that it was very dangerous to live in this city because it was infested with monsters. Then why don't people leave? Yu Seong-tae replied that it is dangerous here, but not to the extent that people are willing to abandon their homes. The first monsters appeared 25 years ago. At that time, it was impossible to live in this city. But soon people realized that with the help of magic stones, protective barriers could be created around cities. Therefore, this city is relatively safe. Kang-so asked his interlocutor what magic stones were. Yu Seong-tae replied that they were something like nuggets that people found in the bodies of destroyed monsters. They contain so much energy that they have replaced the energy sources of the past. Thanks to them, there has been a leap in the development of science. But that doesn't mean it's completely safe on the streets. In any case, caution should be exercised. Yu Seong-tae opened a can of soda and offered his companion a drink. Kang-so was surprised. The can made a strange sound. What was it? Yu Seong-tae suggested he try it, saying that he would probably like this drink, as Kang-so had probably never tried anything like it before. After trying the drink from the can, Kang-so thought that it was something unknown again. He was afraid to try it, but on the other hand, he was also afraid to eat jjajangmyeon at first. Kang So felt a spicy sweetness that was refreshing and spread throughout his body. It was like an epiphany that struck a person like lightning after long and hard work. Kang So concluded that it was a strange drink. It was incomparable even to the magical panacea given to him by the elders of the Northern Ice Palace. Yu Song-tai said that this liquid also helps with indigestion. Kang So thought that was incredible. After a short break, Yu Song-tai suggested returning. Kang So asked his companion if he really needed to ride this device. Wasn't there a way to do without the motorcycle? Yu Song-tai said that there were other means of transportation, of course, but nothing better than a motorcycle had yet been invented for a courier. Kang So told his companion that he could manage on his own 2 feet. Yu Song-tai was upset because he had said that the delivery had to be fast. Otherwise, the noodles would swell on the way and the dish would lose its appearance. Plus, customers get annoyed when delivery takes a long time. Kang So said that there was no need to worry about that. Kang So said that he would get there faster on foot than by motorcycle. Yu Song-tai was surprised. How was that possible? Yu Song-tai realized that it wasn't so unbelievable, because Kang So, who had been awakened, was apparently no less than an A-class. Kang So told his companion that if he didn't believe him, he could demonstrate it on the way back. Yu Song-tai was curious to see for himself and agreed. Kang So said that he remembered the way to the restaurant, so he would get there without any problems. Yu Song-tai said that he certainly believed his companion, but just in case, Kang So could start running already. Yu Song-tai, putting on his helmet, said that if Kang So really did overtake him, he would approve of delivery without transport. Kang So didn't get his nickname, Emperor of Flame, for nothing. He possessed an incredible gift of fire, called the invisible body technique. As the name suggests, when he used this skill, he became completely invisible and could approach his enemy unnoticed and destroy him. After achieving enlightenment, the protagonist continued to develop his invisible body technique. He called it an improved version of the technique of the invisible body of emptiness. The girls talking about work did not notice a guy rushing past them. The young people relaxing during their lunch break also did not notice Kang So rushing past them. This ability not only made our hero invisible, but also made it impossible to detect his presence. This ability also increased his agility and speed to incredible levels. This new technique, combined with his supreme martial arts skills, earned him the title of God of Martial Arts, even more majestic than God of Destruction. At this time, Yu Song-tai was trying to get to his restaurant as quickly as possible. He was speeding on his motorcycle at high revs. Upon reaching his destination, Yu Song-tai took off his helmet and wondered where Kang So was trailing behind. Yu Song-tai thought he was going full speed, treating it like a competition. Imagine his surprise when he entered his home. At the door, Yu Song-tai was greeted by his wife and his daughter, who was sitting on Kang So's shoulders. Kang So told Yu Song-tai to come in. Yu Song-tai was surprised. When did this guy get here? Ha-yun said that Daddy was late. Lim So-young said that Kang So had been home for 10 minutes. Yu Song-tai was surprised. 10 minutes? That's incredible. Yu Song-tai, as promised, allowed the guy to make deliveries without transportation. Yu Seong-tai said that Kang So simply had to take the superpower test. I wonder what his class is. Kang So, to leave no doubt, said that he would take the test. The young people went to the center where such tests are conducted. Yu Song-tai said that they had finally arrived at their destination. Kang So was surprised to see so many people. However, as a citizen who had come through the portal without any documents, Kang So had to go through many procedures. He had to fill out some paperwork. Kang So said that he had neither documents nor a residence permit. What should he write there? Yu Song-tai explained that he should write Kang in the surname field and the restaurant's address in the residence permit field. The bureaucracy took them several more days. Yu Song-tai thought that this pointless paperwork was very tiring, but he had to see it through to the end because Kang So was their savior. Kang So asked his friend how exactly this test worked. Yu Song-tae said that during the test you have to put your hands on 2 balls, slightly larger than a fist. An electric current will pass between them. The stronger the electric shock, the lower the level. If he tolerates the electric current well, it means he is of a high level. In other words, those who are awakened to a high level have high energy potential. Kang So asked if it was good to have a high class. Yu Song-tai replied that if Kang So had a high class, his life would immediately change for the better. Some particularly gifted individuals are valued as national treasures. In any case, a high class ensures a comfortable existence. Kang So replied that he understood everything. In our hero's place, another person would now be jumping for joy. However, Kang So knows better than anyone else that wealth and words are fleeting and insignificant. People have many passions and desires, and they are always insatiable. No matter how hard they try, a whole lifetime is not enough to satisfy them. The protagonist grew tired of the world of passions and withdrew to live in a remote mountain village. The emperor could not allow his peace to be disturbed again. It seems that from now on, he will have to work hard to hide his level. The young men parted ways, and Yu Songtae wished his friend good luck. Finally, Kang So turned around and asked his friend which room the test was in. On the second floor, the elevator announced that the doors were opening. Kang So thought it was a self-propelled box with self-opening doors. What's more, it even talked. Our hero was met at the entrance and asked if his name was Kang So. The man greeted him and said that he was Park Soo-in, the head of the second department, and that he would be administering the test. The young men shook hands. Park Soo-won noted that it had been a long time since they had tested isolationists. Kang So was reserved and focused. He tried not to miss anything. The head of the second department said that 10 years ago there had been an increase in the number of isolationists, but gradually the government regained control over most of the territory, and these cases began to decline. Park Soo-young added that the North had no chance before, and now even less so. Kang So was surprised. What North Korea is this man talking about? The young people approached doors that looked like safe deposit box doors, and Park Soo-in said that the testing would take place here. Depending on the grade received, the young man would be referred for training. Opening the doors, the young people went inside. The department head said that he had brought the test subject, Kang So. The girl in the office said they were ready to begin. Kang So saw the balls that Yu Sung-tae had mentioned. Our hero had to place his hands on these spheres. He had to try not to move until the test was complete. Kang So said he agreed and that it would not be difficult for him. The girl announced that she was starting. Kang So noticed that he really didn't feel any electric shock because his body was successfully resisting it. As Yu Sung-tae said, the stronger his resistance, the higher the level would be recorded. Since our hero had his own plan of action, he decided that he needed to do something. Kang So thought he needed to restrain his inner energy. The girl turned off the voltage and said that Kang So could remove his hands. Mr. Kang So's result was F-class. F-class means that he is awakened with abilities slightly greater than those of an ordinary person. Ordinary people are classified as G-class according to scientific classification. The department head thought that Kang So was an isolationist, and he must have hoped to get a high class. He must be very disappointed that his class is only slightly higher than that of ordinary people. Kang So thought that he had made a mistake. He tried to lower his resistance enough to get a G-class. Our hero thought that he should have figured it out right away and lowered his resistance to 0. His interlocutor told Kang So not to be upset. His class does not determine his value as a person. The internal security agencies have a department that supports the awakened. This department deals with matters of high importance and secrecy. The task forces within the department are divided by number. The first group handles the most highly classified matters, followed by the others in descending order. The head of the second group is in charge of training isolationists. This is a very responsible position. Among the isolationists, there are often awakened individuals of the highest classes. Even if it interferes with their main work, they are obliged to organize the training of isolationists. A colleague asked the head of the second department, Park Soo-in, if he was working overtime again. Park Soo-in was surprised that such a busy head of the first group, Baek Eun-ho, had come to his department. Baek Eun-ho said he had heard that an order had been signed to organize training for isolationists. He came to ask if his colleague would like to share a night meal with him on this matter. It was also interesting to find out how the testing went. My conversation partner said that this was the first isolationist in many years. The bosses hadn't said anything about it, but they were clearly unhappy with the result. An F grade isn't very good, but these things happen. This guy will definitely have problems because of his isolationism. It's better to be in a high class. The department head said that the interviewee mentioned food. He wouldn't mind killing his hunger with kimchi or something else. Baek Eun-ho looked meaningfully at his colleague. He had another suggestion. Baek Eun-ho said that he didn't come to his friend's house in the middle of the night to eat cold kimbap and supermarket food. He only offered fresh jjajangmyeon and gabajang because they needed to eat well. The importance of gourmet food should not be underestimated. Kang So opened his eyes and sat up in bed. Our hero thought that his friends in the spring pavilion were already awake because it was almost 6 in the morning. It was a strange feeling because he didn't feel rested. Perhaps it was because he had learned so much yesterday. However, there were also pleasant moments the day before. The day before, after the afternoon training, there was dinner. Our hero noticed that there was a delicious roll on his plate. After jjajangmyeon, it was the only dish that surprised him so much. He thought he had tried all possible delicacies in his past life. Kang So thought he needed to do something about this fatigue. He needed to do some key breathing exercises. But it was impossible to do that here. Otherwise, the people in this building would quickly realize that he was not an F-class at all. He was almost exposed by the woman who came to eat at the restaurant. The association building was full of awakened people of different classes working there. Among them, there might even be those who were much more sensitive to auras than that woman. He had to be careful. Our hero was surprised why those people felt that way about his training. However, the training itself was much more meaningful and useful than he had thought. Last night, the department head said that an S-class portal had suddenly opened, and hordes of monsters began to emerge from it. Many civilians and awakened ones were affected. This incident is called the Great Collision. Humanity managed to defeat the monsters, but the area where the war took place became uninhabitable. The area became known as the Land of Destruction, and even criminals do not try to hide there. Kang So thought that when he came out of the portal, he ended up in this land and only then found the city. Kang So thought that if even 3 or 2 portals of this class had opened in this land, causing the earth to become cursed, the association would not have been able to cope with it, and it would have been a disaster. The day before, our hero learned about the structure of society in this country. Society here is like a tower made of parts that don't fit together well. If he understood correctly, even a minor shock would bring this tower down. And in this situation, he appears, a martial arts master of a very high level. A quiet and inconspicuous life is almost impossible for him. Even if it is selfish, he wants to live the rest of his life in peace at all costs. He must not let anyone know his true class. Kang So sensed that a person with very pure energy was approaching. It was Park Se-woong. Park Se-woong knocked on the door and asked, "Mr. Kang So, are you awake?" The visitor entered and our hero, looking at his appearance, noticed that Park Se-woong was very tired. Kang So poured boiling water into a cup and poured instant coffee from a packet. Kang So offered him the coffee. Park Se-woong said that Kang So surprised him greatly. He had only learned how to do this yesterday, and now he was already practicing brewing coffee the very next day. Our hero said that it was all thanks to the training he received from his department head. If he drank this coffee, he would feel much better. Park Se-woong took a few sips, and he really felt better. The department head thought, could this coffee be made from the magical ingredients of the portal? It was as if he had slept soundly and just woken up. Kang So thought that this man was putting his heart and soul into his training, so he decided to give him some coffee that he had energized as a token of his gratitude. Kang So asked the department head what they would be studying today. Park Yoon-soo replied that their first lesson would be on the topic of the dining room. The department head noted that he had requested a special menu today. Even in the morning, the cafeteria was quite crowded. It resembled a field kitchen on a military campaign. The department head said that work was somewhat like war, so Kang So was not far from the truth. But unlike camping conditions, the portions here were larger. Park Yoon-soo said that you could put as much food on your tray as you wanted. Kang So asked what would happen if there wasn't enough food for those who were late for breakfast. The department head noted that Mr. Kang So was very attentive to others, but he needn't worry. If any dishes ran out, the cafeteria staff would prepare more. Our hero found this unbelievable. The department head noted that they were living in an age of abundance after all the wars. Kang So said that abundance is good, but what surprises him most is something else. Our hero said that he was amazed by the speed of logistics and the amazing technologies for preserving and storing food for long periods of time. The department head thought that this guy was an isolationist and that yesterday was only his first day of training. But he thinks so strategically, it's incredible. Park Yoon-soo said that it was all thanks to their scientists. Thanks to the scientists, they always have access to a huge variety of products. For office workers, the cafeteria is a place to relax and recharge. Kang So thought that mealtime was always the most enjoyable part of the day. The department head said that he rarely came to the cafeteria, usually grabbing a quick bite to eat. After the cafeteria, while in the elevator, the department head asked his companion if he enjoyed the food. Kang So nodded affirmatively. The department head said that was great and added that he had given him a tour of the cafeteria. He thought that was enough for today. Kang So thought they would still have classes. The department head said that this guy couldn't be fooled. They still had a class on the gym schedule. But for the F class, it wasn't mandatory. They could skip it. Being in the F class meant having less responsibility. The department head thought he was cutting back on classes because of his main job. He is forced to deceive the naive isolationist who doesn't understand anything yet. In the end, the young people came to the gym. Anyone with an awakened certificate has the right to exercise here. Park Yun-soo added that anyone can come here regardless of their class. Kang-so saw that both boys and girls were exercising here. Any awakened person can use this gym. Only imposter criminals are not allowed here. Park Yun-soo noted that if Kang-so wanted to train here, it would be quite good. However, our hero refused. Park Yun-soo pointed out that it was completely free. He could explain what the gym was for, and it would be clear how useful it was. Kang-so thanked his interlocutor and said that he did not think he needed training. Park Yun-soo asked what the guy's plans for the future were. Kang-so happened to see Yu Seong-tae and Lim Soo-young standing nearby. They greeted each other. Kang-so thanked his friends for coming to meet him. Yu Seong-tae asked what class Kang-so was in. Kang-so showed his hunter's license and said he was in Class F. Lim Soo-young was surprised because Kang-so wanted to get a G class, like a normal person. Kang-so replied that he couldn't control his inner energy in time and got a higher class than he wanted. Yu Seong-tae said that it wasn't bad at all because his abilities were impossible to ignore, and an ordinary person couldn't have them, so it would attract attention. Kang-so asked his companions if he really looked that suspicious. Lim Soo-young admitted that he did. Kang-so was being watched from the upper floor. The department head asked his colleague if he had noticed anything else unusual about this guy. Park Yun-soo said that he had incredible intelligence and learnability. There was nothing else unusual about him. To be precise, this guy is very quick-witted. If you explain a concept to him, he immediately understands how to apply it in different areas. He learns quickly and applies what he has learned in practice. The department head said that the first group's law enforcement department told him something much more interesting. They said that his movements and sense of balance are not typical for his class. They even wondered if the testing device was damaged. The interlocutor said that after the test, the device underwent another check, and everything was fine with it. This guy's class was assigned fairly. The investigator noted that anyone can advance to the next level, but this guy would never rise to the middle class, let alone the upper class. Could it be that everyone was paying so much attention to him because they hadn't had any isolationists for years? Park Yun-soo said that he frankly expected much more from this guy and that he is disappointed. In the future, this guy would like to help his friend with his restaurant business. Yu Seong-tae handed Kang-so a smartphone and said that with it, he would be able to contact him at any time. Yu Seong-tae said he bought this gadget with his isolationist allowance. Maybe Kang-so needs something else? Kang-so said he was thinking about getting a haircut. He hadn't noticed it before, but lately he had noticed that most men in this civilization had short haircuts. He didn't want to stand out. Lim So-young said it was a wonderful idea. What kind of haircut does he want? It seems that short hair would suit Kang-so. Yu Seong-tae said that any haircut would suit this guy. Yu Seong-tae said he needed to prepare ingredients for the next day's meals. He thought that when his wife started talking about fashion, it was time to turn off the lights. He believed Kang-so would be fine. Lim So-young said she was ready to take their guest to the barbershop. On the way out of the barbershop, Yu Seong-tae said that this guy had changed so much that now you could see him a mile away. Yu Seong-tae suddenly felt a strange, sharp feeling. It was as if the whole street was looking at this guy. The girls were indeed paying attention to Kang-so. Who is this handsome guy? Probably some kind of actor. This guy has model looks. The girls approached our hero and asked him for an autograph and to take a photo with them. Yu Seong-tae intervened in the conversation and told the girls to excuse them, as they had plans. Yu Seong-tae said that he wasn't some movie star, just a regular guy, so there was no need to ask him for an autograph. Kang-so wondered why he couldn't take a photo with these girls, and why this girl wanted his autograph. Yu Seong-tae said that Kang-so was so handsome that the girls mistook him for a celebrity, and if he let them take a photo together, they would immediately post it on the internet. And if people started sharing his photos, he would start to be recognized on the street, and that would only cause problems. Kang-so didn't want that kind of life, did he? Kang-so thought that Yu Seong-tae was right, and he would have to be careful. He shouldn't stand out too much in a crowd. The next day arrived. The restaurant was busy with orders. There were no free tables, and many people ordered jjajangmyeon. This time, our hero was serving the tables. The restaurant's main customers were girls. Kang-so wished each of them bon appetit. Kang-so took the menu and headed to a table where there were also girls. The girl said she had decided on her order and asked for 2 jjajangmyeon and udon with seafood. Kang So told the girls to wait. He repeated the order, and Yu Xiongtai, who was in the kitchen, said that the order had been accepted. One of the customers also ordered gabaju. Kang So wrote everything down in his notebook. Work was in full swing. The visitors noted that the cuisine at this restaurant was simply excellent. Why hadn't they known about it before? One of the girls said she would be coming here every day from now on. Her friend agreed and added that she would order jjajangmyeon here every day. One of the girls approached the manager and asked if they had any free seats. Lim Soo-young replied that they were currently at full capacity. The girl was upset because she really wanted to eat. The hungry restaurant visitor said that in that case, she was willing to wait. Another girl also agreed to join the queue. Lim So-young looked at the line of young people who wanted to try their food and told the dear guests that they were almost out of food in the kitchen. It would be better for them to come back tomorrow. Many disappointed faces appeared in front of the manager. Some of them were even crying. Could they really not eat at this restaurant today? Suddenly, someone shouted loudly for people to step aside. The girl approached the manager and said her name was Kim Ji-eun. She had come for a job interview. Lim So-young greeted her and said she was very happy to see her. The applicant said her name was Kim Ji-eun. She was 23 years old, had graduated from college, and was currently looking for a job in her field. Lim So-young said that they were currently short-staffed at the restaurant, so they had decided to hire another part-time employee. The girl responded to the ad very quickly. Kim Ji-eun could rest assured that she had already been hired. Kim Ji-eun said that the Spring Pavilion restaurant is a very well-known establishment and she wants to work there. The manager was surprised. Is the restaurant really that famous? Kim Ji-eun said that this handsome young man attracts all the female customers. The new employee asked where she should start. Looking at Kim Ji-eun, Kang So thought she was a very interesting girl. She had a very strong aura. Our hero realized that in this civilization, people with high superpowers live well. They should be valued and have a different quality of life than ordinary people. Lim So-young instructed the new employee to pack portions of pickled radish. She also had to deliver and take orders. Lim So-young asked the courier to deliver all the food in order, according to this list of orders. Kang So agreed and said he would be back soon. Our hero put on his motorcycle helmet and said he was going out to make deliveries. Yu Xiongtai asked Ji-eun to help him pack the portions. Ji-eun thought it was strange. When she was researching this establishment, it said that there were few visitors here. After a while, Kang So asked Ji-eun if she was busy. The girl asked if all the orders had been delivered. Kang So replied that it wasn't difficult. The addresses were only a stone's throw away. Ji-eun said that the guy could pick up the new orders. The jjajangmyeon and jambong were already packed. Kang So took the package with the orders and said he was leaving. After a while, Kang So returned with an empty box. He said that all the orders had been delivered. Yu Xiongtai told the guy to sit down at the table. He had already delivered everything for lunch. Kang So asked Lim So-young if they were already preparing for the evening rush. Lim So-young confirmed this and immediately remembered that it was time to pick up Ha-yoon from kindergarten. Ji-yoon asked Lim So-young if it was a girl. Lim So-young confirmed and added that she was 5 years old. Lim So-young asked our hero to pick up Ha-yoon from kindergarten. They were expecting an evening rush of customers and were barely able to prepare the food. Ji-yoon said that she would also like to meet Ha-yoon. Maybe she should go with Kang So too? Lim So-young agreed, saying that she and her husband could handle it. The young people moved along the planned route under umbrellas because of the heavy rain. Ji-yoon introduced herself to our hero again and asked if she could call him Kang So. Kang So said he was 35, but the girl could call him whatever she wanted. Ji-yoon was surprised and said that the guy didn't look 35 at all. Kang So noted that many people say that to him. Kang So apologized for the indiscreet question, but why did the girl decide to work at the Spring Pavilion? With her abilities, she should look for another job. Ji-yoon pointed out that she didn't really have any skills. Ji-yoon added that she wasn't pursuing any malicious goals. She just wanted to see the young man. Ji-yoon pointed forward and said that there was someone at the door. The kindergarten doors opened in front of the young people, and the teacher said that the little girl had arrived. Ha-yoon was delighted that her uncle Kang So had come for her. Ha-yoon waved to her uncle and greeted him. Kang So asked if the girl had had a good time there. Ha-yoon replied that she had enjoyed herself. Ha-yoon told the teacher that this was her uncle. The teacher was surprised. The teacher said that Ha-yoon had told her a lot about her uncle. The teacher looked at our hero and frightened asked if he was all right. The teacher asked if the man accompanying her uncle was his wife. When she saw Ji-yoon, the teacher was surprised and asked how Ji-yoon ended up there. Ji-yoon covered the teacher's mouth and told Sora to be quiet. Sora asked how Ji's work at the guild was going. Ji-eun told Sora not to say anything unnecessary. This girl's parents think she's an ordinary person. In fact, she's on a mission. We have to pretend that they don't know each other. Ha-yoon and the teacher said goodbye until the next day. Kang-so also said goodbye to Sora. Kang-so, Ji-eun, and Ha-yoon, each with their own umbrella, were returning home. Kang-so asked Ji-eun if the kindergarten teacher was her friend. The girl laughed in response. She said that they were indeed friends. Kang-so said that he understood that they were friends, so why didn't they talk? Ji-eun replied that they saw each other too often anyway. The girl said that walking under an umbrella in the rain was very pleasant. Ha-yoon said that she also liked walking under an umbrella and added that her beautiful aunt also liked walking in the rain. Ji-eun smiled and said that she liked walking with her uncle better. Kang-so asked if it was hard for Ha-yoon to carry her umbrella. Ha-yoon replied that it wasn't heavy and that she wanted to carry it herself. Kang-so warned the girl that if she wanted him to help, she should say so. Passing by a gate, Ha-yoon noticed something and asked her uncle to see who was there. Ha-yoon turned around and ran in that direction, shouting for her uncle to see what it was. Ha-yoon stopped and said that it was squeaking. Kang-so came over and asked, "Is it really squeaking? It must be a mouse. But why is it getting wet in the rain?" Ji-eun said it wasn't just a mouse. It's a rodent called a dungeon rat. Kang-so picked up the underground rat. The animal was frozen and wet. Kang-so asked if the underground rat was a magical creature. Ji-eun replied that this rat lives in the dungeon, but it is not a magical creature. Unlike magical beasts, it is not hostile to humans and does not try to harm them. This rat has a keen sense of its natural enemies, magical beasts and monsters. Thanks to its abilities and cute appearance, this animal has become a favorite among hunters, many of them domesticated. She probably went through the portal with her owner, and something bad happened to them. Being wounded, she somehow managed to get out of the portal. Ha-yoon cried out that she didn't want this rat to die. Couldn't they heal it? Kang-so said that it would not be easy to save this little animal. Ha-yoon said that the rat was still alive. If it was breathing, they shouldn't abandon it. The protagonist thought about how blind he had been. He said that even though it was still breathing, it would die anyway. After much hesitation, he decided that all life was undoubtedly precious. Otherwise, how would he be any different from his past self, from the cold-blooded assassin he used to be? Kang-so agreed with the girl and said they would take the rat with them. Ji-eun told the girl that they would hurry to the restaurant and try to save the rat. Kang-so noticed that the animal was in very serious condition, barely breathing. If they didn't hurry, they might be too late. Ha-yoon was scared and didn't know what to do. Kang-so scanned the rat and determined that its breathing and heartbeat were weak. It was as if it was fading away. Kang-so thought maybe he should breathe life into it. Ji-eun watched this guy closely. When Ha-yoon returned to the restaurant with the adults, she immediately ran to her parents. Lim Soo-young was surprised to see the girl crying. Ha-yoon cried out that they needed help. The girl's parents looked in surprise at the animal in Kang-so's hands. Yu Song-tae wondered where they had found the rat in the basement. Kang-so replied that they had found the rat in the doorway. Yu Song-tae asked what was wrong with it. It looked as if it had been attacked in a portal nearby. It was barely breathing. Ha-yoon responsibly declared that she would save this rat and take it for herself. Lim Soo-young tried to explain to her daughter that it was not a hamster, but a sewer rat. If they found it on the street and not in the dungeon inside the portal, it surely had an owner. Its owner was probably already looking for it and worried about it. Kang-so said that they should first treat the rat. Yu Song-tae said that they should look for a veterinary clinic nearby. Two young men entered the restaurant and greeted everyone. The restaurant manager welcomed the visitors. Yu Song-tae told Mr. Beck and his companion to sit down. After all, they had come to eat, hadn't they? Mr. Beck was surprised when he saw the rat from the basement. The manager said that his daughter had found this rat on the street. It seemed to be injured. Mr. Beck looked at the animal and said that it seemed to be quite seriously injured. Mr. Beck picked up the rat and said he would try to help. Mr. Beck said that the animal had received very professional first aid. It was in much better condition than it had appeared at first glance. Fortunately, this rat is out of critical condition. He will just add a little of his energy. When our hero first saw this man, he immediately realized that he was gifted. But he had no idea that he had such mystical powers. He collects energy from the environment and transforms it into healing power. Apparently, he is a healer. Mr. Beck's colleagues said that this is their famous healer. The famous healer gave the animal to the girl. Ha-yoon. Mr. Beck said that this little girl was very lucky. Kang-so thought that the powers of these awakened ones were truly incredible. Yu Sung-tae asked his daughter what she was doing. Ha-yun replied that she was looking after the rat. It seemed that she really was feeling better. Ha-yun shouted that the animal was moving. Yu-sung looked closely and agreed with his daughter. The observers decided that the rat might want milk and poured some into a bowl for it. Yu-sung-tae told his daughter that the rat was eating and that it was time for her to wash her hands and start eating. Suddenly, the animal began to thrash about and squeak. "What's wrong with it?" the adults wondered. Kang-so thought that the rat wanted to tell him something. Yu-sung-tae was surprised. What was wrong with the animals? Kang-so explained that the animal wanted to show him something and was leading him somewhere. The rat couldn't calm down and kept darting around. It definitely wanted to go somewhere. Kang-so thought it was a very intelligent animal, and it was strange that it didn't have an owner. Something must have happened. Yu-sung-tae suggested that his friend go and check it out. Yu-sung-tae said that Kang-so was the one who was quick on his feet. He just had to check what had happened. Yu-sung-tae said they couldn't ignore this signal, otherwise his daughter would be upset. Ha-yun looked at Uncle Kang-so. She hoped he would help her and the rat. Our hero agreed for Ha-yun's sake and added that something was bothering him too. Kang-so saw a strange energy around this animal. Yu-sung-tae didn't understand what kind of energy he was talking about. Kang-so said he had seen this energy before, but he didn't understand what it was yet. Kang-so suggested that the rat show them the way since the animal knew where to go. Yu-sung-tae told his friend to be careful. Ha-yun wished her uncle good luck. Kang-so left the building and quickly headed in the direction from which the strange energy was emanating. When he arrived at the location, Kang-so thought it looked like the portal he had come through to enter this world. It really was a portal. In the portal, monsters continued to advance and attack the fighters of the invisible front. Only 4 people remained, and the number of monsters was not decreasing. The leader of the group apologized and said that she would soon be exhausted and would no longer be able to maintain the barrier. Her colleague thought that this was truly the end. He was glad that he had had the opportunity to work with these people. The young people began to say goodbye to each other and joke around as much as possible in the situation. The group leader thought that only an S-rank hunter could save them, but that was just a pipe dream. Suddenly, the people listened and heard the squeak of a small animal. Something happened to the monsters. Some unknown force began to systematically destroy them. When the light appeared, people saw that all the monsters had been destroyed. The 4 heroes looked around and couldn't understand how this had happened. What had happened to the monsters? They had just surrounded them, and suddenly this shock. The leader of the group asked if her colleagues had heard the squeak of the korongi. At that moment, Kang-so was bravely dealing with the remaining monsters. Kang-so also left only destroyed monsters around him. Last time, our hero did not exterminate all the monsters in the portal. The smaller ones remained alive. That is why the portal did not close. Kang-so thought that this time he would finish the job. However, one terrifying monster was approaching from behind. Kang-so noticed the villain in time. He thought that the core of these monsters was in their heads, so he had to hit them in the head. Kang-so understood that there was still negative energy in this portal that helped the monsters fight. The guy approached the sword. He thought that the monsters had killed some kind of warrior in this place. Only the sword remained. Kang-so decided to borrow this sword. Taking the weapon in his hands, the protagonist decided to continue destroying monsters and avenge its owner. The monsters continued to approach, but Kang-so was now armed and posed an even greater danger. Fighting his way through the monsters, Kang-so reached the source of a strange demonic energy. The energy was coming from behind a door. Kang-so opened the huge doors and went inside. Someone huge asked who it was. Inside the room was a huge knight who asked how this man dared to disturb his peace. He would not forgive anyone for this. The monster lunged at the hero, declaring that people like him must be destroyed. Kang-so saw such a creature for the first time, a knight holding his own head in his hand. Kang-so noticed that his opponent had a rather unique appearance. The sinister knight said that this man would pay for his mockery. The knight with his head in his hand rose high in the cave. Kang-so watched him. The villain declared that he intended to destroy his opponent with a single blow. Kang-so thought that the head might be a vulnerable spot. The knight began to descend directly onto his opponent and said that this insolent worm would be destroyed. Kang-so was ready for battle. After a powerful collision, the knight's head was smashed and a crystal fell out of it, rolling and stopping near our hero's feet. Picking up the crystal, the boy thought that this must be the source of that energy. Perhaps this is what they call magic stones in this world. A rat peeked out of the boy's pocket and squeaked. Kang-so told the animal that he had eliminated everything that posed a threat. Kang-so said that the portal would close soon and suggested that the animal run to its owner. Kang-so added that the animal should take care of itself. In response, the dungeon rat squeaked again. The animal turned around and ran off into the darkness. The guy thought that the girl would probably be upset. This dungeon was too strange. The creature ran up to the warriors and began to examine them. One of them said that for some reason this dungeon had been designated as C-class. But how did a B-class monster end up here? They still couldn't understand what had saved them. Maybe an S-class hunter had saved them? However, all the S-class hunters they had seen radiated incredible power. If one had appeared in this dungeon, they would have sensed it immediately. Perhaps it was the awakened Zero class they had heard about? The warriors saw a small animal fidgeting in one spot. It was true Kurongi had survived. She was looking for someone. The leader of the group said she was looking for Sark Hoon. However, he was dead. The little creature ran up to the warrior's body and began to squeak plaintively. Suddenly, there were some strange sounds. What was happening? The guy said that the portal had already been emptied. The portal would close soon, so they had to quickly gather as many magic stones as they could. They agreed to meet at the exit in exactly 20 minutes. Information appeared that a special task force was coming out of the portal. They needed to be given full support. Representatives of a television company were already present at the portal exit, reporting for hunting news. Kakarangi had already managed to get out and was watching the rescue of the Special Forces team from the sidelines. Kurongi sat in the rain again and cried. Hyun sat sadly near the empty box. Yusheng said that the rat had returned to its owner, so it would be better that way. The girl replied sadly that she knew. Hyun said that she would never see the rat again, so she was very sad. Finally, Kang So entered the room. He asked why Hyun was so sad. Yu Song-tai said that the girl had never said goodbye to the rat. A rat came out of Kang So's breast pocket and squeaked softly. Hyun happily hugged the little animal. Kang So said that the name of this underground rat was Kurongi. The boy added that it seemed the owner had taken it with him on a mission to clear out monsters, and they had both been injured. Yu Song-tai asked what had happened. Kang So said that he found the rat's owner dead, and there was nothing that could be done, as it had been a long time since his death. Yu Song-tae was surprised. Had Kang So really gone to the dungeon? Kang So confirmed this. Yu Song-tae said that the portal would probably be cleared soon. Kang So said that he had already cleared the portal and then quietly slipped away. Yu Song-tae wondered, what class was Kang So really? Perhaps Class A or Class S, like the legendary hunter Li Xin? Our hero had the opportunity to interact with hunters when he worked as a porter. Except for the unrivaled hunter Li Xin, no one could enter the portal and clear it alone. However, Kang So does not radiate as powerful an aura as Li Xin. If Kang So is so good at hiding his aura, he must be the awakened Zero class that everyone is talking about. Hyun pinned a bow on Kurongi's head and showed it to her parents. Her father said that now the animal looked like a princess. Yu Song-tae wondered what he was worried about. Even if Kang So is an awakened Zero class, he is still his friend. Nothing bad will happen. You have to think only about the good things. Hyun, Yu Seong-tae, and Kang So decided to keep the dungeon rat for themselves, so they got scolded by Lim Soo-young. Kang So woke up in the morning and got out of bed. It was his day off and he was wondering what to do. Train or look for a job for a few hours. The girl said that Kang So was always working because he didn't know how to relax. Why was it so difficult for him to just relax? He needed to do what he wanted to do. It was silly to work when he should be resting. Kang So thought that she would say that to him right now. Our hero decided to examine his trophy. An imperceptible alien energy emanated from the crystal. The people of this civilization utilize the energy of these stones. Their energy is similar to the dark magic used by followers of the heavenly demon cult. This magic was forbidden in the magical community. The energy was obtained through human sacrifices. Our hero decided that he could not keep this dangerous object. For now, he decided to seal its energy. Yu Song-tae was already up, but he noticed that Kang So had woken up early. Kang So said that Yu Song-tae had also woken up early. Today is a day off. Is he really going to chop the ingredients anyway? Yu Sung-tae replied that he was a chef and should be responsible, and at least chop the onions for tomorrow. He asked what Kang So would do on his first day off. Yu Sung-tae suggested that the guy go to the library with Hyun. Kang So did just that, picking up the girl and going to the library. Looking around, the protagonist thought that there were places in this world where anyone could read valuable books. Hyun told her uncle that she wanted to look at books. Kang So told her not to run around the library and to come back as soon as she had chosen some interesting books. Our hero thought that this library was comfortable and had an incredible number of books. Hyun asked the library employee to give her the book she was interested in, a book of fairy tales. Kang So noticed that the girl was helping the young library employee. Kang So felt an unusual aura from this library employee. Perhaps he was also awakened. It was quite a strong aura for his age. Kang So didn't know what was going on in this guy's life, but it was clear that he was having a hard time. The library employee was not as strong as Jiyeon, but he had abilities. Why was he languishing in this insignificant position? Hyun asked the library employee if he was feeling unwell. The guy was surprised. Is it really that obvious? Hyun said that her uncle was also concerned about this man. The library employee was surprised. Why? The library employee looked at Hyun's companion and recognized him. He was the delivery man from Spring Pavilion. Kang So approached the library employee and was surprised. Do they know him? The library employee said that this guy is very popular on social media. He likes women and delivers in an instant, even though he is a foot courier. The library employee asked Kang So, "You're an awakened one, right? Can you tell me what class you are?" Kang So replied that he was class F. The young people started talking, and the library employee told his conversation partner about his life. Kang So realized that raids are only allowed from a certain age, and that's why this guy has to earn a living. The young man said that this is why he takes any job he can get. He also volunteers at the library because he gets extra money for his scholarship. Kang So was surprised. Was there really no one who could help him with his abilities? The library employee said that his class is C. It's not a bad class, but it's not a good class either. That's why no one will sponsor him. The library employee added that, unlike Kang So, he did not have any special abilities. Because he was useless, his mother lived in poverty. Kang So said that class doesn't determine everything in life. After all, his interlocutor could raise his class. The librarian was surprised because that doesn't happen. Kang So asked if his interlocutor had tried to improve his class. He gives up without even trying. Doesn't he want to become stronger? The library employee said that of course he wanted to become stronger, but he didn't know how. Kang So said he could teach him. In return, our hero asked his interlocutor to find him information about a certain country. The library employee asked which country he was talking about. Kang So said he needed to learn about the OK dynasty. The library employee had never heard of this country before. He would try to find information about it. Kang So thought that if he had traveled through time, there should be information about the history of the OK dynasty. This logically explained why the magic of the OK dynasty and the magic of this time were so similar, even though they had different names. The librarian looked through the entire history book. None of the dynasties matched. The guy told his friend that he had already reviewed all the dynasties. However, there was no such dynasty as the OK. The library employee said with confidence that there was no mention of this dynasty in any history textbook. Kang So thought, Sun Ming Qing. These dynasties sound similar to their civilizations. However, he had never heard of them either. So, among the kingdoms of the past on this land, there had never been a period of the Ok dynasty. The library employee asked if his interlocutor was okay. Kang So replied that he was fine, just lost in thought. Kang So thanked the guy for his help and invited him to the Spring Pavilion restaurant. He promised to treat him to jjajangmyeon there. The librarian said that it was nothing and that he didn't need to thank him. Kang So thought that he had not received the information he had hoped for, but one thing was clear. He had not traveled through time, and he had not been bewitched by the magicians of the heavenly demon sect. So how did he get here? Our hero recalled how the man had given the child a certain object and said that it was apparently a relic of his great-grandfather. The man added, "One day, the girl will need to find it, and then she will be able to return home." Kang So was surprised. What strange memories are these? But there was no need to rush. Someday, everything would become clear to him. Meanwhile, someone was walking past the restaurant. This stranger approached the motorcycle and decided to unscrew something in it to permanently discourage the owner from riding it. The stranger said that Sang-wook had asked him to do it, so he shouldn't be blamed for it. Kang So approached the stranger from behind and asked who this Sanuk was. The guy got scared, turned around, and asked who it was. Our hero said that you can't shout at such a late hour. The stranger repeated the question. Kang So replied that he was a delivery guy from Spring Pavilion. The guy realized that he was the new courier for this restaurant. He said that Sang-wook intended to make an offer to the owner of this establishment, so the courier should start looking for another job. The young man said that Mr. Sang-wook was making good money in the area and was tired of this successful restaurant. Kang So said that Mr. Sang-wook shouldn't worry about this restaurant. His conversation partner was surprised at where this guy's arrogance came from. The bully said that he would teach the courier a lesson and swung his fist to hit him. However, our hero grabbed his opponent's fist and twisted his arm. The hooligan was surprised. Why is this courier so strong? Kang So said that this guy himself would do well to come to his senses. Kang So slapped his opponent on the forehead, and he flew far back, rolling across the road. Kang So said that this guy could pass on a message to his stupid Sangwook. Kang So told the bully to tell Sangwook that he shouldn't mess with the Spring Pavilion restaurant. The frightened hooligan ran away, shouting along the way that he would deliver the message. The former courier of the Spring Pavilion wondered why he hadn't been called yet. The guy ran up to former courier San-wook and said that Don Man had returned. He was worth seeing. Sun Man, beaten up, barely made it to Sanuk. Sanuk was surprised. He had given this guy a chance, but he was back to his old ways. All he had to do was loosen the nuts on the motorcycle, but he came back like a beaten dog. Don Man knelt down and said that the new courier at that restaurant was not an easy person to deal with. It was the first time he had met such a monster. That courier told him not to even look at the Spring Pavilion, otherwise he would not let it go. Sang-wook angrily said that it was no surprise that the guy had been beaten up. Don Man, justifying himself, repeated that the courier was a real monster. Sanuk said that in that case, they would all go together and teach him a lesson. After all, it was high time they got some exercise. Sang-wook made a phone call and said that everyone needed to gather. They were going to go see this new courier. The courier arrived with the order and placed it in front of the customer. The customers were young men with bats in their hands. Taking the food out of the boxes, the courier asked where he could pick up the dishes later. The customer was surprised, wondering what dishes he was talking about. Nothing. Does this courier still not understand anything? One of the customers, flexing his fists, said they would have to use their fists. They said that this courier had beaten their Don Man badly. The customer kicked the boxes with the orders and said that this courier had greatly upset their boss. The courier asked the customer if he was the Don Man. Don Man, who was nearby, said that he had passed everything on to his boss. The leader of the instigators told the courier to talk less. The villain grabbed his helmet and said it was time to take it off. Kang So grabbed the bully's arm and said that he would not advise such a weakling to talk to stronger people in that manner. Kang So squeezed his opponent's arm hard and said that Don Man must have warned them. The bully screamed in pain, saying that his hand hurt very much. However, our hero did not let go of his hand. Kang So looked at his opponents and said that he would have to teach them all a good lesson. After a while, Kang So returned to the restaurant. Yu Xiongtai asked who had placed the morning order. Kang So replied that there were people who wanted to eat well in the morning. Kang So added that these people liked it and even washed the dishes themselves. Yu Xiong was surprised that even the plates were clean. Kang So said he had one question for Yu Xiongtai. Kang So asked if Yu Xiong knew a man named Gu Sang-wook and what his relationship to the restaurant was. Yu Xiong was surprised that the guy knew about this scoundrel. Yu Xiongtai said that this man was Kang So's courier. He constantly shirked his work and demanded a raise. Kang So said that he had a conflict because one of the customers was an acquaintance of his. Kang So added that they had behaved inappropriately, so he had to teach them a lesson. Yu Xiongtai was surprised. The restaurant manager thought that since his courier was so strong, he must have taught them a lesson that was not so small. During the fight with our hero, one of the bullies told the others to attack him and teach him a lesson. However, our hero, using extra energy and his magical abilities, scattered the hooligans in different directions. Kang So did not take his eyes off Lem and approached Don Man and his associate. Don Man, frightened, told his boss that he had warned him that they would have problems if they came here. Kang So concentrated energy in the fingers of his hand. Kang So placed his fingers on his opponent's body and told him to repeat after him aloud. Kang So looked the bully straight in the eye and spoke words that the bully repeated exactly. The bully repeated that he would never again plot evil against the owners of the Spring Pavilion. After dealing with these villains, our hero asked if that meant they had another leader. Don Man asked if he was referring to Sang-wook. Don Man continued that Sanuk had said he would watch from the sidelines, but he did not know where Sanuk was. Sanuk, watching this from around the corner, thought he needed to get out of there quickly. After running a sufficient distance, Sang-wook thought that no one would catch up with him now. Suddenly, a courier wearing a helmet appeared in front of the villain and wondered why he was running so slowly. Sanuk said that the guy in the helmet scared him. San-wook was frightened and asked his opponent who he was and why he was attacking people for some harmless prank. If he was a gangster, then he would have to call the police. The courier said that someone was coming in the middle of the night and trying to disable his motorcycle. What other pranks did Sang-wook have in mind? Sang-wook was surprised and wondered what this courier could do to him. Kang-so said that diseased branches must be cut off before they infect the whole tree. Sang-wook got scared and yelled at his opponent not to come near him. Then he kept screaming out of fear for a long time. Yoo Seung-tae was preparing ingredients for a future meal at his restaurant. A message arrived on the smartphone lying on the table. The message was from Sang-wook. The scoundrel apologized to the restaurant manager for all the bad things he had done. Kang-so asked his friend if it was Sang-wook who sent him the message. Yoo Seung-tae confirmed that the scoundrel said he would no longer bother him. He would return to his village and work on a farm. Yoo Seung-tae was surprised at how his friend had managed to raise this scoundrel. Kang-so said he just talked to him. Yoo Seung-tae thought that he might be a scoundrel, but he was once part of the Spring Pavilion team. It was good that he had come to his senses. Ji-eun entered the room and greeted the young people. The director apologized for having to call her in on her day off. Yoo Seung-tae said that if Ji-eun hadn't agreed to help, they would have been in a panic. The girl replied that she had no plans for today. Yoo Seung-tae scratched the back of his head and said that they were short-handed. His wife and daughter had gone to an event at the kindergarten. Kang-so explained that today was tree planting day. Ji-eun said that her younger brother was also going to plant trees today as a charity event. Kang-so was surprised. Was her brother really interested in volunteering? Ji-eun added that he was just very kind. Ji-eun suggested they get to work without further discussion. She thought Kang-so was annoying her by constantly asking awkward questions. Yoo Seung-tae expressed his hope that Lim Soo-yeon and Ha-yoon would have a good time. He felt uncomfortable at home when no one was there, even a little lonely. Kang-so said that the squeaky rat had also been bored lately. Yoo Seung-tae said that new portals had been opening in the mountains lately. He hoped his family would be safe. Ji-eun noted that the Hunters Association was providing security at the festival, so there was no need to worry. The Sprout Kindergarten is also under the supervision of the association. Strong hunters are sent there to work, so even an A-class portal will not threaten the children. Yoo Seung-tae said that Ji-eun's words reassure him. The restaurant manager was surprised at how Ji-eun knew all this. He had worked as a porter for the association for a long time, but he didn't know about it. Ji-eun hinted that she couldn't talk about it, that it was a secret. A young man is riding in the back seat of a car on a highway. He expresses dissatisfaction that he is unable to enjoy his day off and the good weather. Why was he called in today of all days? The young man added that Ji-eun was supposed to attend the event. His colleague sitting next to him said that the young lady had urgent business to attend to and asked that the least useful person be sent to the event. The girl added that it was not difficult to guess that the young lady was talking about her interlocutor. She asked if he hoped that the young man knew that he was going to the event for a reason. The girl added that a certain important person would be attending the celebration. An influential person in the association. This is his chance to impress him. She was talking about the only master craftsman in the country who makes S-class artifacts. So coolly. The young man was surprised. Had he come here just to make an impression? The girl said that the master had a business meeting here. Had her interlocutor not read the additional materials that had been sent to him? The young man was surprised and asked what materials they were talking about. His companion said that if he continued in this vein, she would be forced to borrow the young lady. The companion asked her not to do so. The young man added that in that case, he needed Ji-eun to destroy him, both literally and figuratively. The girl said that the young man was exaggerating. The companion repeated that the guy had to make a good impression on Master So-chul today. The search for the awakened zero level was as important as establishing a relationship with the famous artifact master. The car stopped and the girl said they had arrived. Now it was time to greet the master. The guy was surprised. Could he just walk up to him like that? The young man got out of the car and approached the old man, greeting him and introducing himself. He was Kim Ho-in from the Red Dragon Guild. His father had told him a lot about So-chul. The old man asked if this guy was Hai-chul's son. The young man said that it was an honor to meet the elder. The old man extended his hand and said that he was pleased to meet him and invited the young man to enjoy himself at the event. So-chul asked him not to interfere with his conversation with his grandson. The young man thought that the rumors were true. The old man was quite an unpleasant person. The elder's assistant apologized to the young man and said that the master was not always prepared for such situations. His companion met the young man near the car and said that she had expected nothing else from him. The young man noted that his sister knew that this is exactly how it would be. Why did she send him? He was not surprised where his sister could have gone on such an important day, leaving all the responsibilities to her younger brother. The assistant said that the young lady had gone to talk to her idol. At that time, Jian was with Kang-so preparing food for the restaurant for the next day. Kang-so carved a small toy for the girl with a knife. He asked if she was upset that there was no spatula with a bunny on it. Our hero handed the girl a rabbit carved from wood and said that she would have her own bunny. Ha-yoon was delighted and said that her uncle was the best. After a while, Ha-yoon stood and cried bitterly. Ha-yoon was playing with her peers on the lawn. Her toy turned out to be broken. Her friend told the boys that she had warned them to be careful with the shovel. The boys apologized to Ha-yoon. Ha-yoon continued to cry because her uncle had made this rabbit for her. Now the rabbit was broken. Elder So-chul approached the children and asked the girl if she wanted him to fix her toy. So-chul asked if her grandfather could do it. The old man nodded affirmatively. So-chul added that her grandfather could do anything. He picked up the shovel to which the rabbit was attached and tried to fix the toy. The old man looked at the toy and thought it was an unusual piece of work. "I wonder who made it?" A young man approached them and said he had brought a scroll from the elder. The old man called Yoon-sik over and showed him the toy. He noted that it was very skillful work. The old man wondered if any of his students were capable of such delicate work. It would be difficult for him to replicate such a piece. The elder told the girl that her uncle must love her very much. Ha-yoon replied that she also loved her uncle very much. So-chul said that her uncle had tried very hard, so he would repair the toy. The old man exhaled magical energy, and it fell on the bunny attached to the handle of the shovel. So-chul gave the girl the toy and said that everything was fine now. Ha-yoon was delighted and thanked the grandfather. The young people watched from the sidelines as the elder interacted with the children. The guy said that this master needed a special approach. He added that he had an idea. He needed to tell his assistants to change their strategy regarding Master So-chul. Recently, Kang-so had gotten into the habit of going straight to the bakery to buy the delicious roll he first tried while training at the association when he received his isolationist allowance. Kang-so entered the bakery, greeted the owner from the doorway, and asked if they had any rolls today. The guy standing behind the cash register greeted the visitor. Kang-so walked around the counter and saw that the rolls were sold out. The salesman said that the rolls had already been bought up. The salesman smiled and added that he had set aside one portion especially for Kang-so. Kang-so was delighted and said that he was a kind man who often helped him out. The salesman reminded him that if all the rolls were eaten today, the leftovers should be put in the refrigerator overnight. Kang-so thanked the salesperson and headed for the exit. The salesperson said he would be happy to see the young man again next time. Leaving the store, our hero held the door open for a customer entering the store. The salesman greeted Misi. He said that today was a great day for a picnic. Kang-so watched the salesperson and the customer from a distance for a while. After bringing the roll home, Kang-so put it in the refrigerator first. The squeaky rat sat on his shoulder. Kang-so said that the squeaker had already eaten a piece of the roll. If she wanted more, he would have to wait until tomorrow, when they would eat it together at breakfast. At night, our hero slept peacefully in bed. The squeaker was also resting, lying near the pillow. At some point, a sound reached the squeaker's ears. The rat jumped off the bed and followed the direction from which the sound came. The rat saw an open refrigerator. Without much effort, it jumped onto the shelf where the box with the roll was. The squeaker was surprised. The box was empty. Instead of rolls, there were only crumbs. Kang-so approached the refrigerator and saw the empty box and the rat sitting nearby. In the morning, Kang-so told everyone the news about the roll and the rat. Yu Seong-tae was surprised. Did the squeaker really eat the whole roll? Kang-so said that the rat denied everything, but it was obvious who was to blame. The restaurant door opened, and a visitor appeared on the threshold. Yu Seong-tae got up from his seat and greeted the guest. Yu Seong-tae was surprised to see Hyuk Hyun-nim standing in front of him. He asked what brought him there. Hyuk said he came to have a beer and brought a roll with him. The guy added that he had a long and serious conversation ahead of him, so he brought a roll with him, a kind of bribe. Yu Seong-tae asked his companion what had happened to him. He looked distraught. The guest asked Yu Seong-tae how he confessed his love to his wife. The guy said that she often sits or hangs out at the bakery, and she is a beautiful and pleasant girl. He has been in love with her for 2 months. He doesn't know what to do if he confesses his love to her. He's afraid that Misi will start avoiding him. Hyuk even started crying. After all, he is not as handsome as Kang-so. How can someone like him ask a wonderful girl out on a date? The guest said he had made a mistake and put his head down on the table. Yu Seong-tae noticed that this was a reaction to drinking too much alcohol. What should he do with him now? He should go home and go to bed. Kang-so suggested putting the guy to bed in his room. Yu Xiongtai asked if that would be a problem for Kang So. Kang So replied that it wouldn't be a problem, as he owed the guy for always saving him a role. Hyuk slept in our hero's bed. Kang So sat nearby in the room, resting in the lotus position. Suddenly, the squeaker woke up and became strangely active. Kang So was surprised by what was happening. The squeaker jumped onto the floor and ran out of the room. Our hero followed her. Kang So approached the refrigerator and opened it. A little girl with wings on her back was sitting near a roll and devouring it. Kang So asked who she was and what she was doing there. The girl looked back and only then noticed the guy with the rat on his shoulder. In the morning, the adults placed the creature on the table and began to ask questions. So was she the one who stole the sweet roll from the refrigerator? The girl said her name was Du Sun. She apologized for her bad behavior. Yu Xiongtai was surprised how a flower fairy had appeared in their kitchen, since they are usually attracted to flowers or honey. Kang So asked what a flower fairy was. Yu Xiongtai explained that fairies are humanoid spirits that live in portals. With the appearance of portals, they began to settle in cities. Magical monsters were exterminated, but no one touched the fairies because they do not harm humans, and sometimes even help them. Therefore, they settled in protected cities. Kang So asked again, so are they creatures similar to their squeaky rat? Yu Xiongtai noted that sometimes there are bad fairies, but they still do not pose a serious danger. Kang So looked at the fairy and said he would forgive her this time, but she must never steal rolls again. The fairy said she was ashamed, but she wanted to eat, and for that, she was willing to work. Lim Soyoung wondered how a flower fairy could help in an Asian restaurant. Hyuk said that he could use this fairy. Yu Xiongtai said that it looked like they wanted to dump all the responsibility on the young man. Kang So suggested that he would train Hyuk, and in return, Hyuk would hire the fairy. Lim Soyoung was delighted and said it was a pretty good idea. A man in good shape definitely wins a woman's heart. Hyuk was delighted and asked Kang So to teach him everything. He had neglected his appearance for a long time, and it made him feel insecure. Kang So said it was about time. Finally, he would have someone to train with. Hyuk said he was ready to start anytime. Kang So promised that the two of them would have fun together. The young people were walking around the mall. Kang So said to Lim Soyoung that she had asked him not to tell Ha-yoon and Yusheng. Why did they come here then? Lim Soyoung said that it was her husband's birthday the day after tomorrow. Ji-eun replied that now everything was clear. Lim Soyoung added that she wanted to buy her husband a gift, but wasn't sure what to get him. Ji-eun said that the lady shouldn't worry, she would help. Ji-eun thought that she had never imagined such an opportunity, even with her friends. It was wonderful. Ji-eun thought that going shopping with Kang So would be quite interesting. Kang So thought that he still felt like he was on a date, even though Lim Soyoung was with them. Lim Soyoung asked Kang So once again not to say a word to her husband. They hid the gifts in his room. Ji-eun asked the lady what gift she wanted to give her husband. Lim Soyoung said she was thinking of buying him shoes, but she wasn't sure if he would wear them. Ji-eun suggested buying vitamins or supplements as a gift for her boss, since he has been very tired lately. Lim Soyoung liked this idea, thinking that Ji-eun knows more about gifts. Kang So asked Lim Soyoung if she would mind if he went shopping with the girls. The young man was advised to wear sunglasses and a cap, so that people would not notice how handsome he was. Ji-eun approached a stuffed toy and said that she thought Ha-yoon would like it. Kang So agreed with her. A siren sounded in the shopping center. An announcement was made asking all shoppers to remain where they were. Someone said that the illegals had appeared. Ji-eun explained that outlaws are awakened people who use their abilities to commit crimes. It turns out that not all awakened people have the same aura color. Our hero saw the criminal and thought that he had never seen an aura color like this person's before. This seems strange. The illegal ones must know that the security guards had activated a barrier around the shopping center, and no one could pass through it except those who would set it up. Kang So was surprised. If they knew, why commit crimes? Maybe they had some other plan. Ji-eun suggested that it could be a diversionary tactic. Perhaps they had other goals. Kang So asked his companion if there were magic stones stored in the basement of the building. Ji-eun suggested that such a large shopping center would surely have many Class A stones. Ji-eun said that security had everything under control. They would definitely figure it out. Lim Soyoung began to worry about what to do. It seemed they would be late to pick up their daughter from kindergarten. They couldn't get through to the woman either. There was no connection. Our hero realized that he had no choice. He would have to help them. Kang So told Ji-eun to stay with Lim Soyoung. Ji-eun warned the guy to be careful. Without wasting any time, the protagonist went down the service staircase to the lower floor. On the way, he saw security guards lying on the floor, bleeding profusely. What had happened here? Our hero used his inner energy to give first aid to the victims and save them from death, but they were all still in critical condition. Kang-so noticed that there were robbers in the next room. However, he only sensed a hostile aura from one man with a sword. Kang-so instantly entered the room and, using his unique abilities, deactivated all the criminals. Now he had no one to interrogate, but he would still find out what happened here from rumors. Our hero decided to leave the rest to the association. The latest news was being discussed in the shopping center. The people in black clothes were just distracting attention in order to steal the stones. The administrator told Yin Wuxi to detain those involved in the theft from the store. The administrator told 2 people to follow her, and so as not to waste time on the elevator, she jumped from the top floor straight down. Armed with knives, these people approached the room where the jewels were kept. They burst in, but what a surprise they got when they saw that all the robbers had been deactivated and were lying unconscious. What had happened here? Who had dealt with these robbers? Kang-so told his friend that today was his birthday, but Yu Seong-tae was still busy with work. The restaurant manager was surprised to hear that it was his birthday. Kang-so noted that for everyone around him, this day was not quite ordinary. His wife and daughter entered the room and wished Yu Seong-tae a happy birthday. Lim Soo-young was holding a birthday cake. Everyone, even the squeaky rat, congratulated Yu Seong-tae on his birthday. Ji-eun, Yuk, and the flower fairy also came to the party with gifts. Yu Seong-tae was very touched and even had tears in his eyes. The guests told him to light the candles quickly. A few days later, Yu Seong-tae approached the calendar and said that today was a holiday. Kang-so agreed and added that today was Children's Day. Yu Seong-tae noted that since it was a holiday, they would make good money today. Our hero said that he had read that this day was dedicated to children. By the way, Ha-yoon is also a child. Yu Seong-tae said that he was going to take his daughter to a magic show after lunch. They would be busy until lunch, but how would they manage without Ji-eun today? Kang-so said that was why he had called in a replacement for her. At that moment, your young man arrived at the restaurant. Kang-so said he was just in time. Yu Seong-tae asked the young man for a guardian consent form and a medical certificate. The young man provided everything. Yu Seong-tae told the guy to wash his hands and start with the dishes. The new employee got to work. Yu Seong-tae noted that this guy works fast. You can tell right away that he's awake. The young man said that it doesn't come easily. He delivered newspapers every day, so he learned. Kang-so noted that even when you are awakened, you still need to practice your skills. At that moment, Yu Seong-tae thought of another employee, Ji-eun. Ji-eun is an awakened G-class, but she is much more agile than this C-class boy. The girl was riding in the backseat of the car. The assistant said that the young lady would be there soon. The assistant added that as soon as they got out, the young lady should first greet the president, then the chairman of the association, and then talk to the other executive directors of the guild. The girl said she understood everything and asked about her father. The assistant said that the young lady's father had promised to pay a short visit. Apparently, he was very busy. The girl asked why she had to be at the corporate party today. Today is Children's Day. And why does she need this dark and flashy makeup and red suit? The assistant said that the color red symbolizes their Red Dragon Guild. She just needs to be patient. Their guild should be a role model and an inspiration for children. The girl wondered what aspirations they were talking about. They could barely cope with each new portal. However, this country owes its prosperity and security to them. The world is constantly balancing on the edge of an abyss. The assistant told the young lady not to forget her status. She is the most beautiful and representative face of the guild, the Red Flame Witch. It was only natural for someone awakened from a good upper-class family to be as beautiful as the young lady. There was no need to be ashamed of it. The girl thought that she used to want to look older so that she would not be looked down upon because of her age. Now this striking makeup has become part of her image. The assistant inquired about the young lady's hobby of playing a lower-class person. The young lady replied that she was working undercover to protect civilians in case of emergencies. Her companion said she was glad that the young lady had a favorite pastime, an outlet besides her work and guild affairs. The car arrived at its destination and stopped. The girl got out of the car and thought that it had been a long time since she had been in her role as a hunter. At the amusement fair, a companion approached our hero and drew his attention to one of the attractions. It was a dart-throwing attraction. Kang-so was surprised. What was this? Were assassins training in broad daylight? Ha-yoon explained that it was just a game. Kang-so understood. These were the very entertainment games that people of this civilization loved. The guy explained that points were awarded for each ball that burst. Ha-yun pointed to a teddy bear and said it was the biggest prize. The toy was wrapped in festive wrapping paper and looked very beautiful. Kangso asked the girl if she wanted a teddy bear like that. Ha-yun replied that if she had a teddy bear like that, she would be very happy and wouldn't even want sweets. After thinking for a moment, the girl said that she still wanted sweets and different kinds of chocolate. Kangso suggested that the guy try to win the bear and make friends with Ha-yun at the same time. The guy said he would gladly try, but he had been awakened with a rather useless ability: explosion. Kangso asked what kind of ability it was. It wasn't very powerful for an S-class. He could cause a small explosion, enough to temporarily blind and distract a monster. In everyday life, this ability has no use. Kangso told his companion to try to do as he said. Everything should work out for the young man. Kangso bought 3 darts for throwing at balls. The guy thought about how he could hit a 100-point ball with all 3 darts in one throw. After all, it was impossible. Kangso told his companion to stand firmly and tense his core muscles. If he was unstable when throwing, the center of gravity of the thrown weapon would be off. He needed to relax his shoulders and wrists and aim a little higher. The most important thing was to concentrate. The young man concentrated and took aim. The task was completed. The balloon burst and the boy earned 100 points. The young man was delighted and Kangso praised him. Ha-yun was also happy. Ha-yun carried the coveted prize in her hands, a teddy bear. An announcement was made over the loudspeaker that the show of the mighty wizard Wukangkyul was about to begin. Ha-yun told her uncle that the illusion was about to begin and they needed to hurry. The young people hurried after the girl. Kangso told her to be careful and not to fall. At that moment, on the roof of the neighboring building, the villains took out their firearms. One of them was afraid that they were putting themselves in danger. The second said that in any case, the order must be carried out. They had no other choice. They themselves would be destroyed if they did not carry out the order and start shooting at people. Were the criminals afraid of what would happen if they were caught? His accomplice said there was nothing to fear. They had this thing, he said, pointing to the glowing ring on his finger. Even if powerful awakened seekers searched for them, they would not be found. Their only goal was the blood flower. The criminals took aim, searching for a target to destroy. They were ordered to destroy the bloody flower. The real name of the bloody flower was Kim Ji-eun, the witch of the red flame. She must die. Ha-yun called the adults, saying she had found a good spot. Kangso thought that from there, they would be able to see the levitation tricks up close. Kangso thought that he himself knew how to levitate. The young man said that his favorite trick was when a person was cut in half and then put back together again. Kangso wondered if such tricks existed in this world too. When a magician cuts a body in half and then puts it back together again? The guy added that even when you know it's a trick, it looks very convincing. Our hero looked back. He thought he sensed a familiar aura. Could it be Ji-eun? Kangso saw a girl in red in the VIP box from whom this strong aura emanated. Kangso asked who was sitting there. His companion said that those were VIP seats. Kangso asked, "So this woman is an important person?" The guy looked and was surprised. "It's the Black Rose." The guy added that in this country, if someone doesn't know this girl, they're probably a spy. In the future, she is expected to become the leader of the Red Dragon Guild. Kangso thought that this girl must be a very strong hunter if she is so popular. His companion said that she is the best hunter in the Red Dragon Guild. It is one of the 3 major guilds. Our hero thought, Ji-eun is a high-class girl. Ji-eun noticed her colleague and immediately began to hide from him. She wondered why these people from the Spring Pavilion were here now. However, she enjoyed looking at Kangso. Kangso thought that Ji-eun probably had reasons to hide her identity. The host announced that the great show, Illusion, was about to begin. The magician came on stage and released doves from his hat. The magician performed miracles, and various figures flew around him on stage. Kangso watched as the magician moved objects without using magic. Suddenly, our hero sensed danger approaching. A bullet fired from a sniper rifle appeared in the air. Kangso reacted lightning fast. Using his energy abilities, he deflected the bullet from its intended trajectory. The bullet hit the protective barrier and left a crack. The guards were surprised. What happened? One of the guards reported that a bullet charged with aura had been fired. Security realized that a sniper was at work. Several more bullets were fired at the target. An order was given to increase the power of the protective shield. It was necessary to protect the lady. It was clear that bullets charged with aura could penetrate the protective shield. They had to be stopped somehow. What kind of bullets were these if they could penetrate the strongest energy shield? The security officer wondered who was capable of such a thing and why they were shooting. Ji-Yun jumped up from her seat and began to use her inner reserves to strengthen the energy shield. The security guard was confused. What was Black Rose doing? Ji-Yun asked the man why he was sitting there. Wasn't he going to look for the criminal? Black Rose wondered what was happening to her friends at the Spring Pavilion restaurant. Security service representatives began evacuating civilians. Using identification marks, they directed the flow of people in the right direction. Lim So-yoon told her daughter not to be afraid, because her mother was right there with her. Ha-yoon cried and said that her teddy bear had been injured. The protagonist thought that Ha-yoon was crying because of the snipers. He would find those scoundrels and make them pay for it. Kang-so told his friends that he needed to step away for a moment. It seemed that the danger had passed. Using his unique abilities, our hero quickly figured out the sniper's location and, climbing onto the roof, approached them. One of the snipers was upset that his colleague had missed. After all, he was supposed to take out the red fox with one shot. His colleague said that he had aimed precisely at the head, but the bullet had ricocheted off something. Kang-so quietly approached the snipers from behind. One of the snipers suggested shooting a civilian to cause panic and then slip away under the cover of chaos. Kang-so was outraged when he heard this. Were they really going to shoot innocent people? Kang-so decided that these two were scoundrels and thought it would be appropriate to return their own bullets to them. Giving the ammunition the necessary acceleration, our hero sent the bullets straight at the snipers. The villains were wounded and, bleeding profusely, fell onto the roof. Kang-so approached them. Kang-so was angry. Not only were they making Ha-yoon cry, but they were also going to shoot at innocent people. One of the villains saw Kang-so and said that he didn't know who this guy was, but he would not be forgiven for this. Kang-so wondered who this sniper was threatening him. Who would not be forgiven? Kang-so thought that the hunters from the association would deal with these criminals. In order not to attract attention and not to leave his friends for long, the protagonist jumped off the roof of this high-rise building and headed for Ha-yoon to calm her down. At the kindergarten, the children were drawing something with interest, asking the teacher for help. After receiving information on her smartphone, the alarmed teacher said that she would return to the children soon, but she needed to leave for a short while. The girl answered the call and said that Ghost Sora was on the line. After listening to the caller, the teacher said she understood everything. It could very well be an attempt by illegal immigrants. The children needed extra security. The girl was thanked for taking on this task, even though it was a job for the inspection department. The children left the room and called for Miss Go. The teacher said she was on her way back. Ghost Sora apologized and told the caller that she would call back later. Ghost Sora returned to the children, apologized for leaving, and asked if they knew what day tomorrow was. The children raised their hands and said that tomorrow was Parents' Day. The teacher praised the children and said that today they would be making paper carnations for this occasion. They wanted to express their gratitude to their parents. Ghost Sora approached Ha-yoon and thanked the girl. She asked who the flowers were for. Ha-yoon replied that they were gifts for her parents. All the children immediately began to talk about who their paper flowers were for. Ghost Sora approached the boy, Jung-hoon, and said that he had also made a very beautiful carnation. The children asked if Jung-hoon had anyone to give gifts to. The children asked the teacher if it was true that Jung-hoon had no one to give carnations to because he had no parents and lived with his aunt. Some children said they didn't want to be friends with Jung-hoon. Jung-hoon sat at the table feeling sad. The teacher tried to cheer him up. Ha-yoon said that the boys who didn't play with Jung-hoon were bad. The girl asked if they didn't have parents. How would they feel if they were asked questions about who they were making carnations for? The other children replied that they didn't want to be without parents. Ha-yoon asked if they now saw how bad it was, so why did they ask Jung-hoon such questions? Ghost Sora asked the children what they should do when they did something bad. The boys replied that they should apologize. The teacher told the children to apologize to Jung-hoon and never say such things again. Jung-hoon sat there upset, tears welling up in his eyes. Ha-yoon approached the boy and told him to stop crying and continue making carnations with her. Jung-hoon said he would give the carnation to his aunt. Ha-yoon smiled and assured him that his aunt would love the gift. The girl was walking down the hallway with documents in her hands. She was deep in thought. She thought about the guild leader, Kim Chae-ho, awakened to Class A. He appeared in the era of chaos. A master of the magic sword and fire magic, he was one of the great warriors who won the war against the monsters. It was the greatest guild in the country, but this man frightened her. The girl decided that today she had to do without mistakes. Knocking on the door, she heard someone on the other side say she could come in. The girl entered the office and greeted the leader. The man was sitting at his desk. The assistant said she would read the schedule for today to the leader. The leader asked how the investigation into the attack on his daughter using aura-charged ammunition was progressing. The girl replied that the Silver Tower group was currently under suspicion, but there was no news yet. The man slammed his fist on the table and demanded that the perpetrators be found at all costs and as quickly as possible. It was imperative to find the person who had dared to attempt to take his daughter's life. The girl assured him that everything would be done and added that she had brought the requested materials on the Spring Pavilion restaurant. After studying the documents, the man asked if this was really the restaurant owner. The girl confirmed that it was Yu Seong-tae, who had once been her friend and helped her explore the underground. He was a talented chef. The assistant asked what the boss wanted to do with him. The man added that after his wife's death, his daughter lived only for revenge. This was the first time she had been interested in anything else. Moreover, he has a good relationship with the restaurant owner, so they should be kept under surveillance and left alone. When the leader was left alone in his office, he leaned over to his safe. The man took a child's toy out of the safe. It was the first carnation from Ji-eun. When he looks at this thing, all his fatigue and irritation simply melt away. He hopes that his daughter will one day start smiling as often as she did when she was a child. In the morning, before the restaurant opened, the former library employee met Kang So, who was cleaning the surrounding area. Kang So told the young man that he had come earlier than usual. The guy said that thanks to Kang So's training, he had learned to deliver the same number of newspapers in less time. Kang So was surprised to hear about this training. Everything had been achieved through the guy's own efforts. He had only given advice. The young man said that he had been feeling depressed for a long time and thought that his life would be like this until the end, ordinary and boring. But thanks to Kang So, he felt that he could achieve anything. The guy assumed that he would not be able to advance in class, but he did not imagine that the dart-throwing technique he was taught would develop his ability so much. Kang So was surprised by what he was talking about. His interlocutor explained that the dart-throwing technique had been very useful to him. Kang So said he meant something else. The guy was repeating for the second time that he would stay with the class forever. Why? The young man asked. Wasn't it obvious? The chances of a person experiencing a second awakening were practically zero. Even if one survives a second awakening, there is no guarantee that the class will increase. Kang So thought this guy was wrong. Awakening is just the beginning. Our hero wondered, don't the people of this civilization understand this? Kang So asked the young man what breathing techniques he knew. His interlocutor was surprised and asked, "What is that?" Kang So realized that the awakened ones of this world did not know what this technique was for. That was why they had such poor control over their energy. The young man said he still had some newspapers to deliver, so he was leaving. The two said goodbye. Yu Seong-tae asked Kang So what was bothering him. Kang So wondered what his friend would do if he knew the secret to making all the awakened ones much stronger. Yu Seong-tae replied that he would share the secret with them. Kang So asked if he would expect anything in return. Yu Seong-tae replied that if his home and family were protected by even stronger awakened ones, that would be enough for him. Yu Seong-tae added, what good would this secret do him alone? It would be better to tell them because he himself was not capable of protecting this civilization. He wanted his daughter to live in a safe world. Kang So replied that now everything was clear. His friend suggested that he calm down and drink some cola. Kang So thought that he lived quietly undercover because he didn't want to cause turmoil in this world. In that case, if he shared the secret with this world, there would be more order in it, which is exactly what he wanted. He decided to develop a breathing technique for the awakened. Our hero worked hard. He didn't sleep for 2 nights and finally finished the necessary program. Thanks to this technique, the awakened will be able to concentrate the aura in their bodies and not lose it. Kang So named his technique the method of a pure and righteous heart. The only thing left was to find a way to spread it. Kang So asked Ji-eun what the president of the Hunters Association was like, what kind of person he was. The girl replied that he was a great man whose name would go down in history. Frankly speaking, if it weren't for him, this country would not exist today. He was the one who deserved his position more than anyone else. He was always there when his help was most needed. Kang So thought that this was exactly the person he needed. Fair, doomed by power, this is the kind of person who can take responsibility for distributing his manuscript. Kang So thought that if everything Ji-eun said about him was true, then he was trustworthy and could be entrusted with this precious secret. Our hero decided that now was the perfect time to take a walk. The guild leader, accompanied by security personnel, followed in the specified direction. The president approached the guards, who immediately greeted him. The first thing the guild leader did when he arrived at work was to order a cup of coffee from his assistant. The president saw an unfamiliar manuscript on his desk, which naturally piqued his interest. What could it be? The Method of a Pure and Righteous Heart. Could it be a novel about martial arts? The assistant brought the president a cup of aromatic coffee. The boss asked if the assistant knew what the manuscript was. The assistant looked at the notebook and told the president that he did not have that information. It seemed to be something related to martial arts. The boss smiled and said that in such books, there is always a hero who finds an ancient manuscript on martial arts and becomes stronger. If reading books gave you such abilities, it would be just wonderful. However, something about this manuscript definitely interested the guildmaster. The handwriting was not very beautiful, but it was energetic. The notebook stated that this method of pure and righteous heart was intended to concentrate the awakening of the aura in one's body. This information greatly interested the head of the guild. The method involves strengthening the connection between the dantian and the energy core. This allows a person to use their aura without unnecessary loss, which will make the awakened much more effective in battle. Those who study this method will understand that the modern class system of awakened ones is not decisive, but only the beginning of human development. The guild leader thought that the author of the method, who had a pure and righteous heart, was sharing it with humanity free of charge, and only hoped that this method would be used solely for the purposes of peace and security. Scientists around the world are conducting research on the possibility of raising the level of the awakened. However, no one has found the answer yet, and all research has been in vain. The guild leader wondered, who could have written something so grand? The method is written very convincingly, one might even say at a very high level. But who brought this notebook here, and for what purpose? On a blank page of the notebook, the man saw an unusual symbol. It couldn't be. This was the only trace of an awakened zero level they had found. Perhaps he was the author of the method? If so, there was no doubt about the effectiveness of the method and the good intentions of its author. The guild leader thought that this method would not cause him any personal trouble. The man had no objections to everything being as the author of this manuscript wanted. Even Li Xin had problems in the field of energy conservation. The president was curious to see Li Xin's reaction when he read about this method. He must contact him. The young man came to the guild president's office and asked what was going on. After all, the president knows how much he dislikes leaving the house. The man suggested that the young man read the manuscript. He thought it contained the answers that his interlocutor had been looking for a long time. Li Xin asked where the president got this worn-out notebook. After reading a few lines, Li Xin was very surprised. What was this? The president smiled and replied that he had been waiting for that expression. Now he could say with certainty that his day had been a success. Li Xin repeated his question. What is it? The man replied, can't you see? The method of a pure and righteous heart. The president added that his interlocutor had flown abroad several times to meet with awakened zero-class individuals and asked them how they coped with their violent energy. Li Xin said that this was indeed the case, but he only received useless answers. For example, to experience reawakening and be reborn in the zero class. Li Xin said that this was very similar to the real solution to the energy problem. Where did the guild leader get this from? The man replied that it was a gift from the only awakened zero class in the country. When he came to work, this notebook was lying on the table, and it was unclear how it got there. Even the cameras didn't capture anyone. Li Xin asked if he could be the first to study this method. The president said that was why he had been summoned. Even if there were any side effects, he would be able to overcome them with his S-class abilities. Li Xin left the president's office with the notebook and wondered who he was. The first awakened zero class in this country. Li Xin strolled leisurely along the embankment and pondered the pressing matters at hand. The weather was beautiful, and Li Xin sat down on a bench to rest. Looking up, he decided that the sky was very clear now. How long had it been since he left the house? How long had it been since he basked in the sun, as carefree as he was now? People paid attention to the man with a sword in his hand who had defeated the monster. They said he was a hero. People enthusiastically welcomed the new S-class hero who had appeared as if by miracle. The hopes of the entire nation were pinned on him. Li Xin was the man who closed the S-class portal. However, his comrades were destroyed, and he began to fear his own power. Since then, he has lived in constant struggle with his power. The more he tries to control it, the more it spirals out of control, making him increasingly lonely. Although thanks to him, many people were able to return to a peaceful life. Li Xin continued to look at the sky. He continued to live, and it was not easy for him to cope with his superpower. Li Xin understood that he still hadn't mastered the method perfectly. He mustn't relax. Li Xin hated his own power for a long time. However, thanks to mastering the method of a pure and righteous heart, he was able to overcome it and break through the zero-class barrier. The awakened zero class who wrote this method was truly his benefactor. Li Xin noticed the people sitting nearby. They were delighted that their food had been delivered in literally 5 minutes. Did this courier have an ability related to speed? He was clearly no less than Class B. The courier in a motorcycle helmet delivered food from the Spring Pavilion restaurant to the young people. The delivery included a small portion of gabaju, 3 jjajangmyeon, and 1 jampong. The customer said they hadn't ordered fried dumplings. The courier said it was a gift from the restaurant and wished the young people bon appétit. Li Xin watched the courier with interest. Li Xin heard the name of the restaurant and after finding it on his navigator, decided that it was not far away. Li Xin decided to visit this restaurant. Our hero was told that he had been on top form today and was offered a glass of water to cool down. Ji-eun, watching Kang-so drink water, asked, "Is something wrong?" Kang-so replied that everything was fine with the water. However, he sensed the presence of a young man. He had felt his presence in the park. This guy had an incredibly strong aura. Li Xin entered the restaurant and greeted those present. The administrator asked if the visitor would be alone. Li Xin was surprised to see Ji-eun there. He asked what she was doing there. Yu Song-tai asked if she really knew Ji-eun. Yu Song-tai thought he had seen this young man somewhere before. Ji-eun said he was her cousin. She added that he had a standard face. Everyone said they had seen him somewhere before. She asked what her brother would like to order. Ji-eun added that he could eat quickly and go on his way. Li Xin said he would be happy to try the jjajangmyeon. Ji-eun approached the table where Li Xin was sitting and asked what he was doing there. Was he allowed to leave the house? If he had another uncontrollable energy attack, how would others react? Li Xin replied that it was in the past. Ji-eun asked how he had found a solution. The guy replied that Ji-eun would find out everything at the next training session at the association. Ji-eun asked Li Xin to keep his mouth shut around these people. They think she is a normal girl. Lim Soo-young brought the guy his order, jjajangmyeon, and added that since he was Ji-eun's relative, they made him a larger portion. The guy thanked the hostess. After trying the dark noodles, Li Xin concluded that it was a very tasty dish, and his eyes sparkled with happiness. Li Xin thought that even though the noodles were a little burnt in places, they were still very tasty. It had been so long since he had eaten such fresh and not overcooked jjajangmyeon. Li Xin was excited. He thought he would never experience such simple pleasures again. Suddenly, Li Xin had a vision. He imagined everyone in the restaurant lying unconscious in their own blood. Li Xin thought he had an emotional surge and his aura skyrocketed. Ji-eun approached the young man and said that if he had finished eating, he could leave quickly. Li Xin stared at Kang-so, who was taking orders from other customers. Li Xin couldn't understand what had just happened to him. When he came to his senses, he felt a great sense of relief. Li Xin thought the situation was dangerous. Although he had studied the method of a pure and righteous heart, he still had little experience. Kang-so thought how good it was that he was able to suppress the guy's energy with his own energy and time. Our hero was curious about who this guy was. He had studied the method of a pure and righteous heart so well, even though this method had only been released a few days ago. If he knew Ji-eun, then he must be someone important. Kang-so thought that this guy was a little clumsy, but he knew the theory well. It was an amazing talent. Maybe this was the only S-class in the whole country? Ji-eun asked Li Xin if he liked the food. She added that he should leave and never come back. The young man replied that he understood. Li Xin answered a phone call. He said he understood and reported to the chairman that he would be there soon. Ji-eun became concerned. What happened? Li Xin told the girl that the chairman was calling him to a meeting. Ji-eun replied that he should hurry. The young people said goodbye, and Ji-eun noted that they would meet again soon, but not here. When Li Xin left, Ji-eun breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this guy might give her away. Ji-eun turned around and saw Kang-so standing in front of her. She said that he was her cousin, Honest. Kang-so replied that he understood everything. Arriving at the guild leader's office, Li Xin asked why the boss had summoned him. The president asked if the young man had already studied this method. Li Xin replied that he had, and the effects were simply dizzying. The guild leader noticed that the young man was not enthusiastic. Perhaps there was something negative about this method? Li Xin replied that at first he was enthusiastic, but after careful study, it suddenly became clear to him that if this method were made available to the masses, it would cause chaos. The president said that when he realized that this was a real working method, he thought so too. But there was something he feared more than the side effects. The president asked if Li Xin was concerned about the motives of the author of this method. The guild leader added that, like his interlocutor, he was wary of this person. Not just afraid, but a feeling of both fear and respect. Li Xin wondered what were the motives of the awakened Zero class. In the office, a young man brought a cup of coffee and offered it to his sister. She must be tired. The girl thanked him for the coffee. The guy asked if she was overworking again, probably a lot of work to do. His colleague replied that illegal activities had become too active lately. Her conversation partner said he agreed with her. He had heard that the bomber had also become more active. The girl noted that because of this scoundrel, investigators were almost dying of stress at work. The support department was under enormous pressure because of the attack on the Black Rose. She asked her colleague if he wasn't just as busy at work right now. Had he really just come in to get a cup of coffee? The guy replied that he had something for her and asked if she was free next Thursday evening. The guy said he had managed to get some tickets to the ballet, The Golden Star. He wanted to go with her if she could. The girl winked and said that the ballet sounded very tempting. Did he want to go there with some other girl, but she refused? The girl added that she couldn't refuse if her younger brother asked her. Of course, she would go. The young man told his sister not to forget and to mark the event in her calendar. The girl took the calendar and said she would do as her younger brother asked. The guy thanked his sister and said he was going back to work. After drinking her coffee, the employee said that her thoughts seemed to have cleared up and thanked her brother for the drink. The following Thursday arrived. The family from the Spring Pavilion restaurant was also going to the ballet. Hyun asked her father and uncle if she was beautiful. The men expressed their admiration. Yoo Seung-tae said that Hyun was a real beauty. Kang So added that the girl was simply adorable. Lim So-young looked at her husband and said that he was dressed very smartly today. Yoo Seung-tae said that Kang So looked very well dressed. Hyun agreed, saying that her uncle looked like a star today. Kang So thanked him for the compliment. Yoo Seung-tae told his friend that he had a bad feeling. Kang So was surprised. Did he look bad? Lim So-young explained that they were worried about Kang So. He could attract unwanted attention with his dazzling appearance. Kang So thanked them again for the compliment. The young people went to see the ballet Golden Star together. Yoo Seung-tae thought that Kang So really did attract attention wherever he went. Our hero found the situation strange. Why did he feel the same dark energy in such a spacious and crowded room as he did in the dungeons? Kang So decided to find out the source of this energy. The guy noticed that the Black Rose had appeared here. She was wearing a red dress again. The Black Rose in a red dress seemed a little strange to him. Maybe the girl didn't want to attract attention. The Black Rose saw our hero in his suit and noted that he was quite attractive. The girl blushed with embarrassment. Kang So, of course, recognized Ji-yoon. Kang So wondered whether he should tell the girl that the source of the strange energy was illegal activities taking place somewhere nearby. But if he said that, how would he explain himself later? After all, the F class doesn't have that kind of intuition, and she would realize that he was a Zero class. However, he himself wasn't sure about anything yet. It was better to find out for sure. The young man and the girl were drinking alcohol. He said that insignificant people can have fun. It will be the last ticket in their lives. The girl said that she had brought Mr. Asmodeus an exclusive wine in honor of his holiday. The guy said that this was just what he needed. Blood red wine. Asmodeus asked his subordinates if everything was ready. They answered in the affirmative. Asmodeus said that in the second act, Clara would dance with the prince. That's when they would begin their enchanting performance. Finishing his wine, Asmodeus drew his sword from its sheath and said it was time to act. He added that everything was according to his will. Asmodeus and his assistant took their places on the helipad. He said that they would have an excellent view from there. They would see the concert hall take flight. Asmodeus heard someone behind him ask, "What do you mean, blow up?" Turning around, Asmodeus saw a stranger who greeted him. Asmodeus asked who he was. The stranger said he didn't want to spoil their mood, but hoped for their cooperation. Asmodeus was surprised. What was this madman talking about? Asmod added, "Does he even understand who he's standing in front of?" At the same time, the villain took a boxing stance. Kang So, who was the stranger, also took up a boxing stance. Kang So sent his opponent flying backward with a punch to the jaw. Asmodeus flew back and fell on his back. Our hero said that it seems to be the same in any world. Civilized conversation is taken for weakness, and one's own language carries people into the abyss. He added that his opponent should stop playing games and get up. Kang So was surprised. He hadn't hit him that hard, so why was his opponent so upset? Asmodeus became angry. Did this guy even know who he was dealing with? Kang So asked who this scoundrel was. His opponent said he was the great and mighty Asmodeus. Asmodeus was surprised. Why couldn't he see the stranger's face? Our hero had disguised himself using his inner energy. Kang So declared that he didn't care who was in front of him. Asmodeus had to admit why he needed to be in the concert hall. Asmodeus called his opponent a fool and added that he had ordered a bomb to be planted. Asmodeus laughed. The bomb was planted in the building's supporting column. When it exploded, all these pathetic insects would die. Kang So turned to the girl. Was her subordinate telling the truth? Asmodeus was offended because he was this girl's boss. Kang So, addressing Asmodeus' companion, said that perhaps it was time to end this charade. The girl noticed that this guy had great intuition. The girl approached Asmodeus and said that she was tired of playing the secretary. Maybe it was time to end this. Asmodeus was indignant. What was she talking about? The girl punched her companion in the chest, piercing his body through and through. Asmodeus's companion pulled her bloody hand out of the guy's chest and took his sword. She said that this artifact and even the name Asmodeus were not for him. Asmodeus was surprised. How dare she? Asmodeus could no longer stand and fell to the ground. The girl said that now he could sleep peacefully. Kang So asked the girl holding the sword, "Who is she?" The girl replied that she was the real Asmodeus, not this fool. Kang So said that in that case it was her business and attacked his opponent. Our hero's hand passed through the girl's body like through fog. Kang So thought it was illusion magic. Asmodeus said that this guy was very fast. The girl was invulnerable. Kang So asked if she was human or what. Asmodeus shook her head. How could you ask girls such questions? The stranger replied that she kept her name a secret. Maybe next time she would introduce herself to him. The girl said that because of this guy she might miss a great show, but this time she would forgive him because he was her type. The girl turned around and began to walk away, saying that they would see each other again. However, she couldn't disappear. The portal opened by her artifact began to distort for some reason. Kang So used his abilities to close the portal. He asked the girl if she really thought he would let her go so easily. Kang So approached the stranger and said that she had an interesting ability to cut through space, but he had an answer for that. He would simply sew up the space. The girl didn't believe that such a thing was possible. Asmodeus thought that this guy could be dangerous to her. Asmodeus decided that she needed to take on a disembodied form and disappear. Kang So asked how many more times she was going to dodge. Our hero attacked his opponent, striking her with intense blows from his fists. The girl thought that this was bad. Even in her incorporeal form, she could feel his blows. Besides, the time for using this skill would soon expire. Asmodeus began to reappear. The time had already expired. If only she were at least one class higher. Kang So kicked the girl right in the chest. She flew far back and fell on her back. Kang So saw that his opponent had black blood. He knew she wasn't human. She must be a demon in the form of a woman. Asmodeus thought it was a disaster. She couldn't escape from her opponent. Kneeling on the ground, the girl thought, would she really have to resort to that method? Kang So asked his opponent who she was. Her aura was very unusual. Asmodeus wondered if she told him, would he spare her? Kang So was surprised. Was she really asking him for mercy? Asmodeus said she wasn't asking for mercy. Asmodeus drew his sword from its sheath. The girl swung and pierced her chest with the sword. Black blood spurted everywhere. Kang So calmly said that he did not expect her to choose to destroy herself rather than reveal who she was. The girl smiled mysteriously. Perhaps he misunderstood what was happening. Dark, negative energy began to spread everywhere, emanating from her wound. Asmodeus said goodbye once again and said she hoped never to see this handsome man again. Our hero did not know that such an ability existed. He should have suppressed it and then questioned her. The girl's companion rose and, bleeding profusely, said that she had betrayed him and that he would take revenge. Kang So told him to share their plan and then he would take revenge on her for this guy. The villain said that the bomb would detonate during Clara and the prince's dance. There is a pyrokinetic among the audience. Kang So was already thinking about a plan of action. He realized that he needed to get into the auditorium immediately. The performance had already begun. The ballet on stage was in full swing. Among the audience were Yu Xiongtai and his family. Hayun said it was very beautiful. Lim Soo-young said that next would be the Waltz of the Flowers. And then the most interesting part, the dance of Clara and the prince. Li Xin, accompanied by security, surveyed the perimeter. He knew that the next act would be Clara and the prince's dance. Li Xin thought that the person who had broken into his office was definitely a zero rank. He left a message saying there were illegal people in the Myeongsan concert hall and disappeared. The guild leader said he didn't know how this person knew, but most likely there were people like that. The president ordered Li Xin to take a squad of law enforcement officers and go there. There shouldn't be any particular problems. Li Xin could indeed sense the aura. Judging by the blueprints, it was coming from the technical floor. Li Xin told the law enforcement officers that they had to evacuate the civilians first. Li Xin took some of the law enforcement officers with him and proceeded to the basement. The rest of the law enforcement officers were busy with the urgent evacuation of the auditorium. Li Xin thought that the director of the association had given them the building plan, which greatly expedited the search. Li Xin saw a man standing off to the side and thought he had a suspicious aura about him. The man approached Li Xin and said that entry was prohibited. They had to leave the area no matter who they were. Li Xin thought that the entrance was forbidden only to him and swung his fist. The ensuing blow threw the man far back, and he broke through the door and flew into the next room. Li Xin entered the forbidden room and, seeing strangers there, said he had a warrant for their arrest. After a while, with the help of security personnel, the strangers were deactivated and knocked to the floor. Kang So thought that there were no problems with these people. Li Xin was surprised by the fact that one of the arrested men was smiling strangely. Li Xin asked what he was up to. Li Xin grabbed the guy by the chest and told him to confess. What else were they hiding? The stranger was surprised. Can I smile? Li Xin decided to take tougher action and use force. He grabbed the stranger by the chest and said he wouldn't ask 3 times. The arrested man was frightened and said that everything was in the concert hall. There is a bomber among the audience in the concert hall. This information greatly alarmed Li Xin. The evacuation of the concert hall was in full swing. The audience was asked to hurry. A group of illegal immigrants had been found in the building. It was necessary to leave the building without causing unnecessary panic. Yu Xiongtae's family was still in the hall. Ha Yun, sitting on her father's shoulders, asked where Uncle Kang So was. Was he okay? Suddenly, one of the audience members stood up in the middle of the hall and said that they had realized too late. He would sacrifice his blood in despair to the Great One. There was a powerful explosion in the hall. It was clear that this was a suicide bomber, and an illegal one at that. The next moment, our hero appeared near Yu Xiongtae's family and apologized for being late. Yu Xiongtae asked where Kang So had been for so long. Armed men appeared at the doors and said they would not let anyone out. The audience must accept that they will become victims of the Great One. The law enforcement officers outside couldn't open the door. It was clear that the doors were locked from the inside. Li Xin kicked the door open with a powerful blow and entered. He told the criminals that their colleagues in the basement had been arrested. They must stop resisting and surrender. Spectators recognized this man. They said it was Li Xin, an S-class hunter. One of the criminals, holding explosives in his hand, said that he would not surrender and would take Li Xin with him. The villains shouted that he was a second-generation pyromancer. Everyone present would die in the glory of the Great One. The criminal began to ignite. Li Xin thought that this pyromancer had completely lost his mind. This was serious, and he would not be able to contain the force of the explosion. Even if the villain was destroyed, he would have time to ignite the spark, and detonation would occur. Suddenly, a source of energy appeared nearby. Li Xin thought that this strange but somehow familiar energy enveloped the bomber. This was done in order to stop the force of the explosion in case of detonation. This energy extinguished all the criminals' flames as if nothing had happened. The pyromancer threw the explosives on the floor and burst into flames again, screaming loudly. Li Xin managed to fly over and catch the explosives before they hit the floor. At that moment, he thought that the pyromancer had blown himself up with his own power. Li Xin held the explosives in his hands. Thanks to his reaction and resourcefulness, the explosion was avoided. A security representative checked the bomber and said that he could still be saved. However, he was barely breathing and needed urgent resuscitation. At that moment, a healer from the Silver Tower appeared. He introduced himself and said that the bomber should be handed over to him. The healer leaned over the villain and began to perform resuscitation procedures. Li Xin watched calmly. Li Xin saw one of the spectators in a beautiful suit give him a thumbs up. Li Xin understood everything. This man had the same aura that had stopped his uncontrollable outburst of power in the restaurant. Ha Yun cried on the theater steps. She wanted to see Clara's dance. Dancers from the ballet troupe were standing next to the audience. Clara approached the girl and asked if the little princess wanted to see her dance. Hayun was delighted and said that of course she would. Clara took the prince by the arm and said that in that case, they would dance for the girl. The audience watched with interest as Clara and the prince danced their dance in the square in front of the theater. Instead of spotlights, there was the moon, and instead of a stage, there were streets. The audience was delighted. The Shining Stars ensemble delighted their audience as never before. That night, Li Xin approached Kang So and asked him to be his teacher. Our hero looked at his opponent and thought that he was in for trouble. Just before closing time, a young man entered the restaurant. He was warned that the restaurant was already closing. Kang So knew that sooner or later this guy would come here, but so soon. Li Xin turned to Kang So and called him his teacher. He asked, "Is the teacher really the one with 0 rank?" Kang So quietly said that this was not the place for such conversations. He knew of a safe place and suggested meeting there at the same time tomorrow. Kang So apologized to Li Xin for distracting him from his work. Li Xin replied that he was willing to devote all his time to these lessons. Li Xin thanked the teacher. Thanks to him, a terrible catastrophe had been prevented. Kang So asked why the young man called him teacher. Li Xin said that his interlocutor was not only a teacher, but also a savior. The method of a pure and righteous heart gave him back the opportunity to live like a human being. Li Xin apologized if he had been rude when the teacher came to his house. During that meeting, Li Xin asked who he was and how he found his house. The stranger said that a terrorist attack was being planned illegally at the Myeongsan concert hall. Hundreds of citizens could be killed. He understood that it was difficult for Li Xin to believe this, but he was telling the truth. Li Xin asked what evidence he had. Even if it was true, why did the stranger come to him? The stranger replied that only Li Xin, the only awakened 0 rank, could stop them. Li Xin was surprised. After all, no one knew that he had reached this level. The teacher must have sensed the aura emanating from him, purified by the method of a pure, righteous heart. Li Xin asked his interlocutor to take him as a disciple. Kang So asked why Li Xin needed this. The young man replied that he really needed to become even stronger. Kang So was surprised. He was already incredibly strong. Besides, where was he rushing to? With his method, he would continue to grow. Li Xin said that he had seen the teacher's methods yesterday and realized how far he was from being able to save people as effectively as the teacher. Li Xin stated that his family, friends, and colleagues lived in this city. If the country was in danger, then these people were too. Our hero thought that this guy had almost the same reasons to use his power as he did. He also wants to protect Yu Xiongtai and his family. Li Xin took Kang So by the hand and asked the teacher not to refuse him. Kang So thought, if he teaches this guy and he becomes stronger, maybe then he won't have to intervene so often. He will soon be able to become an assistant. Besides, if he becomes stronger, Yu Xiongtai's simple aspirations for safety in society could come true. Kang So asked how old Li Xin was. The guy replied that he was already 32 years old. Our hero was surprised. He was only 3 years younger and wanted to be a student. Somehow that didn't seem right. Kang So made another suggestion. Li Xin could study, but as a younger brother, not as a student. Li Xin agreed and bowed to his older brother. Kang So suggested meeting here every Tuesday and Thursday if it was convenient for his younger brother. Li Xin replied that such a schedule suited him. Kang So said that in that case, they would start right away. He was ready to teach his younger brother the techniques of the pure and righteous heart method. After training, Li Xin said it was incredible. When Kang So himself teaches him with such thoroughness, it's a completely different matter. He asked what they would do next. Kang So said he had heard that Li Xin was a master swordsman. Li Xin confirmed this. Kang So said that unfortunately, he did not have a sword to practice with. Li Xin said that if he needed a sword, he had one. Suddenly, a sword appeared in Li Xin's hands. Li Xin handed the sword to his older brother and said that it was his favorite sword, the Lord of the Wind. Kang So was surprised. Did his companion really pull this sword out of thin air? Li Xin replied that it was called inventory. Li Xin added that it was a common attribute of the awakened. Didn't his older brother have one? Kang So recalled that his teacher had talked about them in class. He knew it was too expensive and had forgotten about it. Li Xin said he would give his older brother such a sword. Li Xin explained that inventory is disguised on the body as a tattoo, and its size depends on a person's rank. Kang So asked what size Li Xin's equipment was. Li Xin replied that it was quite large. When he raised his rank to 0, the size increased to that of a 30-story building. Kang So asked if Li Xin could enter his inventory himself. His interlocutor replied that it was possible, It was something like a parallel dimension. However, the time spent in this dimension also depended on the person's level. The protagonist thanked his brother and said that it would be useful to him. Kang So said that now they could see Li Shin's sword skills. Li Shin picked up the sword and showed everything he was capable of. Kang So thought that this guy had a sense of rhythm in martial arts, but it wasn't very practical in combat. Kang So told Li Shin to stop, as he already understood everything. Kang So asked who had taught his brother. Li Shin replied that he had learned this art at the Hunter Academy, and it was called Til Mangom. Kang So said bluntly that this art wasn't bad, but it lacked effectiveness. He could teach his younger brother a much more practical martial art with a sword. Li Shin bowed and said that he humbled himself before Kang So and was ready to learn. Kang So said that he would teach his brother a technique called Sea Storm Sword. Li Shin was surprised by the name. Doesn't it sound too childish? Kang So replied that it sounded very cool. Kang So asked Li Shin for another sword if he had one. Kang So received the sword from his younger brother. Li Shin thought that even from the way he drew the sword, he could already feel its incredible power. Kang So announced Sword of the Sea Storm, Move 1. Kang So directed the energy of the sword at a huge rock in front of him. The rock was cut in two as if it were a piece of butter. Li Shin was surprised at how his older brother cut the rock and cut it very evenly. Li Shin clenched his fists and said it was incredible. Kang So noted that if you put energy into the sword at the moment of impact, you could cut through any material. Li Shin asked if Kang So had put energy into the strike. His older brother said he hadn't. Otherwise, the strike would have been so powerful that it would have created a crater. Li Shin said that it was incredible. Kang So asked what surprised him. Li Shin thought that their ranks were very different in terms of strength. He was far from his older brother. He had to try his best and learn. In the morning, while cleaning the area around the restaurant, Kang So thought that the broom handle was now much stronger and more comfortable. It was good that he had replaced the handle with a steel one. Looking up, our hero was surprised to see a bookstore nearby. Kang So saw Li Shin coming out of the bookstore. The guy greeted his older brother. Kang So was surprised. Was this his younger brother's store? Li Shin smiled. He had wanted to mention it earlier, but hadn't been able to find the right moment. Yu Xiongtai looked out of the restaurant and told Kang So to drop the broom and come in for breakfast. Yu Xiongtai saw Li Shin and was surprised. Was this the hunter? Li Shin greeted Yu Xiongtai and apologized for not coming earlier. He had opened a shop next door. Yu Xiongtai thanked the young man for recently saving his family. Li Shin said that he had opened a store next door and that now they would be friends as colleagues. Yu Xiongtai was surprised. The hunter was working in a store across the street from them. How did that happen? And in a bookstore, no less. Hayun looked out of the restaurant and called her father and uncle to come have breakfast. Hayun said she knew this uncle. He was from the bookstore. Li Shin waved to the girl and greeted her. Yu Xiongtai invited his new neighbor to join them for breakfast. Li Shin scratched the back of his head and said he felt uncomfortable imposing on them so early in the morning. Lim Soyoung also looked out of the restaurant and invited Li Shin to visit. She said they just needed to add one more set of cutlery. Breakfast was in full swing and everyone enjoyed the food. Lim Soyoung asked if their guests liked her food. Li Shin replied that everything was very tasty and that he was full. Yu Songti was glad that he had the opportunity to thank the hunter in this way. The restaurant owner once again thanked the guest for saving his family. Li Shin said that he was just doing his duty. He thought that it was not him who saved everyone, but his older brother. Yu Songtai was surprised that Li Shin referred to Kang So as his older brother. Li Shin replied that it just came naturally to him. Yu Songtae was surprised that Kang So had managed to become friends with this famous hunter. He rarely understood Kang So. Li Shin asked if his older brother had already applied the inventory stone tattoo. Kang So replied that he had forgotten how to do it. Li Shin reminded him that it was very simple. He needed to place the inventory stone where he wanted to apply the tattoo and say apply loudly, and then the process would begin. Our hero did everything and said apply out loud. His hand lit up and a tattoo began to appear on it. Li Shin reminded him that to open the inventory, all he had to do was say to himself, open inventory. Next, you need to imagine the item you want to take out. Li Shin continued that a small portal would appear in front of his brother, into which he would need to reach his hand and retrieve the item. Li Shin added that you can also enter the inventory yourself. The older brother could try it. Kang So closed his eyes and said, enter the inventory. Our hero opened his eyes and saw that he was inside. Kurongi had entered with him. Kang So put the rat on his shoulder and said that they were in his inventory. Our hero began to study the layout of this area. His younger brother said that a huge building could fit here. Kang So was surprised. Wasn't it too spacious here? The manual said that the inventory space was safe for the owner and his belongings, no matter what happened here. Our hero had an idea to practice the light body technique here. Kang So picked up speed and decided to check how much the acceleration in the inventory space differed from that outside. Kang So rose above the surface. This space was huge. He couldn't even see the edge. Slowing down, he decided that was enough for today. Tomorrow he would take a better look. Kang So mentally commanded himself to exit the inventory. The next moment, our hero was back in his seat at the restaurant. Yu Xiongtai asked if there was a lot of space in his inventory. Kang So replied that there was so much that he couldn't even see the edges. You could hide an entire city in there. Yu Xiongtai was extremely surprised because he knew that the size of the inventory depended on the strength of its owner. Li Xin wondered how strong his brother was. How big was the gap between them? Kang So agreed that there was a lot of space in that space, but he felt a little strange there. There was nowhere to even sit down. Li Xin said that if his brother had magic stones, he could create anything he wanted in his inventory. He could even build buildings. Kang So asked if the magic stones were the ones inside the monsters. Li Xin confirmed this and added that, as a rule, only legally registered hunters in the portals could obtain them. But in some places, there were many monsters that were not monitored by the association. Kang So asked if unregistered monsters were those that no one had claimed rights to. Li Xin asked if his older brother really wanted to go after the magic stone and added that he himself would not mind hunting with Kang So. Kang So said that was great because then he could build something in his inventory. Li Xin said that he had recently reached rank 0 and his inventory had increased. He would also be able to build something. Yu Xiongtai said that the unaccounted monsters they were going to face possessed incredible power. Surprisingly, Yu Xiongtai was not worried about his friends, but about the monsters. One day, Ha-Yun told her parents that she wanted to be a ballerina. The girl added that she wanted to dance beautifully and twirl gracefully, just like ballerinas do. Yu Xiongtai thought that his daughter was impressed by the performance that the artist had put on for them right on the street. Lim So-young said that she had found out that there was a dance school not far from them and that the tuition was not that expensive. Yu Xiongtai suggested going to the school to see how the training was conducted. Ha-Yun was extremely happy. The girl responsibly declared that she really wanted to study to become a ballerina at the dance school. At that moment, a class was in session in the school's classroom. The administrator told the teacher, Miss Sari, that a family had come for a tour. Miss Sari greeted the girl and asked if she really wanted to learn ballet. She could give the girl some clothes for training right away, and they could try everything out immediately. Ha-Yun changed her clothes and began practicing with the other children. Ha-Yun tried her best to make a good impression on the teacher. During the rehearsal, Miss Sari thought that she was a very talented girl. After the trial lesson, Yu Xiongtai thanked the teacher and his family went home. A young man standing nearby asked Sari if it was the family's first time there. Sari said that it was their first time there and that they wanted to enroll the girl in dance classes. She had also seen her for the first time, but she thought the girl was very talented. The man said that he had come not only to see Sari's work, but also to see if there were any potential models among her students. His attention was drawn to this girl. Sari asked if he had a knack for recognizing talent. The man said that it was the first time he had seen such a gifted child. Could Sari give him her parents' phone number? Sari replied that she first wanted to know why he was interested. Yu Xiongtai was surprised. Was Ha-Yun really being invited to a casting call? Lim So-young said that her dance teacher's older brother worked in the marketing department of the Alenins agency. He asked if her parents wanted Ha-Yun to become the face of a major children's clothing manufacturer. The representative said that the offer was not just for one photo shoot, but that they would also accept Ha-Yun for training at the Alenins modeling agency. Yu Sung-tae noted that it was one of the most famous modeling agencies. Yu Sung-tae couldn't believe it. Would his daughter really become a top model? He added that Ha-Yun takes after her mother, which is why she's so beautiful. Lim So-young said that their daughter takes after both of them. Only her husband's ears stick out a little, but that's not a big deal. Late in the evening, the men are sitting at the table. One of them tells his companion not to be nervous. There is good wine, so they should drink and calm down. His companion thanked Mr. Mullen asked Nivus what he had heard about Asmodeus. Nivus replied that he had heard nothing at all. 15 days had passed since the operation, and there was no word from Asmode. Malin said that was unfortunate. Was there really no news at all? Malin asked if perhaps a trip to the portal of Arctic Hell would refresh his memory. Nevis was frightened because the portal to Arctic Hell was a place where the temperature was minus 100 degrees and there was nothing but ice and snow. Malin asked if his interlocutor could tell him where Koval was now. Malin said he had heard that after the failure in the concert hall, Koval and Asmodeus had quarreled. Koval had lost contact with him. Perhaps Nevis knew something about it. Nevis nervously replied that how could someone as insignificant as him know anything? Nevis thought that Mullen clearly knew something about him giving Koval shelter. Nevis decided that Mullen would not leave him alone now. If he continued to remain silent, Mullen would throw him into the portal of the Arctic Hell, where he would immediately freeze to death. Nevis emptied his glass of wine and thought that he wanted to live. Nevis asked William if he would keep it a secret if he told him something. William Mullen nodded affirmatively. Nevis asked if Mr. Mullen really wanted to know where Koval was hiding. It's the Elenins modeling agency. At the modeling agency, Yu Sung-tai told his daughter not to worry. Kang So, who also came to the casting, felt a strange aura near him. Our hero sensed residual demonic energy from the person who passed by. But the energy did not belong to this person. He was carrying its trail. An elderly man appeared and greeted the restaurateur's family. He said his name was Choe Hong-soo, and he was the director of the modeling agency, Elenins. The girl greeted the old man and said her name was Ha-yoon. Choe Hong-soo said he could see that their manager was absolutely right. This graceful young lady was perfect for shooting commercials for a children's clothing collection. The old man added that the girl resembled her parents and was very sweet and beautiful. He offered to give them a tour of the agency. During the tour, Yu Sung-tai said that he recognized many of the models. Kang Sa felt a strange energy coming from the approaching people. A strong dark aura emanated from that person. The people walking towards them stopped and greeted the director. The director greeted his deputy. Our hero sent a message to his brother Li Xin. He asked if the modeling agency Elenins was involved in illegal activities. Kang So thought that the man was good at hiding his true nature, but he could see that his aura was as black as could be. Perhaps this agency really had become a den of illegal activities. The message from his younger brother was not long in coming. Li Xin wrote that the agency was indeed suspicious. Their association had already planted agents there. The deputy director was a particularly suspicious character, and they were keeping an eye on him. Kang So turned to Ha-yoon. The guy asked if the girl really wanted to be a model. Ha-yoon replied that she had been awake all night, waiting for them to come here. After all, it was cool. Our hero decided to keep an eye on this director. The main thing was not to stick his neck out, otherwise he would ruin all of Ha-yoon's plans. Kang So entered the inventory. By this time, he and his younger brother had already hunted monsters. He destroyed several A-rank monsters and obtained magic stones. However, the energy of these stones is too murky, and they are not ready for use. First, these stones must be purified. Li Xin said that you need to put your energy into the stone, and then you can build according to your imagination. After a while, the building was ready. Our hero was pleased. It turned out so well because the stone was of a high level. He didn't know he could build such complex structures. Kang So looked at the stone and thought that it was the first stone he had obtained in the portal. When our hero was purifying the stone's energy, he encountered for the first time the dark energy he had sensed from Asmodeus. And the same energy emanated from this deputy director of the agency. Asmodeus looks like a human, but black blood flows through her veins. Could she really be a demon in human form? Does this mean that by taking on human form, these creatures cut back and suppress their true power? But she is definitely not human. By human standards, she would be higher than S rank, and that is serious power. If even a few of these creatures were to unite and turn against humanity, this country would fall under their onslaught. Kang So understood that these were all just guesses for now. It was not worth getting distracted from the present. Our hero came out of the inventory. Yu Sung-tai approached his friend and said that Ha-yoon had managed to sign a contract with a modeling agency. Ji-yoon helped them carefully review the contract. Without her, they would not have been able to do it. Kang So congratulated his friend. So Ha-yoon was going to be a model? His friend said that next week he had to take his daughter to a children's clothing show. Kang So was surprised that everything was happening so quickly. Yu Sung-tai added that they were going to their first rehearsal tomorrow. Kang So asked how long the contract was for. Yu Sung-tai replied that the contract was for 1 year. Kang So advised his friend to sign a one-time contract because Ha-eun might change her mind about being a model. Yu Sung-tai said that To be honest, that had crossed his mind too. The restaurateur added that his daughter was still a child and might want to be something else. He would probably follow his friend's advice. Yu Sung-tae and his family sat at the table where the contract lay. The agency director waited nearby. Yu Sung-tae told the director that they would now be working together. The old man said he was happy about this collaboration. Our hero overheard a conversation between the deputy director, who was in the next office. He said that there was nothing he could do. The other person was indignant because the deputy director had promised that he would be the model for this photo shoot. How could this have happened? The deputy said that the director had said so. There was nothing he could do about it. The deputy said that he should keep quiet. What if it happened right here? It would be better to calm down and go to the roof. They would talk there. Kang So thought that this guy was suspicious. Why was he going to the roof? Our hero noticed a similar energy in Asmodeus. If the source of this energy is the same in these people, perhaps they really are from the same gang. Li Xin said he had inquired about the agency. There is no definite evidence yet, but something fishy is going on there. Recently, there have been frequent cases of suicide and accidental deaths among employees and models. Kang So asked what was going on. Li Xin replied that the police had found no connection between these cases, so the Awakened Support Department had joined the investigation. They would conduct the investigation in the utmost secrecy. Kang So decided that he simply had to go to the roof and eavesdrop. The young man asked the deputy director what he should do now. The deputy director grabbed the guy by the head and told Buwan to give him his life energy and get out of there. The villain swung at the young man, but someone told him to stop. The villain asked in surprise who was bothering him. Behind him stood a woman. The woman said she was an inspector from the Silver Tower. The deputy director was arrested on charges of serious crimes and other violations of the criminal code of the Awakened. The deputy director pushed the young man away and asked in surprise, "Have the Silver Tower's sleuths really caught up with them?" The scoundrel swung at the woman and said it would be nice to play with her one last time. The inspector from the Silver Tower saw her opponent's fist moving in her direction and realized she had to do something. The woman took out a dagger and blocked her opponent's blow. The villain saw that the inspector had parried his blow and praised her for it. The villain attacked the woman again and said that it would be fun to play with her. She must not disappoint him. The inspector held the knife in front of her to keep her opponent from getting close to her, but he disappeared. The villain suddenly appeared behind her and told her not to yawn. The criminal struck the woman in the back, inflicting a bleeding wound. The inspector fell to her knees. The villain was surprised. Was that all? He had expected more from her. The criminal swung his arm and said that unfortunately, he would have to finish her off. At that moment, the villain felt an energetic blow to his arm. He turned around and saw a young man. Who was he? Our hero put on a mask so that he would not be recognized and said that it seemed he had arrived just in time. Kang So told the villain to immediately leave the woman alone. The deputy director turned around and decided to attack Kang So. However, our hero vanished as if into thin air. The villain turned his head and couldn't understand what was happening. He shouted that he would destroy this slippery guy right now. At that moment, Kang So decided to save the victims and carry the injured people on his shoulders. He left them in a safe place and told the woman that he had stopped her bleeding. She should not move. The inspector thanked him and said she could not sit and wait. She had to call for backup. The rescuer told the woman not to be afraid. He would deal with the villain. The deputy director shouted that he could sense where they were. The boy had to come out. Kang So came out from around the corner and told the scoundrel not to shout. Kang So said that the vice principal shouldn't pretend to be someone he's not. He knew who he was dealing with and suggested that he show his true colors. The vice principal was surprised at how he could know. Was the Silver Tower's intelligence really that good? He was surprised at why this man had such an overwhelming aura. The villain said he would now show his opponent something shocking. A demon with horns appeared before our hero and laughed loudly. The villain said that if his opponent saw his true form, his death would be painful. The demon rushed at his opponent, but the guy was completely calm and unperturbed. The monster was already very close to our hero and thought that it would tear him to pieces. However, Kang So delivered a powerful energy strike, and the demon was deactivated. It flew far back and fell on its back. The villain lay on his back, his nose bleeding. He couldn't understand what had happened. The demon couldn't understand why it hurt so much, why he was lying down. It couldn't be that some human had knocked him out. The demon raised his head and thought that he must have just slipped and fallen. Kang So came closer and said what needed to be proven. His blood was black too. The villain really saw that he was bleeding black blood. Was there no human blood left in this body? Had he used it all up? Kang So was surprised. Was this a demon that had taken over a human body and was parasitizing it? The villain was surprised. Was he being called a demon? The villain began to scratch the surface with his claws. He shouted that this man should not dare to compare him to these lower beings. Kang So watched in amazement to see what else this demon could turn into. The next moment, a terrifying, bloodthirsty monster appeared before our hero, growling loudly. It said that this man was only able to strike it because it was caught off guard. But now that it had fully assumed its form, the man would truly meet his end. The monster pounced on Kang So and shouted that he would now perish. Kang So touched the monster's claws with 2 fingers. The monster felt its arm begin to twist. The terrifying beast screamed loudly in pain. The monster's arm no longer obeyed him, hanging limply. Kang So placed his fist on the monster's back and said that this was the dexterity of light speed. After that, the monster flew far away and, bleeding profusely, fell to the ground. There was a terrible explosion. Everything was engulfed in flames and smoke. The monster couldn't believe it. Even in its true form, it couldn't reach its opponent. Surely this was the man who had defeated Asmodeus. Where did he come from? Kang So approached the villain and said he would ask again. If he was neither human nor demon, then who was he? The monster replied that he had the pride of a warrior and would not answer. Our hero stepped on his opponent's tail, and he screamed loudly in pain. Kang So swung his fist and said that he would not simply destroy him unless he asked him to. The monster was frightened and said he would surrender. He would tell everything. He belonged to one of the demon tribes sent by him to the second intermediate dimension. Their task was to obtain spheres of despair. Kang So was surprised. What are these spheres of despair? These spheres are formed when a person experiences extreme fear or despair before death. They are made by extracting the compression of these human emotions. Demons who know how to collect spheres of despair are called collectors. Kang So said, it seems that this demon is proud of his profession. How many souls has he already destroyed? The demon cried and replied that not very many. Other officers had destroyed many more. Kang So grabbed the demon by the throat. The villain cried and begged for mercy again. He was just following orders and did nothing wrong to this person. He would no longer hunt in this area. Kang So said that was the wrong answer. The demon says he did nothing wrong? Who will bring back the lives he has already destroyed? Kang So decided to seal the demon's power so that he could never harm anyone again. Kang So squeezed the villain's throat harder. The demon began to choke and white foam appeared from his mouth. Our hero pushed the demon with force, and he lost consciousness after hitting his head against the wall. Kang So decided to leave this scoundrel to the servants of the Silver Tower. Let them deal with him. The demon looked human again. Kang So thought that he was a disgusting creature anyway. Suddenly, the Silver Tower inspector appeared. Kang So was surprised. He had told her not to move, not to open it too early. The girl asked our hero if he was by any chance an awakened 0 rank. The guy replied that he had been told that was his level. Kang So asked the inspector not to tell anyone that she had seen him. The inspector was surprised. Did the young man really not want to be discovered? Kang So said that he liked his normal life and was tired of sacrificing himself for the common good. But most of all, he didn't want his loved ones to suffer because of him. The inspector thought that this guy was saying the same thing as Li Xin. In order to protect people, he had to give up his normal life. The inspector thought that the association would greatly benefit from the appearance of a 0 rank. But she saw the grief that the life of a hunter brought to Li Xin, and she wouldn't wish that on anyone. The girl said she understood everything. The young man saved her life, and she would not mention this encounter. It was the least she could do. Kang So said he understood that it was difficult to hide something like this, so he apologized for asking. The inspector replied that everyone had their secrets. The girl apologized and thanked him for saving her. She understood that he was the 0 rank who was behind the incidents at the Land of Doom portal and the incident at the Myeongsan concert hall. The inspector added that the young man had saved many people. Kang So said he had nothing more to add and that he would leave. The inspector didn't even have time to blink before the guy disappeared. He vanished instantly like a gust of wind. The girl looked at the villain and decided it was time to put things in order. The Silver Tower inspector reported via internal communication that the threat had been eliminated. She asked a group of investigators and medics to come to the roof of the Elenins Modeling Agency building. In the interrogation room, the deputy director of the modeling agency was handcuffed and continued to curse. He couldn't understand how this was possible. He was surprised. It looked like an ordinary table in ordinary handcuffs. However, he was powerless and couldn't even take on his demonic form. The arrested man couldn't understand how he could have miscalculated. Where did this man with such a high level of power come from? Suddenly, the light in the room became much brighter, and the lamps burst. The light disappeared. A man appeared before the deputy director. The arrested man said, "Here he is." Mullen was surprised. What kind of stupid situation had developed? The deputy director said that he would explain everything to William now. He simply did not expect such a blow and did not tell anyone. William had to believe him. Mullen put his hand on the arrested man's head. The man asked William not to destroy him. Mullen told him to shut up. Mullen was surprised that he couldn't see this man's aura. The arrested man's memories were too vague. Mullen said, "I knew this man would be of no use. He remembers what to say in such cases, doesn't he? There is no place for idiots among demon officers." The arrested man asked William to believe him. The one who did this to him was really just a simple man. Mullen repeated once more that his opponent should be quiet. Mullen pierced the prisoner's body with his cane. At the same time, William said that this man was a disgrace to their clan. The prisoner, bleeding profusely, repeated that he was just a man. Mullen pulled his cane out of his opponent's body and he fell onto the table. Mullen said that his opponent had been stubborn. He tapped his cane on the floor and disappeared. An investigator entered the interrogation room and, seeing that the prisoner was unconscious, cried out loudly. There were deactivated police officers in the hallway. They were lying on the floor. Baek Yun-ho, who was at work, said his head was splitting. His colleague asked him to calm down. Baek Yun-ho said that the man who could turn into a demon was where he had sent the agents to investigate. Miss Kim Myung-hee was seriously injured while trying to arrest him, and as soon as she managed to bring him to the association's headquarters, an unknown person immediately attempted to kill him right in the interrogation room. This is what is happening here, within the walls of the association. It's just unthinkable. A colleague noted that they were very lucky that Myung-hee was still alive. Baek Yun-ho asked if Myung-hee had abilities beyond detection, as she was also an experienced fighter. Was this demon that powerful? The colleague said that he had examined the scene on the roof. Apparently, this Park Moo-yeon, a demon man, had a level of at least S. Baek Yun-ho was surprised, but how then was Ms. Kim Myung-hee able to defeat him? His colleague replied that she didn't just defeat him. Park Moo-yeon's energy flow in his body was blocked. Baek Yun-ho asked what that meant. Only the demon, Ms. Kim, and one wounded civilian were present at the scene of the crime. The S-rank demon even took on his true form, but he was completely defeated. Could someone stronger than an S-rank monster have come to the rescue? So Kim Myung-hee saw this zero-rank hunter? The man walking down the street thought that today was a day of remembrance for the dead. On this day, portals began to open all over the world, and monsters filled the earth. Many people died then, defenseless against this threat. Each of them lost someone close to them. Friends, relatives, family members. And there was no way to save the wounded in a situation where monsters were hunting anything that moved. Only later did the awakened appear, and organizing themselves, they were able to fight back against the disaster. Stability gradually returned to society. Medical care for the population became possible again. A hospital was built in memory of the victims of the disaster. A man traveling through the city thought that this area remained the same as he remembered it. The man entered a cafe and saw that someone was already waiting for him. His colleague greeted him and asked where he had been. The man asked if his friend had already started drinking without him. The guild leader laughed and said that, according to his son, it was better to drink alone. The guest remarked that his son only said that because he didn't want to drink with him. The guest asked how Ji-eun was doing. The guild leader replied that she was involved in some kind of charity work. The president remarked that fried pork rinds go well with magoli. The guild leader's companion said that when he first started working as a hunter, he considered such snacks to be an expensive delicacy. The president said that was indeed the case. After work, he went to a restaurant and ordered pork rinds with takshu. He drowned his fatigue and grief over the loss of another colleague in wine. The old friends continued to drink and paid no attention to those around them. A friend told the guild leader that when he started working as a courier, his conversation partner annoyed him, and he sometimes thought about strangling him. The guild leader laughed and said that now we can see what his antics have led to. The brother told the guild leader that he had made him more reserved. He also found a good girl for the president, and they got married, so it wasn't all that bad. The two continued to drink, snack, and engage in pleasant conversation. Ha-yoon, Lim So-yoon, and Kang-so returned home. Kang-so was surprised. The restaurant was closed. There should be no visitors. Where did he get this strong aura of an awakened stranger? Lim Soo-young went inside, greeted her husband, and said they had arrived. The woman saw the man who had been drinking with the guild leader just a moment ago. Now he was with her husband, and when he saw Lim Soo-young, he greeted her. The girl was delighted to see her uncle. He picked her up and said that she was already very grown up. Lim Soo-young asked why he hadn't told her he was coming. The man replied that it was a surprise. He had decided to take the day off from mourning. He added that he didn't want to cause his sister and her husband any unnecessary worry. He was on his way to the rest home and stopped by on the way. Yoo Sung-tae said that they were happy to see him and that he could come visit them anytime. Yoo Sung-tae introduced our hero and said that he was their friend and a new employee at the restaurant, the very isolationist they had already told them about. Our hero and the guest greeted each other and introduced themselves. Holding his companion's hand, Kang-so thought that he was an unusual awakened one. His aura was not as powerful, but it possessed incredible purity. Judging by all appearances, he was a harmless person. Our hero would even say that he felt a kind of warmth and friendliness from this person. The guest asked if they were going to the rest home. Yoo Sung-tae replied that that was exactly what they had planned to do. The man suggested doing it right away. Yoo Sung-tae agreed. Everyone went to the rest home dressed in black. The man said that Ha-yoon looked beautiful even in black clothes. Lim Soo-yeon and her brother stood near their parents' ashes. Lim Soo-yeon told her daughter to say hello to her grandparents. The girl bowed her head and greeted the elderly couple. Lim Soo-young said that this was their daughter, Ha-yoon, and added that her parents should rest in peace. After that, the girl played on the playground. The men sat on the sidelines. Yoo Sung-tae told his brother-in-law that he had something. The restaurateur added that he couldn't say where he had learned this, but hoped it would comfort his brother-in-law. Yoo Sung-tae said that the nightmare of the neighboring province, the monster Arachniac who had killed their parents, had already been destroyed. Yoo Sung-tae added that Lee Shin himself had participated in the hunt. An official statement on the matter would be released soon. Arachniac is the name of the monster that Kang So and Lee Shin destroyed. Our hero thought that he had not understood earlier why Yoo Sung-tae was so happy when he learned about the destruction of this monster. The man was surprised. Did Lee Shin himself go hunting? He couldn't even believe it. His conversation partner shed a tear. His parents had now been avenged. Yoo Sung-tae wondered why his brother-in-law was crying. The host announced that the fashion show of the Alensis modeling agency was now open. Children in beautiful outfits came out onto the catwalk. Yoo Sung-tae happily announced that his daughter was also present. Ha-yoon walked down the runway in an unusual outfit for her. Yoo Sung-tae took out his camera and started taking pictures of his daughter. He said that he was still amazed at how beautiful she had turned out. Kang So thought Ha-yoon was really cute. The next day at the Rostachek kindergarten, the children were delighted that Ha-yoon had become a model. Ha-yoon thanked her classmates for their congratulations and said she felt a little awkward. The boy Ha-yoon had previously defended gave her a gift, origami. Ha-yoon was very happy with this toy. Ha-yoon was surprised. Did he make it for her himself? The boy blushed with embarrassment and turned away. Ha-yoon thanked him and said she would cherish this gift very much. The boy, still embarrassed, said that he would always be friends with Ha-yoon. A melodrama is playing on television. On the screen, young people are sorting out their relationships. Lim So-young reacts emotionally to the scenes shown on the screen. Yoo Sung-tae doesn't understand what is happening to his wife. Yoo Sung-tae asked his friend why his wife was reacting this way to the film. Kang So replied that she probably had a reason to be angry. Yoo Sung-tae was surprised. Had Kang So already figured out this complicated drama? Our hero immediately recounted to his friend what had happened in the film up to that point. Yoo Sung-tae was surprised. How did he manage to understand everything so quickly? He wasn't watching this drama for the first time. Kang So was surprised. Was his friend really not interested? During the television news broadcast, Lim Soo-young called her friend and began discussing the events of the previous episode. On the news, the anchor announced that awakened Level 0 individuals from different countries were arriving in this country. This event would take place in honor of the country's first awakened Level 0 individual. Yoo Sung-tae said that this was incredible. The strongest hunters would gather for a summit in their country. Colleagues at work were discussing business plans. One of them asked on the phone, "Is it really necessary to build a plot around a girl in a beautiful dress?" The girl said she couldn't do that. Where could she fit such a plot twist? The caller replied that she should come up with something. After all, she was a screenwriter. The caller said that it was her job to come up with a plot and said goodbye. The screenwriter wondered how she should communicate with the series producer. Ending the conversation, the enraged girl said that this stupid series had to be ended. Her colleague told her to calm down. She had an idea. Her colleague explained that they could rewind the plot 5 years into the future and introduce a new character, a little girl named Chang Mi. The producer was surprised. Wouldn't that be too unexpected? The other woman was surprised. What's wrong with that? Viewers will be very interested to see what the main character's daughter is like. And at the most interesting moment, she will meet Namju. They will make sure that the ratings for the last season go through the roof. The producer said that Kim was simply brilliant. That's exactly what they would do. Now all that remained was to find a very beautiful actress for the role of the daughter. On this occasion, the girls decided to go to a restaurant and have a bite to eat. There they intended to try jjajangmyeon. Lim So-young welcomed the new visitors to the restaurant. Lim So-young thought she had seen one of them somewhere before. The girls placed their order, 2 jjajangmyeon. Lim So-young couldn't shake the feeling that the visitor's face was familiar. She replied that the order would be ready soon. The girl answered the incoming call and said that Bae Hap Choi was listening. The producer told her that a cake would also need to be included in the story. After the call, Bae Hap told her companion that she had been advised to include a cake in the story. The girl added that she had heard that their studio was recruiting child actors from the Alenins agency. Lim So-young remembered this girl. She was the screenwriter of the series The Revenge of the White Rose, Bae Hap Choi. The screenwriter's assistant asked, "If the girl is a model, of course she is beautiful, but is that a guarantee of good acting skills?" Bae Hap Choi saw Ha-yoon, who had just come up to her mother. She thought the girl was really cute. She was so bright and pretty that she was dazzling. She was simply angelic. Bae Hap took Lim So-young by the hand, bowed to her, and asked for permission to let her daughter appear in their series. Lim So-young couldn't believe her ears. On the set, events unfolded according to schedule. Ha-yoon, watching the situation, couldn't believe that she would also be filmed. Yoo Seong-tae, the father of the future movie star, asked, "Is the little one really that excited?" Ha-yoon replied that she was very nervous because she wanted to be in the movie. Yoo Seong-tae told his daughter that if she felt tired at any point, she should definitely say so. Ha-yoon said she could handle it. The girl added that she was absolutely confident in herself. Kang-so thought that he had never seen this girl so energized before. If he had prevented her from becoming a model, she would have been very upset. At one point, the director stopped filming and told her that she should take a break. Yoo Seong-tae approached the director and said that their daughter had come to the set today. She was nervous. The director walked past without saying a word. Our heroes were surprised. Stopping, the director turned around and told them to follow her, as she had something to discuss. Yoo Seong-tae wondered why she was so angry. At the negotiating table, the girl introduced herself and said she was the producer of the series, The Revenge of the White Rose. The producer said her name was Ok Go-yoon. She had heard about these people from the screenwriter, Miss Choe. Ok Go-yoon asked if their daughter had not been trained in acting. Yoo Seong-tae said that she could learn very quickly because she was talented. Kang-so was surprised at how she could so bluntly criticize a child for not having training. The father said that his daughter really wanted to act in this series. Ok Go-yoon said they would give it a try. You have to start somewhere. Ok Go-yoon thought that screenwriter Choe Bai-han had been telling her that she didn't want anyone else for this role except this girl, otherwise she would quit. She had to agree just to get her off her back. The girl is very cute, and she definitely fits the description in the script. Still, a child model as an actress is too much. The screenwriter was simply enchanted by this beautiful girl. She probably thinks being an actor is easy. The producer was angry because of the screenwriter's antics. Her wonderful series was in jeopardy. Ok Go-yoon thought she should annoy the girl on set with bright lights and smoke. Then the girl would just cry and run away. The producer thought that life was cruel. She was the producer here, and they couldn't just impose anyone on her. Yoo Seong-tae looked at the woman's expression and asked if the producer was okay. The phone rang. The producer wondered why the secretary of the Red Dragon Guild director would be calling her. Ok Go-yoon apologized and said she needed to answer. The secretary asked if she had heard that a girl named Ha-yoon would be playing in the series The Revenge of the White Rose. Was it true? The guild chairman's secretary said that her boss's wife really liked the series. She said that she wanted the series to be released regularly. The secretary added that the producer shouldn't worry about funding. She could count on the director's full support. Ok Go-yoon thought that no matter how talented she was, she needed sponsors for her work. The producer said she understood everything. She would shoot more scenes with the young actress. The secretary expressed her joy that they understood each other. As a token of gratitude, Oh Go-yoon could expect a gift after filming the series. She and her film crew would receive vouchers to a resort owned by the guild. OK Go-yoon thanked them for their understanding. The secretary added that if Ha-yoon and her support team encounter rude treatment, the producer could get into trouble. OK Go-yoon looked at her guests and realized that they were not ordinary people. The producer replied to the secretary that this would definitely not happen. After the conversation ended, Oh Go-yoon thought that she had almost gotten herself into trouble. It turned out that this girl was a relative of the guild director. OK Go-yoon felt that she had not made the best impression on these people. It seemed that she would have to fix that. The girl said she wanted to continue the conversation. So Ha-yoon dreams of becoming an actress? OK Go-yoon asked the girl if she could call her Ha-yoon. The girl nodded affirmatively. The producer smiled and said that she was a very cute girl. She thought she would make an excellent actress. She had excellent diction and a clear voice. OK Go-yoon said she was ready to get to work and would now familiarize those present with the script. The girl thought she needed to be reserved and patient for the sake of her vacation at the resort and funding for her next project. Ha-yoon began to read her character's lines from the script aloud. 5 years later, Baek Chung-mi is walking in the park with her daughter Byulai. A young man approaches the girl and asks if she is White Rose. The girl stops and turns around. The guy says that it is indeed her. How many years has it been since they last saw each other? The girl says that it has indeed been a long time. Byulai asks her mother who the man is. Her mother replies that he is her friend and that her daughter can say hello. The girl says hello, tells him her name, and says she is 5 years old. The young man is surprised. If the child is 5 years old, that says a lot. Does Chang-mi want to tell him something? The young man crouched down and told the girl that she was very beautiful, just like her mother. Byulai asked why the man was crying. The girl also started crying and, wiping away her tears, told the man not to cry. She felt sorry for him because he was crying. OK Go-yoon stopped filming and said it was wonderful. The actress wiped the girl's tears and said that she was very good at it. The actor said that he even had tears in his eyes when he looked at the girl. The assistant producer was surprised. Had this girl never acted before? She did a great job. The man saw that the producer was also crying. OK Go-yoon said with tears in her eyes that it seemed she had found her. The muse of her creativity. Kang So continued to do his job, delivering food as a foot courier. Once again, our hero returned to the restaurant after completing his order. Yoo Sung-tae said that Kang So, as always, had returned very quickly. He could wait and not rush. Kang So was surprised. He was in a hurry because he thought that more orders had surely come in. Yoo Sung-tae handed his friend a glass of water and offered him a drink. Jiun thought Kang So was simply incredible. The customer's address was very far from here, but he returned in the blink of an eye. Jiun thought that even she, with her A rank, couldn't handle this guy. However, she liked him not for his abilities. How is it even possible that he was given an F rank? Such speed could be expected from a B rank, or at most a G rank. Why would this guy be a courier when he has such abilities? Kang So sensed the movement of a familiar aura. New visitors entered the restaurant. Kang So and Jiun looked back. Jiun recognized the woman. She was the head of the inspection department. She told her colleague that they would eat well now and their mood would improve. Already at the table, the head of the inspection department's companion said that this Flama was destroying him. He thought he was taking the right dose, but it didn't work out very well. As before the Great Catastrophe, there were medical drugs that people began to abuse. Flama was the name given to a hallucinogen. It had an analgesic effect, even a psychological one, causing people to forget even emotional pain. Flame helped people forget even the fear of death. Not only citizens abused Flama, but also hunters, whose lives had become much more difficult with the appearance of demons, and the number of such abuses only grew. The initial effect of Flama is good, but then it only leads to self-destruction. The head of the inspection department thought that in this terrible time for all of humanity, someone was also selling drugs. This was unforgivable. Kang So heard that the conversation was about drugs. Kang So looked at the guy and wondered if it was drugs that were emitting this dark energy from his pocket. This dark energy was familiar to our hero. It seemed like he had already felt it when he delivered the order last time. The guy said that there had been a series of emergencies lately, so their team couldn't even sleep properly. He touched his chest and said that his companion had forgotten to take this evidence to be examined, so he had taken it with him. The girl was surprised. Did he just take the drugs and leave? The guy said he would hand them over for examination when they went back. He was in a hurry. Kang So thought that everyone was indeed busy right now, and that these drugs were indeed connected to criminals. Yoo Sung-tae turned to his friend and said he had an order. Kang So replied that he was ready to fulfill it. Kang So put on a medical mask and walked past the head of the inspection department so she wouldn't recognize him. The girl looked into the courier's eyes and thought she had seen him somewhere before. She remembered the man who had helped her with the criminal on the roof of the advertising agency. The girl suddenly jumped up from her seat. Her companion was surprised by what had happened to her. As she got dressed, she said she would be back soon and that her companion could finish eating without her. The head of the inspection department ran out of the restaurant and rushed to the courier. She asked him to wait for her. The girl approached the courier and asked if they had met before. She said that he was the man she had met on the roof of the Alenan's agency building. Kang So lowered his mask and said that he knew he couldn't hide from her. Our hero asked his interlocutor if she had any business with him. The girl replied that she did indeed have business with him. The Hunter Support Agency no longer had the strength or resources to fully combat the rampant crime. With his abilities, this young man could save many lives. The girl bowed and said that not only the association, but also the townspeople needed his help. If he was concerned about anonymity, she could arrange that. They needed his help. Kang So asked his interlocutor if it was difficult for her to keep their previous meeting a secret. He added that he was indebted to her for that. He agreed to help her if she kept his name a secret. Kang So handed the girl a piece of paper and said that his phone number was written on it. She could call him whenever she needed him. The girl thanked our hero for this. Ji-eun watched this scene from the restaurant. Ji-eun couldn't believe that her friend was talking to the association employees with such a serious expression on his face. Ji-eun wondered if her colleague was a secret agent of the Silver Tower. Kang So told his conversation partner that he had overheard her conversation at lunch. He knows where to find dealers of this drug. On the outskirts of the city was an old abandoned industrial building. In cages are huge dogs with horns on their heads. Inside the building, a man sits in a chair, surrounded by his subordinates. An unknown man kneels before them. The man in the chair is angry with the man on his knees. He doesn't want to believe the story. Did the police really break in and take all the goods? This storyteller has no conscience at all. The man kneeling on the floor has been beaten and is bleeding. He asks for a chance to make amends and return everything honestly. After consulting with his assistant, the man in the chair says he will give the guy one job. The job is to feed his dogs. At the boss's command, the cages are opened and the vicious dogs come out. They growl viciously. Our hero repeated to his companion that he knows where to find drug dealers. The girl was surprised how this guy figured it out. Kang So said that her employee had the very same drug in his pocket. Kang So added that he had just made a delivery, and the place where he delivered the food radiated a lot of that energy. He immediately suspected something was wrong, but now, after this conversation, he was finally convinced. That night, he would pay them a visit and destroy their lair. The drug lord was still sitting in his chair. He was surrounded by vicious dogs with his subordinates nearby. At his feet were drugs and cash. He was a real criminal. Holding the money in his hands, the villain said that at this rate, they would become the largest suppliers in Asia. The villain thought that with his long-acquired ability to tame monsters, he would be invincible. He was also helped by a white rabbit sitting in a cage. There was a noise outside. The subordinate said he would check who was there. The man opened the door and saw a courier. He asked who the courier was from. Our hero, without explanation, punched the criminal in the nose. The villain lost his balance and flew far back. Blood flowed from his mouth. The boss and his henchmen were frightened and began to reach for their weapons. Were they being attacked? In front of the criminal stood a courier wearing a medical mask. He was holding a delivery box in his hand. The guy told those present that he was just a food delivery man. The boss got angry and told his subordinates to deal with the courier. The villains rushed at our hero with the aim of destroying him. However, the forces were unequal, and Kang So began to effectively deal with the pressing villains. The villains were surprised at how this guy was able to cut through an iron pipe with one hand. Kang So, using the internal energy flowing from his fingers, began to systematically deactivate the gangsters. The criminals did not understand who he was. Was he even human? The villains decided to attack simultaneously, but it was a bad decision, and they were all deactivated at the same moment. The fight did not last long. All the attackers were disarmed and neutralized. Kang So headed toward the criminal boss. The villain was frightened. Who was this courier? Was he really an agent of the Silver Tower? Kang So replied that he had said earlier that he was just a courier from an Oriental restaurant. The boss got angry and told the guy not to mess with him. The villain beckoned his predators with his finger. The monster dogs growled viciously. The drug dealer said that this guy had abilities, but he was foolish to come here alone. Our hero thought that this criminal was an awakened tamer. The criminal said that no matter how strong this courier was, he couldn't handle his monsters. These monsters were B rank, and as a pack, they could tear apart even an S rank hunter. After a while, our hero was playing with these monsters as if they were cute puppies. The villain couldn't understand what was happening. What were his monster dogs doing? Monsters instinctively recognize those who are far superior to them in strength and obey them. Kang So told the criminal that even his ability was powerless against the monster's instincts. The villain was frightened. Could he be facing an S rank or perhaps even higher? The criminal got scared and fell to the floor, saying he would surrender. He asked what the courier wanted. Kang So told the criminal that he knew many people had suffered because of these drugs. He had to hand over the drugs immediately. The drug dealer laughed. "What drugs are you talking about?" The criminal asked where the courier had seen the drugs. Why was he accusing him of distributing something he didn't have? Kang So thought that when he was walking here, he could sense the aura of these drugs. Where did it all go? Kang So looked around and noticed someone locked in a cage, trembling with fear. The criminal yelled at the courier not to touch his rabbit. Kang So picked up the animal and sensed that it was afraid for some reason. Kang So told the animal not to be afraid, that he would save it. The courier felt that the animal wanted to tell him something. Kang So told the villain that the rabbit was complaining about him. The drug dealer was surprised. How could a rabbit complain? Kang So told his opponent that he had the ability to command animals, but he treated them roughly, as if they were objects. Unexpectedly, thanks to this rabbit, bags of white powder appeared around him. The criminal shouted loudly in frustration. After a while, Ha-Yun was playing with a little white rabbit at home. Lim So-young asked our hero to stop bringing animals home. It was too much. Lim So-young said that her daughter really liked the rabbit, so they would keep it, but no more animals were needed. Kang So replied that next time he would not be so careless. Kang So thought that he brought this rabbit because it could be useful. Ha-Yun said she would name the rabbit Pom-Pom. The police cars arrived at their destination. The inspector reports to his boss that they have arrived at the location specified for the arrest. They found them already well neutralized. The leader of this gang, Gapsik, was buried under a mountain of bags of flammable liquid. The inspector asked the department head how she managed to do it. The girl replied that she preferred to keep her secrets to herself. The head of the inspection department thought that she was once again indebted to this man. Yu Sung-tae thanks everyone for congratulating his daughter on the premiere of the series. Ha-Yun thanked everyone. The girl added that she would do her best for her viewers. Ji-eun said that this girl is just adorable. Kang So and Lee Shin also congratulated the family on the premiere of the series. Lee Shin said that the premiere of the next episode would begin any minute. Yu Sung-tae invited the guests to come into the restaurant and make themselves comfortable. He also wished everyone bon appetit. Lim So-young, greeting the guests, said that they had a lot of dishes here, so the guests should not be shy and try everything. Kang So looked back and sensed someone very powerful in the sky. At that moment, a passenger plane was flying in the sky. Kang So wondered if he was sensing an awakened level 0. The girl sitting opposite made a remark to Joseph. She told Joseph to distract himself. Was he going through withdrawal from his console? Opposite this girl sat a guy with trembling hands. Joseph told Celia that the director had warned him that if he touched the console even once more, he would have the series taken off the market forever. The guy said he didn't want to fly here. What kind of joint exercises could these countries have? It's just a waste of time. His companion replied that there was nothing they could do about it. Only other awakened individuals could examine 0-level awakened individuals. Joseph said that meant the exercises themselves were pointless. Was their real purpose simply to assess the abilities of awakened 0 levels? Well, what if that turned out to be true? Celia replied that maybe it would turn out to be true. In any case, it was necessary to make a good impression about their country. Celia asked if Joseph would share with her how he intended to test the boy's strength, since she was his assistant. Joseph replied that he would certainly like to test him, but was it necessary to do so? His assistant replied that it was necessary. If he didn't want to, she could provoke him. Even the awakened have weaknesses, because they are human too. Joseph asked if Celia knew how dangerous it was to provoke an awakened 0 level. It was like touching a nuclear bomb. The girl replied that she understood everything and suggested that Joseph get some good sleep. Suddenly, Joseph said that he sensed the approach of magical monsters. Joseph thought that 4 wyverns were approaching, and indeed, monsters were approaching the plane. Military personnel approached Joseph and his assistant. The officer introduced himself as Colonel Ronald, responsible for the young man's protection. Ronald reported that a pack of 4 monsters was approaching the plane. The colonel told the young man to fasten his seatbelt and that they would handle the situation themselves. Joseph replied that there was no need. He was getting a little bored anyway. The guy began to concentrate his inner energy in front of him, turning it into a glowing ball. The ball began to grow in size and the plane found itself inside it. It was a protective sphere. Joseph clenched his fist and said, "Fire fist." At that moment, an energy charge emerged from the sphere and struck one of the wyverns. The monsters tried to break through to the plane, but the protective sphere prevented them from doing so. Joseph continued to perform manipulations, which ultimately led to energy attacks on the attacking monsters. The monsters continued to circle around the plane. The guy said that dealing with these wyverns was like swatting a mosquito. Another attack on the surviving monster ended with the wyvern being destroyed. The young man held his palms together and said that it was all over. Celia asked the colonel if they could consider the danger to be over. The colonel nodded affirmatively. Joseph said he was bored again. He hoped that after landing, he would be able to find something to entertain himself. The plane landed at its destination airport, and people came to meet them at the ramp. The guild president, who arrived accompanied by young people, said that they had been waiting for their guests for a long time. Li Xin thought that the friendly country had sent Joseph, an awakened 0 rank, here. The guild president thanked Joseph for taking the trouble to come here in person. He introduced himself, saying his name was Yun Han Chong, and he was the president of the Awakened Association. Joseph also introduced himself. Joseph, looking at Li Xin, said that he was the 0 rank awakened one in this country. Li Xin also introduced himself and said he was pleased to meet him. He thought Joseph seemed like a normal guy. Li Xin thought that his opponent didn't have such a strong aura. However, he hides his true power. It is indeed 0 level. Joseph said he had a professional question for Li Xin. The guest asked if Li Xin was a gamer. Li Xin replied that he used to love games, but for several years now he has had no time for them. Joseph sympathized with his interlocutor. The foreigner asked if his conversation partner would mind if they played together sometime. Already in the car on the way to the guild, Li Xin thought that, at first glance, it was clear that Joseph was incredibly strong and definitely a gifted person. But what emanated from him when he talked about games? Was it really the energy of life? Li Xin decided that it was something else, a kind of very pure energy. Li Xin wondered why this guy brought up games in the first place. Was it some kind of foreign joke? His colleague asked what was wrong with Li Xin. Li Xin continued to wonder if Joseph meant a duel. Li Xin replied to Sunbei that nothing had happened and asked him to stop somewhere nearby. Songbei stopped the car and said that Li Xin didn't live here. The guy replied that he had somewhere to go. Li Xin decided that he needed to consult with his older brother. Songbei reminded Li Xin not to be late for joint training with the foreigner. Hayun and Kang So were spending time together in front of the restaurant. The guy was sitting in the lotus position on a mat. The girl with the fake mustache asked how her dear friend was doing. Kang So, with her lips painted, greeted Hayun. The girl was upset. She told her uncle that she was not Hayun. Her name was Sam Jun, and her uncle was her husband. The girl said that she should say, "Hello, Sam Jun. You must be tired from work. How are you?" Kang So said that it was difficult for him and asked if Hayun would play the female role. Kang So saw the lipstick and asked the girl what it was, because it wasn't hers, was it? Hayun replied that she had taken it from her mother's bedroom. Hayun added, "I just ran out of red crayons. It's obvious." Kang So said that you can't take other people's things. Their hero was called out. Kang So saw Li Xin approaching him and greeted his younger brother. Kang So wondered why Li Xin was looking at him that way. Li Xin smiled as he looked at his older brother's appearance. The young man said he had come on a very important matter. Today at the airport, he met an awakened level 0 from another country. Li Xin added that it seemed like this guy was challenging him to a fight. Kang So told Hayun to go and play in the restaurant. Hayun took off her mustache and replied that she understood everything. Kang So thought for a moment and said that level 0 was serious. People like that didn't just come around. Our hero asked his companion if it was the guy standing behind and hiding behind the pillar. Li Xin turned around sharply and indeed saw Joseph, who was trying to use an illusion to disappear. Joseph approached the young people and said that he had been hiding his presence with the help of an artifact. How did they manage to notice him? These abilities are admirable. Li Xin was surprised. Had Joseph been following him? Should he report this incident to the embassy? Joseph apologized and asked Li Xin not to take it as an insult. The foreign guest wondered who this man standing with Li Xin was. He was certainly not an ordinary person. Kang So and Joseph stared intently into each other's eyes, each studying his opponent. After a few seconds, Joseph asked what Li Xin thought of his proposal to play together. Li Xin replied that he agreed. Li Xin asked if his conversation partner meant a fight. He added that he agreed and was ready right now. Kang Zhou told his friend that it was pointless. Li Xin replied that his brother should not try to stop him. He could not leave this insulting challenge unanswered. Our hero felt that the foreigner was not aggressive at all. Joseph expressed his joy that Li Xin had agreed to his proposal. Kang Zhou thought that he still wanted to fight. Our hero asked his younger brother if they were going to fight. Wouldn't it be better to do it in the Deadlands? After all, here they could destroy half the city. After a while, the rivals met in the Deadlands. Joseph said it was a great idea. If they competed here, there would be no damage to civilians. Li Xin noted that this was precisely why they were here. Li Xin said he had one question. Why him? After all, there are many other awakened zero levels in the world. Joseph replied, it may seem strange, but he loves games for the character growth effect. Leveling up a character increases their level, but he was born very strong and is unfamiliar with this phenomenon. His opponent, on the other hand, rose to his level from 0. He perfected his energy control technique and only became stronger. No one in this country can be stronger than his opponent. Joseph asked, what is the secret behind Li Xin's rapid growth? Li Xin thought, could it be that the energy he noticed today is just curiosity? Li Xin decided that he would not tell his opponent that his older brother had taught him this. Joseph replied that Li Xin apparently did not wish to share such information. The foreigner began to concentrate energy in his hand and lifted a huge stone block above himself. Joseph said that was even better. He would strike his blow and learn his opponent's secret anyway. Li Xin saw the stone block rushing towards him. Li Xin easily dodged the attack and, drawing his sword, lunged at his opponent. Li Xin tried to strike the foreigner, but his sword hit an invisible barrier. The guy thought that his opponent had a powerful defensive field. Joseph asked, is that all his opponent's power? Li Xin felt depressed. For the first time in his life, he felt such pressure from his opponent's aura. The guy was extremely resistant. A little more, and this Joseph would crush him. Li Xin overcame his opponent's intensity and jumped high into the air. Joseph was surprised. This young man had broken through his telekinetic shield with sheer willpower alone. After another clash between the opponents, there was a huge explosion. When the smoke cleared, Li Xin stood unharmed in the center of the crater. Joseph was at the edge of the cliff. Joseph said it was simply magnificent. He was thrown far away by the shock wave. The stranger thought he had not been mistaken about this guy. Li Xin held his sword forward and said he was ready to continue. Kang So, walking around the city, tried to call. The answering machine said that the called party's phone was turned off or out of range. Our hero was worried. How was Li Xin doing? Was he still fighting the foreigner? Kang So asked his younger brother to come back for dinner, especially today. After all, they were going to cook a summer menu. Yu Xiongtai invited Li Xin to eat naengmyeon. Kang So didn't know what naengmyeon tasted like, but if his friend said so, it must be very delicious. The protagonist wondered how he had not realized before that food could be so enjoyable. The city residents began to worry. Could it be that magical monsters had appeared on the outskirts? Something had hit the city's protective field. They needed to hide. Our hero thought that these two were behaving unscrupulously. They were putting the city in danger. Kang So headed for the scene of the battle along the road, wondering why they couldn't settle their differences without causing a commotion. Joseph and Li Xin were already at the bottom of the crater. Li Xin still had his sword in his hand. Joseph was fighting his opponent with his bare hands. Small scratches appeared on his body. Both fighters were bare-chested. Li Xin gathered momentum and swung his sword at his opponent. Joseph thought that this guy was getting faster with every attack. He crossed his arms in front of him and prepared to block the blow. Li Xin struck his opponent with his sword, but Joseph remained impenetrable. Joseph, using his inner reserves and enormous strength, hurled large boulders at his opponent. Li Xin fended off his opponent's attacks with his sword, while Joseph remained inside his impenetrable sphere. Kang So watched the fight and thought that these two were fighting so fiercely that they had forgotten what was going on around them. Kang So wondered if he could knock these two out to put an end to it. The protagonist did just that. First, he deactivated Li Xin, then he did the same to Joseph. Joseph came to in bed. Celia was sitting next to his bed and noted that the guy had finally woken up. Joseph wondered how he ended up in the hotel. Celia said she would like to know that too. Celia said she found Joseph lying on the doorstep covered in blood. Where had he been, and what had he been doing? Joseph said he had gotten into a fight with Li Xin. The assistant was surprised. Was Li Xin really so strong that he could knock him out? Joseph said they fought for a long time, and Li Xin couldn't have defeated him. The guy got out of bed and got dressed. Celia was surprised and asked where he was going. He still needed to rest. Joseph said he had to go somewhere and would explain everything later. The guy chose to fly and, once in the protective sphere, headed for his destination. He understood that it was definitely not Li Xin who knocked him out. Joseph remembered that for a brief moment he had felt a different, incredibly strong aura. Who could possess such an aura? The guy continued to move over the city in his protective sphere and scanned the surrounding area for a powerful aura. Suddenly, Joseph sensed someone nearby. It was Li Xin. He asked if Joseph had decided to come as soon as he woke up. The stranger said he hoped to meet his opponent here. Joseph said that he was concerned about something else entirely, and without pointing, asked what was written there. The inscription at the site of their battle near the crater read, "If he fights again, he will be punished." Joseph wondered who had left such an inscription. Li Xin said aloud that brother Kang So had seen them here. Joseph remembered the meeting when he saw Li Xin talking to another guy. Perhaps it was that same brother. Could that guy Kang So be the one who knocked him out? He must be crazy. Ha-Yun and Kang So were sitting at the same table, eating. Our hero sneezed and thought it was probably because of the cold soup. Li Xin and Joseph were traveling together through the city. Li Xin asked Joseph why he was following him. The foreigner replied that Li Xin was going to his brother's place anyway, so they were going the same way. Joseph thought that he owed a lot to this man. This guy noticed how much destruction had been caused by the battle and came to stop them. In their rage, they completely forgot where they were and couldn't control themselves. If that guy hadn't stopped them, there was no telling how much damage they would have caused to innocent civilians. There was no way to repay him adequately for that. Joseph asked if Li Xin was really going to see his older brother. Li Xin expressed his indignation because Joseph said his older brother was crazy. Joseph smiled, but he didn't know that this guy was normal. Two girls watching the young men concluded that they were handsome. Plus, one of them was a foreigner. One of the friends decided that she had seen these people on social media. Someone else passing by also said that they had seen them on TV. One of them was Li Xin, the only zero-level hunter in the country. Next to him is Joseph, a zero-level hunter who came from abroad. The girls surrounded the young men and said they were their fans. Some asked for autographs. Joseph told his companion that they had problems. Li Xin agreed, that's all they needed. Joseph began to concentrate his inner energy in his hands. After that, the young men found themselves in protective shells and rose above the crowd. The fans were upset that their idols were leaving them so quickly. It was clear that these guys were using telekinesis. Joseph expressed his hope that they had not disappointed these people. Li Xin asked his companion not to tell anyone about Kang So. Joseph reassured the young man. He said he had never been a gossip. During the flight, Joseph tried to find out from Li Xin what interesting things the fans had said about him, since he did not understand the local language. Li Xin and Joseph arrived at Kang So's place. The younger brother bowed and said that he would never fight so irresponsibly again, and thanked Kang So for stopping them. Kang So said that someone had to do it, especially since Li Xin was his younger brother. Joseph bowed and also apologized to Kang So. To reassure his interlocutor, Joseph said that his mouth was sealed. Kang So advised the foreigner to be careful with his strength in the future. Our hero said he was very happy that his brother had a friend. Joseph hugged Li Xin and said that they were now great friends. Li Xin told Joseph that they should go to the banquet first. His companion was surprised. Was it really necessary to do that? Kang So was also surprised. Were they really having a banquet? Li Xin said that this banquet had been planned in advance and that there would be delegations representing their countries. It was an official event. Li Xin added that it would be very unfortunate if one of the representatives of the most powerful country in the world did not attend the banquet. Joseph had a great responsibility. Joseph replied that he wanted to talk to Mr. Kang So because he was returning to his country tomorrow. Kang So suggested that Joseph meet him in a nearby park after the banquet. He would wait for the foreigner there. There was a festive table at the banquet and many guests were present. Celia Cox, a manager from the Human Resources Department of the Awakened Association, was also present at this banquet. She drank alcohol and watched the guests. The girl concluded that the banquet organizers had offered the guests some good wine. Looking around, Celia couldn't find her companion. Where had Joseph gone? Li Xin was nowhere to be seen either. Mrs. Cox's keen eye spotted Li Xin in the crowd. She approached the young man and asked why Mr. Li was without a date today. After all, it was such a magnificent event. Li Xin replied that he hadn't had time to invite anyone to the banquet and asked what Mrs. Cox wanted with him. The young woman expressed her sincere congratulations to the young man on reaching level 0. Celia asked if Li Xin felt cramped in this small country. Celia Cox added that the association in their country was willing to pay Li Xin 5 times more than what he was earning here. The young man could consider this an invitation to join their association. Celia asked if the young man needed time to think about it. Li Xin was surprised. Was his interlocutor really offering him to change his citizenship? Celia said that her association was offering not only 5 times the salary, but also bonuses for each assignment, plus free dental insurance. Was there anything to think about? Li Xin said he was turning down the offer. Miss Cox suggested that he was a true patriot of his country and added that she would try a different approach. Cox began to threaten that if the young man refused, his beloved and very small country would suffer the consequences. The girl asked what would happen to his country if her state stopped providing assistance. Li Xin thought Joseph was right. Joseph had said earlier that the fact that Li Xin had become a 0 rank meant that his country's Federal Bureau of Hunters would try to recruit him. Perhaps they would do so at the banquet. Joseph warned Li Xin to prepare himself and be strong. Manager Celia would attack him like a bulldozer. He shouldn't be surprised. Li Xin remembered Joseph's words, but he didn't expect them to threaten his country so openly. An indignant Joseph approached the young people. He asked the girl if this was what she meant by, "I'll be delicate." Joseph continued to be indignant. How dare Celia? Miss Cox didn't lose her cool and said she was trying to bring new talent to their team. Joseph looked at his friend and said he had warned him. Joseph said that this guy was a 0-level hunter, and on the other hand, it wasn't worth dictating terms to him. That wasn't why he had flown here. Celia objected. Joseph had probably forgotten that this was exactly why they had come here. He had to confirm that this guy was indeed a 0-rank awakened one and do everything possible to lure him over. Joseph was confused. He didn't quite understand Miss Cox. Joseph asked his interlocutor why she thought he would suddenly start helping them. Celia replied that Joseph was a patriot of his country. The guy said that he was just born in that country. He didn't choose where to be born. He had no choice. If his government continued to deliberately threaten and blackmail Li Xin, he would change his citizenship to that of this country. Celia was surprised. Was Joseph in his right mind? The girl was frightened. She had been given the task of bringing Li Xin with her. She couldn't lose Joseph here too. Celia looked at Joseph and thought he was a stubborn mule. She told him to stop joking around. Did he think he would get more here than in his homeland? Joseph said he didn't care about money or standard of living. This small country was a mecca for the gaming industry. Miss Cox was so surprised that she didn't even know how to respond. Joseph added that he was not going to compare the sizes of the two countries. It did not matter to him. Joseph added that Li Xin was much stronger than him. If they continued to pressure this guy, he would be able to drown the entire continent on which his country was located. Li Xin and Celia Cox did not expect to hear such words and both stood there, surprised with their mouths open. Miss Cox looked at Li Xin in surprise. Could this guy really be stronger than Joseph? Li Xin thought, if only this girl knew who was really strong. Joseph said that he wanted to add something to the conversation with his companion. He always followed the government's orders only because he didn't like it when people caused him trouble. Celia, on the other hand, believed that he was loyal to this government and commanded it as if he were a boy. Maybe it was time to change her attitude? The guy added that if Celia understood everything, she'd better leave. Many people at this banquet are now looking for Mrs. Cox. Joseph told his friend that now no one would bother him. Li Xin thanked the guy. Li Xin noted that the banquet would soon be over and suggested that his companion go to the park. In the park, Li Xin told his brother about the conversation that took place at the banquet, adding that Joseph had helped him avoid big problems. Kang So thanked Joseph for his help. Joseph laughed and said that friends should help each other. Kang So remarked that the foreigner turned out to be a good guy and promised to teach him something. Kang So said that if Joseph was his brother's friend, he would teach him secret 0-rank techniques. Joseph replied that he was very interested. After the training, Joseph said that it looked very cool. Kang So was delighted, knowing that this technique would suit the guy well. Joseph promised not to forget the kindness Kang So had shown him. The foreigner said that now he definitely wants to become a hunter in this country. Li Xin noted that it would not be easy. Li Xin added that his older brother wanted a quiet and peaceful life and didn't need public attention. If Joseph moved to this city, the whole world would be watching him, and sooner or later, this would expose Kang So's brother. Kang So said that they would be grateful to Joseph if he could protect their country from their government. Joseph promised to do everything in his power. Kang So went into the restaurant and told his friend that he was back. Yu Xiongtai said he wanted to take a vacation and go somewhere with his family. The restaurant owner asked if Kang So could replace him from next Monday until the end of the week. Kang So asked where Yu Xiongtai was going. Yu Xiongtai said that his daughters and the entire film crew of the series had been given vouchers to a private resort. They also got vouchers because they were her parents. Kang So asked if he could go to the resort with them too. Yu Xiongtai said that the Red Dragon Guild is very generous in giving out travel vouchers to relatives. Why not? They can all go together. Kang So said that was great and he would be very happy. Red Dragon Guild office. The guild leader was indignant. Why were the photos ruined? He rented an entire private resort just to talk to this delivery man. The man added that he couldn't immediately reject the person his daughter had fallen in love with. The assistant asked the director, what if Ji-eun wanted to marry him? The president even jumped up from his seat. How could she even think of such a thing? The head calmed down, realizing that in that case, there was nothing he could do. His daughter was in love with this guy like a schoolgirl. Yoon Chong thought that in any case, he would have to meet this courier. The restaurateur's family ended up on the coast. Ha-yoon stood on the seashore and enjoyed the sun and the beach. The girl said that the sea was very beautiful. Her parents stood happily to the side. Lim So-young said it was very sweet. Their daughter was seeing the sea for the first time in her life. The welcoming party greeted the film crew of the series Revenge White Roses. The guide asked for a moment of attention and said he had important information. The speaker said that the resort was divided into 2 zones. The film crew's zone was Sector D. Under no circumstances should anyone leave Zone D. Yu Sung-tae asked how to tell where Zone D ends. The guide said that where there was an electrified fence and security guards, that was definitely the end of the safe Zone D. A strong request, do not touch the electrified fence and do not talk to the guards. If the guards approach you, show them your wristband and follow their instructions. The wristband is proof that you are a guest of the resort. The speaker said that there are no other restrictions. Dear guests can enjoy their vacation. Further, they will communicate with the hostess. The host for this family was a man wearing shorts and sunglasses. He was the head of the guild who decided to talk to these people personally. Naturally, he was here incognito. While still in his office, Yoon Chong decided that he would meet Kang So in person. The boss told his assistant to contact the hotel administration. He would take care of the rest himself. The girl asked, does the boss really want to invite this young man to the hotel? The guild leader said that he was used to getting to know people in a genuine way, without formalities. The hostess thought, he knows that this guy came as a relative of their star, but what if he's a fraud? It is necessary to check this carefully. The hotel representative asked if the young man had any food preferences. Kang So replied that he was not picky. The host noted that the food situation was still unclear. The villa provided to the restaurateur's family was extremely beautiful. His daughter noted that you could even see the sea from there. The hostess bowed to the tourist and wished him a pleasant stay. Kang So thanked the hotel representative for his help. Yoon Chong noted that this guy was polite, kind, and modest in his manner. However, he still needed to be observed. Yu Sung-tae said that he had seen the hostess somewhere before. Our hero noted that he also felt a familiar aura. The hostess's aura seemed similar to Ji-eun's. Could it be a coincidence? Kang So wondered if it could be Ji-eun's father. But as far as he knew, his colleague's father was the director of the Red Dragon Guild. Why would he be here pretending to be a hostess? Ha-yoon asked if Uncle Kang So had taken Whistle and Pom-Pom with him. Kang So and the girl entered the inventory. Ha-yoon called her friends the animals. Whistle and Pom-Pom were sitting in the bushes at that moment. When they saw the girl, the rat and the bunny rushed towards her. Kang So thought that he had used the magic crystal to create a forest here, just like in his homeland. Now these little animals were frolicking here. Something caught the protagonist's eye. The boy saw a golden rose hip growing nearby. The bush was covered with berries. These were yellow berries that brought enlightenment to the mind. Rose hips are also delicious and help with hangovers. Kang So was surprised because he didn't create this bush. He doesn't know if such berries grew in his homeland. Maybe they grew on their own thanks to his memories. Ha-yoon came closer and asked what Uncle Kang So was eating. She wanted some too. Ha-yoon tried the berry he offered her and broke into a smile. Kang So asked if she liked it. The girl replied that it was a very tasty berry. Hyun said it was so delicious that she could even see what the weather would be like tomorrow. Wow, thought our hero. His younger brother once said that Hyun's ability would be to foresee the future and distinguish between truth and lies. This ability is called the Eye of the Priest. Kang-so thought that this girl was still too young to awaken, but if she could see the future, then she was already on the verge of awakening. Hyun happily ran around the lawn and played with the animals. Once upon a time, there lived an old man named Mandon Kuyon. This old man was an unusual person, just like his name. He had the gift of foresight. This old man often liked to drink alcohol. In a world of lies and hypocrisy, it was very difficult for him to live with his insight. Kang-so thought that Hyun was still young and that it would be even harder for her. This girl still had to learn to distinguish between good and evil. And even such a cheerful girl would have a very hard time in this world. At that time, Hyun continued to play with the animals. The protagonist knew that once an ability had been awakened, it could not be sealed back away. Balance is most important in the human body. If you try to pump a person with foreign energy, this balance is disrupted. It can even shorten one's life. Kang-so picked a few rose hips and thought that he couldn't let something like that happen to Hyun. Our hero decided to become a wall that would protect the girl from the dangers of the world. Hyun approached her uncle again and asked why he was eating so many berries like a hamster. Kang-so and Hyun came out of the inventory. Yu Seong-tae was already waiting for them. Yu Seong-tae asked if his friend had taken his swimming trunks. Kang-so said he needed to talk to his friend. Yu Seong-tae noticed that Kang-so was very serious. Had something happened? Kang-so said that Hyun was not an ordinary person. The girl is awakened. She has the ability of a prophet, and even at the S level. Yu Seong-tae couldn't believe it. Kang-so said that it was an innate ability. The girl had simply experienced the awakening. Yu Seong-tae was a little upset. Awakened, and at such a young age. He wanted his girl to live a normal life and be happy. With such a rare gift, she would have to devote her life to a dangerous profession. Yu Seong-tae asked if Kang-so could do anything to seal her awakening. Kang-so replied that it was impossible. Sealing the ability with someone else's help greatly shortens a person's lifespan. Our hero handed his friend a berry and said it was a golden rose hip. If he regularly gathered these berries for Hyun, it would maintain her chi harmony and spiritual powers. There were many golden rose hip bushes growing in his inventory, so there would be enough berries for every day. Kang-so told his friend not to worry about his daughter. It is impossible to get rid of the ability, but it is possible to live with it if there is a teacher nearby. The main character said that he wanted to teach the girl martial arts. He hoped that it would be useful to her. Hyun needed to know how to protect herself and her parents. Kang-so added that Hyun was as dear to him as if she were his own child. Hyun turned to her uncle and said that she could see her older sister over there, and pointed. The girl said that she was watching them from there. Why didn't she come down to them? Our hero only now began to realize what an amazing ability this girl had. Hyun suggested asking Ji-eun to play with them. Kang-so told the girl that Ji-eun seemed to be busy at the moment. They would manage without her for now. Hyun thought, are all adults so boring? Hyun said she would just pretend she hadn't seen anything. She could do that. Ji-eun continued to watch the family through her binoculars. At that moment, the girl was in the hotel across the street. Ji-eun was surprised. Why was Hyun looking at her? It must be a coincidence. Ji-eun was impatient. She had to get out of there and see them. Ji-eun thought that if she went out the door, the secretary would find her. So she decided to leave the room through the balcony. This method seemed to her to be the least likely to attract attention. However, Ji-eun was discovered. The secretary entered the room and saw Ji-eun trying to jump off the balcony. Ji-eun told Secretary Jin that she had just gone out to get some fresh air. Secretary Jin asked, "Do you have to stand on the railing to get some fresh air?" Ji-eun, justifying herself, said that she just wanted to stretch after sitting at the computer for a long time. The secretary reminded her that Ji-eun was at work and should behave accordingly. Jin added that the lady was the heir to the Red Dragon Guild and had many responsibilities. Ji-eun was angry. She had just thought about leaving when Secretary Jin immediately appeared. Earlier, Ji-eun thought that she could also come incognito, like her father. Secretary Jin asked what Miss Kim was doing there. Ji-eun was upset that Secretary Jin recognized her. The secretary assumed that Miss Kim was here for work, or was she mistaken? Ji-eun was immediately taken to her workplace. Secretary Jin acted decisively. The secretary brought a stack of papers and said that the lady understood what she would be dealing with today. Jin noticed that her daughter's resemblance to her father, the guild director, was incredible. Ji-eun was upset that Secretary Jin was constantly following her, as if she had orders not to let her mistress out of her sight. Secretary Jin said that her mistress hated paperwork and was unpredictable in her actions. For example, she had sneaked into the resort undercover. Ji-eun was outraged by what the secretary was implying. The restaurateur and his family arrived at a local restaurant. Ha-eun noticed that it was also very beautiful here. The man who had recently been a hostess was now serving this family as a waiter. The guild leader thought that a person's true nature is revealed in unpleasant situations. As if by accident, the waiter spilled water from a glass onto Kang So's clothes. The waiter apologized, saying it was an accident. He was curious to see Kang So's reaction to the situation. Kang So said that it was no big deal. It was just water, it would dry, and there would be no trace left. The waiter shouldn't worry. The guild leader thought that this guy didn't even flinch, even though it's very difficult to control yourself in such a situation. Yoon Han-chung noted that this guy had supreme self-control. Incidentally, these people ate simple food and looked like an ordinary family. The warrior who destroyed the monsters said he had absolutely no time. He told the monsters to get out of his way. This man attacked another monster with his sword and shouted for it to get out of the way. When the great catastrophe happened, he experienced the awakening and frantically fought his way through crowds of monsters to his home. But when he got there, it was too late. He found his wife dead. She had sacrificed herself to save the children. That day, he made a vow to his wife. No matter what happened, he would protect his children with all his might. The warrior swore that he would destroy anyone who threatened his family. Haechul found many like-minded people. Everyone wanted to protect their families and get rid of the monsters. Naturally, the first and largest guild was formed, the Red Dragon Guild. However, the more responsibility Haechul took on, the less time he had for his children. Ji-eun and Ho-won followed in his footsteps and became hunters. As high-ranking hunters, his children became an important part of the guild, and as part of their work, they began to see their father more often. But can working hours together be considered family time? Haechul tried to remember the last time he had dinner with his children. All they talked about was work. The guild leader couldn't remember the last time he cut tonkatsu for his children. Kang So told the girl that he would cut her a cutlet. Ha-eun thanked her uncle for that. This young man seemed very pleasant and made a good impression on Haechul. Kang So took a knife in his hand and, using magic, used it for its intended purpose. The cutlet on the girl's plate was immediately cut evenly. The waiter was surprised. The girl's uncle cut the cutlet so quickly. Kang So wished Ha-eun bon appetit. Haechul couldn't understand what had just happened. Did this guy really cut the cutlet? Or maybe he wielded the table knife as if it were a sword. The cut on the cutlet was so even, as if it had been cut with a scalpel. Even other awakened ones couldn't do that. The guildmaster wondered who this young man really was. Continuing to analyze, the waiter suggested that this guy had even cut the cutlet not with a knife, but with his aura. There was not a single scratch left on the plate after this cutting. With the energy required for such a cut, the plate would have also been damaged. Haechul doubted that even in their guild there was a person capable of such delicate work. There were rumors that this guy was F rank, but that was not the case. Was he really just an ordinary delivery boy from an ordinary Asian restaurant? Perhaps he was a secret agent of the Silver Tower? But then the management would have noticed how talented he was. A girl approached Haechul from behind, put her hand on his shoulder, and said she wanted to talk to her father. Ji-eun said she had something serious to discuss. The girl asked her father what he was doing there. Haechul was surprised that his daughter knew about it. He had disguised himself perfectly. Ji-eun said that it didn't matter. He shouldn't evade the question and should tell her what he was doing there. The guild leader replied to his daughter that he had simply decided to check out the resort services from the inside. After all, he was a master of disguise. Ji-eun continued her interrogation. Then why didn't he leave the table where Kang So was sitting? Haechul continued to wriggle out of the situation. He told his daughter that he was not interested in this young man, but in the family he had come with. His daughter continued, "In that case, why is her father interested in this family?" Haechul did not give up. Yu Song-tai once worked as a freight forwarder in the association, and they know each other. He was very happy to meet him by chance. Haechul added that his daughter now works at this man's restaurant. It's a small world. Ji-eun wondered if she had been worrying for nothing. The guild leader added that he was not interested in Kang So at all, and it did not matter to him who he was. Her father stated that the most important thing for him was for his daughter to be happy with him. Ji-eun asked if it would be a marriage that was disadvantageous for the guild. Haechul said that he had raised his daughter to be independent. She didn't need a boyfriend to lead the guild. Her father asked if his daughter could spare some time to see him and her brother. He hadn't had dinner with his children in so long. Hachul added that this time there would be no talk of business, only family conversations. Jiyeon smiled and said she agreed. Kang So and the restaurateur's family's short vacation ended without incident. A few days passed, and Ha-yoon was playing with her peers at the playground. The boys were arguing about who would swing with Ha-yoon. Her friends said that the boys could take turns swinging with her. The mothers of these children stood aside and watched the little ones while talking. A stranger appeared from behind a tree and watched the children. One of the girls noticed the man who came out from behind the tree and headed towards her. The stranger deliberately fell to the ground and groaned in pain, pretending he had hurt himself. The girl asked what had happened to the man and approached him. The man got up and said that he had fallen and seemed to have broken his leg. Could the girl help him? The girl replied that she would help the man get back on his feet. Ha-yoon sensed something was wrong and shouted for Mi-yeon not to approach the man. Ha-yoon took her friend by the arm and said that the man wasn't hurt at all, that he was faking it. The man stood up and said, "Is this girl saying that he is a liar? Is she accusing an innocent adult uncle?" The stranger raised his hands and said, "So this girl is bad." The girls were frightened and began to cry. Ha-yoon shouted for the squeaker to help her. The rat hiding in Ha-eun's hood flashed its eyes and jumped out. Krongi decisively, without hesitation, rushed at the stranger. The man was frightened and jumped aside. He couldn't understand what it was. A bird or a mouse? The mothers heard their children's cries and rushed to their aid. What was going on there? Ha-yoon said that this man was lying. He wanted to steal Mi-yeon. The villain lay on his back and tried to get rid of the rat. He thought he had been exposed and needed to run away. The stranger threw away the squeaky rat and shouted for everyone to get out of the way. He ran away. As he ran away, the villain thought that this rat had ruined everything for him. The villain also thought that the second girl who had approached had ruined everything too. Suddenly, someone ran out from around the corner and attacked the villain. This stranger shouted for the villain to stop immediately. The villain lost his footing and they both fell to the ground. Tape and rope fell out of the villain's backpack. The man who had jumped out from around the corner grabbed the villain by the leg and shouted that he couldn't run away anyway. The villain began to kick his opponent with his free leg. The guy shouted that he would not let him go anyway. The criminal said that now he would have to use his aorta on him and swung his fist. The criminal asked, "Can't this guy see that he's awake? Does he really want to go to the other world? It would be better if he let him go." The guy understood that he was in serious danger, but he still shouted that he couldn't let the criminal go. The villain punched the young man several times and asked what he had done to be called a criminal. The villain left the beaten young man in the doorway and walked away in the opposite direction. The beaten boy thought that he would not have time to call the police and that the villain might disappear. The next moment, the protagonist was standing in front of the villain. The criminal asked, "Who's this?" The villain said that this guy had better pretend he hadn't seen anything. He didn't have time to beat him up too. The villain didn't even have time to blink before he was punched in the neck. In another moment, the criminal was deactivated and lying face down on the ground. Our hero approached the injured young man. The guy was surprised. This man knocked out the awakened one with one blow. Was that even possible? Kang So reached out his hand to the young man and asked how he was feeling. The young man thanked him for his concern and said he was fine. At that moment, the children and their parents approached. Ha-yoon said she was glad to see her uncle. Ha-yoon told everyone that this bad uncle was lying on the ground asleep. Kang So wondered how Ha-yoon knew this man. The injured young man said that this scoundrel had tried to kidnap Ha-yoon's girlfriend. Kang So told everyone that this young man had neutralized the scoundrel. The women began to thank the young man, saying that he was a good man and that they were very grateful to him. The girls also thanked the kind man. The young man thought, why did this guy hide the details? He must have some reason to give all the credit for this deed to someone else. Kang So thought he had seen this guy before, and at that time, he seemed physically strong. Lim So-young offered the rescuer a meal at her restaurant as a consolation. The young man said he didn't want to burden anyone. Kang So pointed out that it would be rude to refuse, as this guy was now an honored guest. The young man agreed and added that he wanted to say something to Lim So-young. This conversation concerned Lim So-young's daughter, Ha-yoon. Kang So was surprised, wondering how this guy knew Ha-yoon. Yoo Seung-tae set the table and said that there wasn't much to choose from, but in any case, he wished him bon appétit. The stranger thanked the restaurateur. The young man said that he had recently moved to this city and that his name was So Tae-bok. He asked if Yoo Seung-tae had noticed any suspicious individuals in the vicinity of the restaurant. The girl's father said he hadn't seen anyone suspicious. Kang Seo asked what So Tae-bok knew. So Taebok said that everyone present probably knew that Hyun already had a fan club. The number of members exceeded 10,000. The guy added that he was number 10,004. Yu Seong-tae couldn't believe that his daughter had her own fan club. So Taebok said that he lost his younger sister when he was a child. It was as if he saw his little sister in Hyun. Kang So asked what was wrong with his fan club. So Taebok said that paparazzi photos, clearly taken without permission, had started appearing in the community. He thought that someone who was stalking her was a member of the fan club. Yu Seong-tae was frightened. Was there really someone stalking his daughter? So Taebok said that this worried him too, and he thought it would be best to warn Hyun about the danger. The guy added that he didn't know where the girl lived. He thought that if he found out where she lived, even to warn her, he would be no better than a stalker. So he gave up on the idea. But apparently his good intentions helped him. By a miraculous coincidence, he met Hyun. So Taebok was surprised when he saw the girl being helped across the road. The guy added that he wanted to catch up with the girl and tell her about her stalker. However, he couldn't approach her because the traffic light turned red. Then she left. Today he saw her again, and this time a suspicious guy wanted to attack her and her friend. So Taebok didn't think it was the same stalker, but unfortunately, Hyun could become a target for many bad people because of her popularity. Therefore, he insists that Hyun never be left alone on the street again. Yu Seong-tae was touched. This man really cares about Hyun. He said that now he would take care of his daughter's safety himself. The restaurant owner reached out his hand to the guest and said that he didn't even know how to repay him for his kindness. Suddenly, the young man's heart began to ache. It began to beat strangely. The guy grabbed his chest and cried out loudly. Yu Seong-tae was frightened. What was wrong with the young man? So Taebok said that it was nothing serious. He had had heart problems for a long time. Kang So thought it seems he was right. A ray of sunshine, a natural gift, perfect muscles for martial arts, and a huge supply of solar energy. However, the possessor of the sunbeam gift has an excess of yang energy, which leads to heart disease. So these people, as a rule, do not live to see middle age. At most, they live to be 30. The scorching yang energy blocks yin energy. These people cannot awaken even when they have accumulated enough energy. In this guy's case, the yang energy is simply destroying him. At this rate, he could die within 6 months. So Taebok caught his breath and said that he seemed to have calmed down. Yu Seong-tae asked if the young man should see a doctor. His companion replied that he had tried, but the doctors couldn't diagnose him, and apparently he would have to live with it. Kang So asked again, "Is this man's name So Taebok?" Kang So added that if So Taebok had free time, he could spend it training with him. The guy replied that he worked the night shift at a store, so he had a lot of free time. Kang So remarked that they had met by happy coincidence, so why not become friends? Unless, of course, So Taebok had any objections. So Taebok said he didn't mind. Our hero then suggested they meet in the park tomorrow. So Taebok said that training wouldn't interfere with his plans and added that he would come tomorrow. The young men said goodbye, and Yu Seong-tae told So Taebok to be careful. Yu Seong-tae asked his friend, "Does he really want to make this guy a fighter, or is it just for his health?" Yu Seong-tae added, "What should he do about this stalker?" Kang So replied that his friend shouldn't worry. He would take care of it. Early in the morning, Kang So was already at the agreed-upon spot in Marine Park. So Taebok appeared in the distance, hurrying to the meeting. The guy ran up a little out of breath and said he tried not to be late. But why did Kang So decide to meet here? He had heard that demons sometimes appear in large parks like this. Kang So said that his companion need not worry about that. He had heard that there were conscious, awakened citizens in this park, and they regularly cleaned it up. Therefore, demons had not been seen here for a long time. Our hero was joined by other people who came with the flower fairy. They asked why Kang So was here so early today. Kang So greeted them and said that the rest of the health marathon participants had arrived. One of the newcomers said that if the guy trained with him, it would be very good for his health. The flower fairy said that this young man was much slimmer than her boss. She added that she would motivate her boss. Kang So asked So Taebok if he had come just for physical training. The guy nodded affirmatively. Kang So said he asked because they usually don't just do physical training. So Taebok admitted that he still didn't know why he had been called here. Kang So announced that they were going to the equipment room. This guy needed special training. Everyone present understood that the teacher would be conducting special training today. So Taebok was afraid of what these people had in mind. Kang So's inventory, Gyeolsun District. Kang So told them all to enter the inventory. So Taebok cried out in surprise. He found himself in an unfamiliar place on a snow-covered area. Kang So told the boy not to be afraid, that it was just his inventory. So Taibok said that he had never entered the inventory in his life. It was very beautiful here. The guy said it felt like they were in nature. It was just incredible. Did all awakened people have this? Kangso expressed hope that his companion wasn't cold. So Taibok noted that he tolerates the cold very well. The young man was surprised. Even his heart didn't bother him at all in the cold. It was just great. Kangso thought that this was another characteristic of the sunbeam ability. Thanks to the excess of yang energy, he hardly feels the cold. So Taibok asked if he had been brought here just to train. Kangso took a candle in his hand and said that his companion would now understand everything. So Taibok sat in the lotus position, holding a lit candle in front of him. Kangso was behind him. The guy asked what this practice was for. Kangso said that So Taibok should trust him and concentrate. Kangso thought that even though this guy had superpowers, he wouldn't understand it until it was demonstrated to him. Our hero decided to help the young man experience it for himself. He began to perform various manipulations with his hands while standing behind the guy. Yang energy blocks his meridians and prevents him from controlling his enormous power. But everything can change. Kangso concentrated a cluster of energy between his palms and decided to direct it in the right direction. The protagonist placed his palms on the young man's back, thereby driving this energy into his body. So Taibok's heart was pierced by a stream of energy. The flame from the candle So Taibok was holding grew to incredible proportions. The young man screamed loudly in fear. So Taibok threw the candle aside and fell onto his back. The young man did not expect such a reaction. The extinguished candle lay nearby. So Taibok got up and asked what that was. Kangso replied that the candle showed the level of power. It was made so that its flame would burn in the hands of the holder according to his energy potential. Could the candle really show the power of one's aura? But that was impossible. So Taibok said that he was not awakened and had a G rank. Where did someone like him get an aura, especially one so large? Kangso said that the guy is special. He has a unique energy system, and an excess of yang energy causes blockages in his meridians. That is why the association's equipment did not recognize his power. Kangso said that he had just cleared the young man's meridians. That would be enough for now. So Taibok was surprised. So Kangso had cured him? The young man began to cough, and blood appeared in his mouth. Kangso said that this was only a cleansing of the meridians, and it would not last long. It cannot be done often, as it will have serious side effects. Kangso added that these symptoms would soon pass, but that wasn't the problem. All living things strive to maintain their form, but their yang energy is constantly seeking a way out. The heart beats wildly, and muscle mass builds up on its own without effort. All this is the result of the body's struggle with an internal threat. Yang energy cannot be kept locked up. His condition is the result of a blockage of yang energy. Inside, So Taibok burns the same flame he saw in the candle. One day, the flame may break free and burn him. So Taibok was frightened. He did not like this prospect. Kangso said that the young man had no more than 6 months to live, all because of the flame that was blocked inside his body. So Taibok was frightened. Was there really nothing that could be done? Kangso replied that there was, which was why they had come here. So Taibok asked if he would have to practice in this icy place, and then he would recover. Kangso replied that this was not entirely the case. The cold would make him feel better, but it wouldn't help with his illness. So Taibok had to learn how to safely release his yang energy. Over the next 15 days, they would train using a special method. As a bonus, the young man would learn martial arts. His immediate goal was to light this candle with his own efforts. So Taibok was surprised. Would 15 days be enough? Kangso said that it wouldn't be enough for others, but the young man had a special ability called Sunbeam, so he would be able to do it. Kangso warned that the training would be grueling. If the young man was not ready, he could refuse. So Taibok thought that Kangso would never lie to him. If his life was in danger, the choice was obvious. He said he agreed. So Taibok said he had nothing to lose and asked Kangso to help him. Kangso said that the young man had made a good choice and, taking him by the shoulder, lifted him off the ground. Kangso threw the guy high up in the air and said they were starting the lesson. So Taibok was frightened again and shouted that it was too sudden. The training continued, and now the young man was developing his physical endurance. He was in a half-squat position, trying to hold burning candles. So Taibok ran bare-chested through the snowy areas. No matter how hard the young man tried, he still couldn't light the candle. The training continued. 15 days passed. Our hero, standing on top of a cliff, watched the young man. Kang So said that now So Taibok could prepare to leave. The teacher added that the young man's time had come. So Taibok sat in the lotus position again and held an unlit candle in front of him. At some point, the wick on the candle ignited and the flame began to grow in size. The teacher said that now the guy could even control the size of the fire. So Taibok agreed with Kang So. The student said that it was all thanks to his teacher. Kang So admitted that even he did not expect such results. So Taibok added that compared to his teacher's fire last time, he still had a long way to go. Kang So said that last time he just released the accumulated energy. Now that all the meridians are cleared, the condition has become more stable. The young man asked if that meant he was now completely healthy. Kang So replied that all his meridians were now open. He felt no pain in his heart. So Taibok said that he really couldn't even remember the last time his heart had hurt. Kang So noted that the size of the fire could be increased with constant practice. The size of the fire would be an indicator of his strength. The stronger the fire, the stronger the young man. So Taibok was surprised by his newfound abilities. Kang So said that the last competition here would be a contest with him. Was the young man ready for this? The student bowed and said he was ready to try and fight the master. So Taibok took a boxing stance and prepared to attack. The student shouted that he was attacking and lunged at his master. Kang So blocked his opponent's attack with a slight movement of his hand and directed his movement in another direction. So Taibok tried many more times to land at least one blow on his master, but it was all in vain. So Taibok thought he had become much faster, but his master seemed to be on a completely different level. Kang So kicked the ground hard, and the resulting shockwave threw his opponent up into the air, along with a piece of the ground. So Taibok thought that his teacher possessed incredible power, but what if he used it against him? The guy pushed off and, gaining speed, flew straight at his teacher from above. Moving from side to side to confuse his opponent, So Taibok approached his teacher, who stood calmly in one place. At one point, the student found himself behind Kang So. He tried to punch him. The blow reached its target and was so powerful that Kang So was knocked aside. So Taibok was surprised. Had he really managed to deliver a fiery fist strike? Kang So said it was amazing. So Taibok had achieved the ability to use energy for his strikes. Our hero said that now his student could safely descend the mountain. So Taibok thanked his teacher and said that it was all thanks to his efforts. Kang So asked if the young man was ready to retake the test in the Silver Tower. So Taibok asked if his teacher meant the test for the rank of Awakened. Kang So nodded affirmatively. He thought the results would be quite positive. The next day arrived, the Awakened Association. The girl was surprised. Someone who wasn't awakened received a G rank, and now he wants to retake the test? So Taibok asked, would it really not work? The girl told the guy to put his hands on the balls and wait. The young man complied, and the girl thought, there will always be people like that. These dissatisfied people cannot accept their low level and constantly ask for a retest. After a while, So Taibok left the association building and ran up to the teacher. Kang So asked what the result was. So Taibok told his teacher not to be surprised. He had been told that he was an awakened A rank. Kang So thought he knew it all along. He congratulated his student and said it was a gift for the occasion. The gift was a healing root that contained a strong charge of yin energy. It would replenish the young man's missing energy. So Taibok burst into tears and said that the teacher had saved his life, taught him martial arts, and now he had given him a gift. The student said that he did not even know how to thank his benefactor for everything. He definitely wanted to do something for his teacher, if only it was within his power. Kang So said it wasn't necessary, but if the student wanted it so badly, then he had one request for the young man. A few days passed. Hayun was walking down the road with her mother. The girl was humming a song. A paparazzi with a camera appeared from around the corner and said that Hayun was very cute after all. He would take many good photos today. Suddenly, a man snatched the camera from the paparazzi. The man was indignant. What was going on? The stranger said that secretly photographing people without their consent was a crime. The paparazzi was indignant. Who was this man to interfere in other people's business? The stranger took off his sunglasses and introduced himself. He was Miss Hayun's bodyguard. A storm was raging over the city. There was a lot of lightning and heavy rain. At the bottom of the sea, near the crevice, there were many monsters. Glowing lights appeared from the crevice, and a loud growl was heard. The lights began to approach and turned into the eyes of a monster, which said that the time had finally come. The monster told its people to go to the land. Its monsters could frolic and eat whatever they wanted. The monsters could destroy people and extract their aura of despair. The monster told its people to crawl onto land and do its bidding. The rain continued to fall without stopping. Our hero's restaurant was operating as usual. There was freshly cooked chicken soup on the table in bowls. Kang So tasted the dish and said it was delicious. Yu Song-tai was pleased with this assessment. Ha-yun also told her father that it was very tasty. Lim So-young told her daughter not to rush because the dish had not cooled down yet. The television news anchor reported that the rainy season in the region was continuing. The Awakened Association issued a warning about the possible appearance of water monsters. Citizens should exercise caution and return home safely. Yusunte explained to his friend that this happens during prolonged rainfall. During this season, many amphibious monsters are usually reported. They usually appear in large numbers, and water makes them stronger. Our hero realized that water monsters are a problem at this time of year. Suddenly, someone asked for help. It was the flower fairy, Dosun. Kang So let the flower fairy in and asked what had happened. Dosun said she needed help because her friends were in danger. Dosun explained that her friends, the water fairies, were being attacked by a large number of water monsters. Yu Song-tai responded, "How could anyone go to the water in such weather, let alone rescue them from water monsters? Maybe they should just wait for the people from the Awakened Association." The restaurateur added that it was too dangerous. As always in such cases, Kang So said he would go and sort things out. Kang So noted that he couldn't refuse his friend when she asked for help. The protagonist went outside, put Dosun on his shoulder, and picking up speed, rushed to the coast. Kang So asked the flower fairy to explain in more detail what had happened. Dosun said that at first there were as many monsters as there usually are during the season, but suddenly there were many more, and her friends, the water fairies, were forced to seek refuge. Kang So remembered that there were many more monsters. This type of monster reproduces at a high rate. However, that's not the point. Could the reason be a portal that opens somewhere? We need to find this portal, enter it, and eliminate the cause. Upon arriving at the coast, the flower fairy said that it was located here. Dosun began to call her friends. The flower fairy's friends, the water fairies and the punks, swam to the surface. They were surprised. Why was Dosun here? They had agreed that she should run away. Dosun said she had brought someone who could help them. The pundits wondered how this person could help them. One of them said that it was impossible. There were too many seahorses and sea eyes. The person would surely destroy these monsters. Kang So was surprised. Were these seahorses and sea eyes really such powerful creatures? Punik said that they were powerful, and there were many of them, and it was impossible to deal with them alone. Another Pundik was surprised. How could a person understand what they were saying? Dosun said that this man was very strong and magical. The Pundiks asked why she was praising him. Dosun noted that this man was even stronger than their Queen of Flowers. Pundik said that it was still impossible because humans are not the best swimmers and cannot breathe underwater. Kang So said that there was no need to worry about that. He pushed off from the shore and jumped into the water. Kang So, accompanied by the punks, began to sink to the bottom. The water fairy asked if this guy really didn't need air. Kang So thought that this was possible thanks to a breath-holding technique. To do this, you need to slow your heart rate to the limit. With this technique, the need for air is reduced so much that you can spend several hours underwater. The side effects are numbness in the limbs and hypothermia. Kang So knew that his body would not be affected by these effects because he could control his internal energy flow. Kang So sank to the bottom and saw a huge number of punks looking at him. They were compactly arranged at the bottom. The water fairies were surprised. Could there really be a water-dwelling human? Who was he? Pundikan said that Dosun had brought this man to them, saying that he would help them. This man is their friend, but how can he help alone? There are so many monsters. He won't be able to cope. Our hero sensed the approaching danger. He realized that there were many monsters below. Khan asked if the man wanted them to wait for him here, but he couldn't handle it alone. It was dangerous down there. Kang So pushed off and began to sink deeper into the crevice. Kang So saw one of the monsters, a monstrous eye. The opponents looked at each other intently. The protagonist looked down and saw a huge number of similar sparkling eyes. He thought there were hundreds of them here. The monster's tentacles began to reach upward to capture this man. At one point, Kang So's hands were tied with green tentacles. After a short time, the man was wrapped in tentacles from head to toe. The pundiks, standing at the edge of the crevice, thought that the monsters had caught the man with their tentacles. This was very bad. Kang So felt the monsters injecting neurotoxins through their spines. Such a dose of poison would have led to complete paralysis in a normal person. Our hero now understood why the water spirits had fled so hastily. After all, This was a very powerful poison. The monster's eyes watched this man. Kang So realized that it was time for decisive action. The tentacles tightened around our hero's neck. The guy knew that this poison had no effect on a master like him. His body resisted any toxins. Kang So took a deep breath and tensed up. In an instant, all the tentacles entangling him were torn apart. Our hero did not understand why so many demons had appeared in this place at once. They seemed to be guarding something and did not want to leave. Kang So wondered what exactly the monsters were guarding. The monster eye continued to watch the man. Kang So delivered a decisive blow with his fist and destroyed the monster. The guy began to move around the area and deal with the monsters present here with powerful blows. Kang So cleared his path and moved deeper and deeper. He was interested in another monster. Kang So approached a monster of incredible size. It was the one guarded by smaller monsters. Descending to the very bottom, Kang So found himself right in front of a huge monster eye. Kang So had no choice but to deliver a powerful slashing blow with the edge of his palm to this monster. Kang So moved from monster to monster, cutting the monsters into pieces with powerful blows. It was incredible. The pundits said it was impossible to believe. How could a human be so strong? This was clearly no ordinary person. Kang So thought he had already destroyed many, but they seemed to be coming from somewhere like a stream. Strangely enough, there were even more monsters now. Kang So saw something deep inside the cave and felt a strange aura emanating from it. It looked like a portal. The guy thought he had to destroy the portal, otherwise these monsters would keep coming. That's why they were guarding this place. Our hero did not want to harm the home of the water spirits, the Punaki. The protagonist began to accumulate his inner energy. He saw no other way out. Kang So began to create powerful whirlpools at the bottom of the sea. Kang So decided to direct the resulting tornado straight at the portal. The guy put all his strength and maximum energy into pushing the tornado from its place and directing it towards the portal. Kang So was getting closer. The portal was already very close. Our hero was swift. Huge masses of water, swirling in a whirlpool, approached the portal. There was a huge burst of energy. Its direction was toward the open portal. The people on the surface saw a huge column of water rising from the seabed. The man under the umbrella, standing with his back to the shore, heard that something had happened behind him. Turning around, he was surprised to see what kind of energy surge it was. This man was one of those who fought monsters on land. Kang So made his way to the shore, with the flower fairy sitting on his shoulder. Pundiks were swimming nearby in the water. Our hero apologized for destroying the portal. He had also partially collapsed the water fairy's cave. The water fairies were not upset, because everything could be rebuilt. They decided to thank this man. People who were busy destroying monsters ran up to our hero. The guy thought that he had failed to hide the power of his blow under the water. Kang So told the punks that they had already thanked him and that it was time for him to leave. With that, the guy quickly disappeared. The punks were afraid that they had been ungrateful. The flower fairy thought that this man was simply amazing. Was he really in such a hurry to get home? The man holding a glass of wine in his hand angrily crushed it. Malin was angry. Had the portal disappeared? To clarify the information, divers were sent to the bottom of the sea. Underwater researchers conducted a survey of the seabed. After surfacing, they reported on the information they had gathered. The divers said that there were at least several hundred monsters on the seabed and that they were being destroyed there. The diver reported that the portal seemed to have been destroyed. The guy thought that even during the rainy season, sea spirits could reach C rank. An experienced hunter could easily deal with several at once. But underwater, there may be individuals that have reached B rank and above. Usually, such monsters are lured out of the water and fought on land. However, how could so many monsters be destroyed, especially underwater? This man assumed that only Li Xin was capable of such a feat, but he is currently elsewhere on a mission. So this time, the one with 0 level intervened. A subordinate approached the young man and said that an order had come from above to stop the investigation. The young man asked who had given the order. The subordinate said that the chairman himself had given the order. The young man went straight to his boss's office. He wondered why the investigation had been suddenly halted. Could it be that the hunter with 0 rank had reached the higher-ups? One thing he knew for sure, this man had enough power to destroy this world. The young man thought that Myung-hee had last seen him during the Kaval case. Why hadn't she said anything yet? He should check. Ma Yong-hee thought that this time, during the sea monster attack, Kang So must have intervened again. This guy always shows up when things get really tough. If he hadn't helped her against Kaval, she could have said goodbye to life. Although she had mastered a new technique, she was still not strong enough. Myung-hee opened the box. She decided she would have to resort to this method. It was the sacred weapon, the dagger of Uriel. This S-rank artifact increases damage to dark attributes by 50%. It increases the user's speed and health by 30%, as well as fire resistance by 20%. This artifact was owned by Wu Haiyan, who was called the embodiment of Judge Uriel. Wu Haiyan was her teacher and first love. Haiyan Songbei was always talented and friendly to everyone. Many respected him and saw him as a role model. He was also in her heart. The girl stands in front of a huge one-eyed monster holding a club in its hand. Behind the monster was the entrance to a cave. The one-eyed monster swung and wanted to crush the girl with one blow of his club. However, a warrior with a sword stepped in to protect the girl and cut the monster and its club into pieces. He asked if Ma Yonghee was okay. Ma Yonghee saw that Songbei's hand was bleeding. The girl said that the guy's arm was seriously injured. Could he move? A new group of one-eyed monsters was approaching the people. Songbei shouted for Ma Yonghee to run away immediately, saying he would hold off the monsters. After a while, Songbei was wounded. The girl found him lying on the burning ground. Yonghee told Songbei to hang in there a little longer. A team of healers would arrive soon. Songbei told Yonghee to take this double sword with her. The girl asked what that meant. Songbei replied that it was the title of Judge Uriel. He wanted Yonghee to have this sword. Songbei lost consciousness and dropped the double sword from his hands. At the hero's funeral, the girl thought that she had failed to fulfill Haiyan Songbei's last request. Every time she looked at the dagger, she remembered his face. Yonghee took the sword out of the box. She could no longer hesitate. She would not stand by and do nothing with the dagger in her hands, as she had done last time. Yonghee no longer wanted the past to hold her back. Jinho asked if Yonghee had finally decided to take up the dagger. The girl replied that if she had used it earlier, she could have saved many lives. Last time, during the incident with the Alenins agency, she couldn't even pull it out of its sheath because she immediately remembered Haiyan Songbei. Yonghee said that Songbei left her the sword because he believed in her. Jinho said that meant the girl had finally gathered her courage. Yonghee declared that she had to become stronger. She would no longer shy away from what she had to do. Yonghee asked what Jinho was doing there at that time. The guy said he wanted to ask her something. Jinho added that he thought it could be done next time. Jinho asked if his colleague wanted to go somewhere when the rainy season was over. They had been so busy lately. Yonghee blushed with embarrassment. Was Jinho asking her out on a date? Jinho also blushed with embarrassment and said it wasn't a date. Jinho decided to trust Yonghee and wait a little longer. It might not happen right away, but she would surely be the first to talk about the guy with 0 points if she trusted him. Jinho thought that it was quite possible that the guy was a good person. Moreover, judging by the events he had been involved in, he always came to the rescue, and Yonghee wasn't silent for no reason. Jinho caught himself thinking that he was also interested in Wu Haiyan's double sword. Jinho remembered his conversation with Songbei. Songbei asked if his conversation partner knew what he was really like. He only looked normal on the outside, but Jinho knew that he was one of those who constantly craved battle and blood. Would Jinho mind if he took Yonghee away from him? Songbei added that a good guy like Jinho would be a better match for her. Therefore, he should protect her. Jinho told Songbei not to worry, they are not alike. Jinho thought that he would not let Ma Yonghee cry again. At the restaurant, Yu Sung-tae asked his friend if he had solved the problem. He had just received a call telling him that Dosun had returned. Yu Sung-tae suggested that his pensive friend have a drink. Yu Sung-tae said that Kang So was thinking about something again. He looked restless. Maybe his friend would tell him everything. Yu Sung-tae said that he didn't need to hide anything from him, since they were family. Kang So said that he just wanted to live a normal life. He didn't understand why he always got involved in certain situations. Yu Sung-tae said that after hearing those words, he somehow remembered the moment when he first learned about Kang So's abilities. Yu Sung-tae told the young man that the awakened of high rank were like the blue-blooded people of ancient times. Kang So replied that this made him even less inclined to become awakened. Kang So told his interlocutor that he once possessed wealth and fame. Although it was too late, he realized how futile and fleeting it all was. And when all these unexpected events happened to him, he became convinced that it was all like a fleeting dream. Yu Sung-tae asked if his friend didn't want to be awakened. The restaurateur added that he felt sorry to see Kang So wasting his life with such abilities, but he couldn't interfere. It seemed to him that the guy had his reasons. Kang So said he hadn't mentioned any reasons. In that place, he wielded enormous power and hardly lived a normal life. So why, now that he had started living like a normal person, did he constantly get into trouble? Yu Seong-tae was surprised that his friend was concerned about such questions. Perhaps it wasn't easy for him. Yu Song-tai, pouring alcohol, added that he couldn't always understand Kang So. But still, if Kang So still had such warm feelings, it was proof that he was a normal person. Their meetings also took place only because Kang So saved Ha Yun. Yu Song-tae stated that it's not just a calm and quiet life that can be called normal. Helping loved ones in trouble is also part of normal life. Kang So tries to help people and live a quiet life so that no one will find out that he is awakened. Kang So shouldn't get hung up on the phrase ordinary life. He just needs to relax. He should consider helping those in need to be part of ordinary life. Yu Song-tae added that it was good that Kang So seemed to have found a little more peace of mind after meeting his family. Yu Song-tae was also pleased, as it had helped him as well. Kang So thought how fortunate he was to have met Yu Song-tae. Now our hero has sorted out his confused feelings. There is a cave at the bottom of the sea. Deep inside the cave, a guard stands at a large door. The man struck his fist and asked in surprise, "Have the water spirits who went to their lair been completely destroyed? Were they really destroyed by those weaklings?" The servant told his boss that a man had appeared and swept away everyone in his path. Although I didn't believe it, could all this really be the work of one man? The monster, a subordinate, asked Lord Dagon to give them another chance. He asked for mercy. The man sitting on the throne was surprised. What mercy was he talking about? Dagon, lord of the water creatures, added that he simply could not stand all these problems. The destroyed servant was dragged away by his subordinates. Dagon said that twice as many soldiers should be sent there. Another monster approached Lord Dagon with a report. The monster reported that Mr. Mullen had arrived. Dagon was surprised. Why did this man come here? It was better not to get involved with him. Dagon leaned back on his throne and said that he was tired of everything. The servant should say that he was not there and send Mullen away. However, Mullen was already there and said that Mr. Dagon was still as idle as ever. Mullen raised his hat and greeted Mr. Dagon. Dagon said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time and asked what had happened. Mullen replied that it seemed that he was too concerned. Perhaps he remembered that the volume of pill deliveries was absurdly small, or perhaps he was concerned that Dagon was still leading an idle life. He wanted to alleviate this concern a little, which is why this meeting took place, to check something. Dagon said that he had been trying very hard lately. It seemed that worry was in his blood. Dagon added that he was no longer the same person he used to be. Mullen noted that the army of water spirits that had occupied the land had been completely wiped out along with the portal. Dagon was surprised because he himself had only just found out about it. How did Mullen know? Mullen added that, unlike other collectors, Dagon has recently been trusting only his own people. Could he still not understand how reckless such behavior was? Mullen noted that this was precisely why Mr. Dagon was in such a state. Dagon was furious, and there was a burst of energy. Dagon immediately appeared in front of Mullen. He looked down at his guest. Dagon smiled and asked what this man had just said about him. Mullen said that was exactly what he meant, but he had only come to convey that he was concerned about Mr. Dagon. Mullen smiled and struck the floor loudly with his cane. He expressed his hope that they would work well together in the future. Dagon was furious. How dare this man? After all, Mullen was lower in rank than him. Dagon shouted that the guy had only said what he wanted to say and then ran away. If Mullen didn't work for him, he would have been destroyed right then and there. His subordinates tried to calm Mr. Dagon down. Dagon pulled himself together and said he had calmed down. The Lord of the Water Creatures thought that, if he understood correctly, all this was happening because of that man. Dagon was outraged that this guy dared to cause him problems and even destroy the portal. Dagon decided that he must destroy him personally. On the shore, the water monsters continued their attack on the people. The hunters put up a worthy fight. The man in the hood with a staff in his hand ordered the hunters to continue their attack. All they had to do was protect their leader, and victory would be theirs. The man with the staff was Gu Sang-jun, the second commander of the 7th Division. He was the one who could control plants. Monsters also have their own personalities depending on their characteristics. Water monsters cause floods during the rainy season, and flora monsters suck up this water, feeding on it. If their ranks are the same, water monsters become prey for plants. For this reason, the 7th Division easily dealt with monsters every year. This will continue to be the case in the future. One of the hunters saw someone unknown come out of the water onto the shore. He was unlike the other monsters. Lord Dagon stood on the shore. The monsters that accompanied him were nearby in the water. The hunters reported to the commander that a young man had appeared. They asked if the boy was okay. Dagon just smiled slyly in response, his eyes sparkling. After a while, the 7th Division was completely destroyed by Lord Dagon. The Lord of the Water Monsters yawned and said he wanted to go home. The commander of the 7th Division lay motionless nearby. Dagon said that the more he thought about it, the more it infuriated him. After all, such weaklings could not destroy all the sea monsters on their own. He had only wasted his time. Dagon raised his foot and was about to strike the commander of the 7th Division, who had stirred. Suddenly, someone shouted at him to stop immediately. What was he doing? Dagon looked back. What was going on? Had reinforcements arrived? Mong-hee and Jin-ho were standing in front of Dagon. The girl asked if he was responsible for this. Dagon asked what she was talking about. This trash? Dagon kicked the commander of the 7th Division aside and said that he hadn't even had time to warm up before lunch. Jin-ho cursed and called the guy a real freak. Jin-ho thought that they had rushed here because the connection had suddenly been interrupted. What had happened here? This guy didn't look like a normal black man. Who was he? Dagon came closer and, jumping up, kicked each of the men in the chest. He said he was just a common thug. Mong-hee and Jin-ho flew backward, but remained on their feet. They took out their cold weapons. Dagon was surprised. Usually one such blow was enough. These two held up well. Myung-hee asked a clarifying question. Was this guy from the demon clan? She had encountered this dirty aura somewhere before. Jin-ho looked at his companion and thought that Uriel's dagger was glowing. He had never seen such a manifestation before. Dagon thought that this fool Koval had already told everyone about them. He was really useless. Dagon was surprised. Were these two trying to resist, even though they knew about him? The Lord of the Water Monsters called the humans nobodies, and concentrating his energy in his fist, prepared to attack. A clash ensued, during which Myung-hee skillfully wielded her dagger, but she was unable to reach her target. Dagon constantly dodged her attacks. The water monster said that the girl was quite agile, but she was still at the level of an insect. Dagon wanted to kick Myung-hee in the head, but Jin-ho managed to block the blow with his sword. Min-ho attacked her opponent at the same moment, and her sword almost touched Dagon's face. The Lord of the Water Monsters was forced to retreat. He jumped back to a safe distance. The monster looked at these people and thought that they complemented each other's shortcomings. They moved as one. Dagon constantly felt the presence of that dangerous dagger. Dagon declared that these people harbored hatred toward his race. Could they really compare to his race in terms of strength? The villain thought that these two were interfering with his mission. Myung-hee said she didn't know what her opponent was talking about, but it seemed that her dagger had worked. Dagon's opponents split up and tried to attack him at the same time. The villain said it was a cheap trick. Dagon grabbed the attackers' swords with his bare hands. He asked if they really thought they could defeat him by attacking from two sides at once. Myung-hee continued to attack and shouted that she had one more strike left. For a moment, Dagon was even frightened. The girl's dagger was very close to his neck. The next moment, there was an explosion, and a flash temporarily blinded the attackers. When the smoke cleared, people saw that the boy had undergone a transformation. He had changed. Now standing before Myung-hee and Jin-ho was a tall monster that bore no resemblance to the young man. Dagon said that things were getting more interesting. The Lord of the Sea Monsters announced that the second round was beginning. Approaching his opponents, the monster said that these bugs had never seen anything like this before. Jin-ho noticed that not only had their opponent's appearance changed, but he also had much more energy. Myung-hee said that it was already difficult to fight their opponent, and now he had become even stronger. Moreover, even the wound on his cheek that they had inflicted had healed. Myung-hee thought, if you remember when he was in the form of the blacksmith, he had become twice as strong. Myung-hee rushed into the attack and expressed her hope that Uriel's dagger would continue to work. Dagon used a water cannon against his opponent and attacked her with water bombs. Myung-hee was able to dodge, but she thought that this water cannon was very powerful. One hit could kill you instantly. Jin-ho approached his opponent from behind and, swinging his sword, was about to deliver a devastating blow. Dagon turned slightly, saw his opponent, and struck first. Jin-ho was stopped. Dagon, upset, said that he had just started to have fun when some fly appeared. Myung-hee moved closer and said that if her opponent was distracted again, he would get a blow from her. The girl struck with her sword and, delighted, thought that this time she had succeeded. In response, Dagon just laughed. Myung-hee was surprised. It couldn't be. Her opponent's severed body had completely healed. Could it be that Uriel's dagger no longer had any effect on him? Dagon reminded her that he was the Lord of Water. Did she really think she could destroy him with a weapon that wasn't even fully awakened? Wang He was surprised. What did that mean? What did he know about this dagger? Dagon approached his opponent and said that she was quite pretty, if you look closely. With the words, "Don't talk nonsense," the girl tried to attack her opponent, but Dagon easily dodged the blow. Dagon did not calm down and asked if his opponent wanted to belong to him. Dagon stuck out his forked tongue and said he could let her live until he got tired of her. Wang He refused. Dagon said he was sorry and grabbed the girl by the arm. A sword appeared in his other hand. Dagon swung his sword and said that in that case, he would have to destroy her right now. Wang He thought that she had turned her back on her opponent and her hands were tied, the worst possible situation. The girl believed that she would not be able to avoid the enemy's blow. However, at the most crucial moment, Jin-Ho reappeared and blocked the water monster's blow with his sword. Jin-Ho freed the girl and asked who this villain dared to grab with his dirty hands. Wang He was surprised. How did Jin-Ho manage to use his skill when it was raining? The guy said that he had mastered the skill of space blocking. Sun Jin-Ho is an electronics expert. As in the plant world, electrical abilities have tremendous power against the properties of water. However, there is one problem with such skills. They cannot be controlled during the rainy season. Due to the current properties of water, there is a risk of unintentionally damaging random objects. Therefore, Jin-Ho mastered the skill of blocking space. It is a simple technique that allows you to isolate a specific space from external influences. Due to the limitation of the electric discharge, not only the accuracy but also the effectiveness of the strikes increases. Jin-Ho noticed that judging by the monster's slow recovery, the skill was effective. Perhaps if they used their most powerful strike, they would have a chance of winning. But this space-blocking skill was limited to a distance of 1 meter. To deliver such a blow, it was necessary to pierce the opponent with a sword. Jin-Ho saw the problem in that it was impossible to get close to the enemy. Wang He said she would try to distract the enemy, and Jin-Ho would act on command. Jin-Ho said it was a very dangerous idea. Dagon was indignant. Why were these two whispering right in front of him? He was getting ready to activate his water cannon again. Myung-hee pointed out to her colleague that their opponent had fully recovered. Jin-Ho agreed to try. Myung-hee and Jin-Ho simultaneously attacked the water monster. Dagon attacked his opponents with water bombs again and said that these stupid bugs would now die. Myung-hee and Jin-Ho began to maneuver to avoid colliding with the water bombs. While maneuvering, Dagon thought that the electric shock had hurt this man very much. It was necessary to restrain him from now on. The monster thought that this girl was much more of a problem. She was quite good at dodging his attacks. Dagon increased the intensity of his fire, believing that she would not be able to dodge every one of his projectiles. Wang He was surprised after another attack from her opponent. The direction of the water cannon shots changed trajectory. Wang He reached her target and found herself in close proximity to her opponent. She said that she might not be able to hit him, but she could prevent him from continuing to fire. Myung-hee delivered a devastating blow to the villain, and black blood gushed from his body. Dagon, realizing he was wounded, was not afraid at all. The wound began to heal before their eyes. Dagon swung at his opponent and reminded her that he had already told her that her attacks no longer had any effect on him. Myung-hee smiled and said that she knew that herself. Wang He's blow was a distraction. At that moment, Jin-Ho crept up behind his opponent again and pierced him through with his electric sword. Dagon, bleeding profusely, was surprised. When did this insolent man manage to do that? After all, he was holding his hands. Myung-hee explained that Jin-Ho couldn't dodge the attack and get close to him at the same time, so she had to distract the monster. Even though Jin-Ho was standing next to her, the monster didn't notice. The girl used the changed trajectory of his shells to block his view and slowly approached him. That was their plan. Jin-Ho said that the opponent lost because he overestimated his strength. Dagon raised his head and let out a loud roar. A powerful burst of energy was released. Dagon fell to his knees. Jin-Ho continued to hold his electric sword in his opponent's body, thereby continuing to affect the monster's organism. Dagon fell headfirst to the ground. His lifeless body lay at the feet of the special agents. Jin-Ho asked if they had destroyed him. Suddenly, Dagon laughed and the people were frightened. Dagon got to his feet and said he was excited. Wang He was surprised. Her opponent had recovered even after such a blow. Dagon praised the people for managing to wound him with completely ordinary weapons. Dagon noted that he was made of water, and when surrounded by water, he was immortal. Jin-Ho thought that he lacked power. In that case, he would try to hit him a few more times. Jin-Ho tried to strike his opponent, but Dagon dodged effectively and said he no longer wanted to charge himself with electricity. At that moment, Dagon activated his water cannon again. Jinho used his sword to cut through the water projectiles flying at him and said that it would not help the monster. Jinho believed that with his electric sword, he would be able to drive his opponent away. At one point, the opponents clashed with their weapons and looked each other in the eyes. Dagon said that this man was too narrow-minded, but what could be expected from some insect? The monster asked if this guy knew why his girl wasn't helping him. Jinho looked back and saw a water ball. Ma Young-hee was inside this water ball and couldn't get out. Jinho increased the pressure on his opponent, but nothing changed. Jinho thought that the monster should have watched a little longer, and he would have been able to copy his space block, and at such a size. However, first he had to free Ma Young-hee, otherwise she might suffocate. At that moment, the guy was attacked, and his body was pierced by his opponent's weapon. Jinho cried out, and blood appeared from his mouth. Myung-hee saw that the guy was wounded, but she couldn't do anything. Dagon watched as Jinho tried to get up. The monster said that this man should crawl and wriggle like a worm. Dagon came closer and pressed his knee on Jinho's back as he lay on the ground. The villain asked if it was okay to show your back during a battle. Dagon lifted Jinho's head by his hair and told him to watch as his colleague slowly died because of his haste. Doesn't she look like a rat that fell into the water? Jinho mentally apologized to Ma Young-hee and Haein Sunbae for not keeping his word and failing to protect the girl. Dagon looked at Jinho's limp body and realized that he was still alive, just unconscious. The monster was upset because now the most interesting part was about to begin. Dagon said he was tired of everything. He was going to destroy everyone and go home. He added that he was especially tired of this girl. Dagon declared that this was precisely why she would die in agony. His water projectiles flew toward the sphere. Myung-hee thought that it was because of her that Jinho had been hurt, and in the end, she couldn't save anyone. The girl closed her eyes and mentally asked someone to help her. At that moment, a courier in a helmet appeared and without hesitation, delivered a devastating kick to the monster's head. The courier flew further and headed for the water ball that was holding the girl. The ball was destroyed and Myung-hee fell to the ground. She survived. Dagon was surprised. How did that happen? He didn't even feel anything until this man approached. The courier took off his helmet, approached Dagon and asked, "Was it really him?" The courier took off his helmet in front of the water monster, revealing Kang-so. Our hero asked, "Is this villain really the very big snake?" Myung-hee lifted Jinho and felt relieved to see that he was alive. He had lost a lot of blood, but his vital organs were intact. Myung-hee thought that Kang-so had helped them again. But how did this courier know they were here? Kang-so and Dagon stood facing each other. Hyun grabbed Kang-so's shirt and told him to listen to her. She said something was happening on the other side. There was a very large snake tormenting people. It was suspicious at headquarters. Why is no one answering? Kang-so asked again about the huge snake that was tormenting people. Our hero asked the monster if he was that snake. Dagon realized that the air had changed. Why didn't he sense this man's approach? His level was very different from everyone else's. Dagon was outraged. Did this man really think he could call him a snake with impunity? The water monster declared that he was the great lord of the water and activated his water cannon again. The villain said his name was Dagon. Kang-so was calm and was not afraid of the water shells. There was a powerful explosion, and the flash made it impossible to see what was happening at the epicenter. Dagon laughed. No matter how strong his opponent was, he was still just a human. However, the villain saw his opponent emerge from the flames and rush towards him. Dagon immediately drew his swords and crossed them, trying to parry his opponent's attack. However, Kang-so's blow was devastatingly powerful. Dagon received a powerful blow to the chest and, coughing up blood, thought that this guy had easily broken the water swords. Dagon was thrown high into the air by his opponent. The monster decided to change his battle strategy. Dagon decided that in this case, he would pressure his opponent with force and swung a huge water hammer. Kang-so remained unperturbed. Dagon brought the hammer down on his opponent, and another powerful explosion rang out. Dagon laughed. How would his opponent react to this? Kang-so raised his hand and, using his inner energy, stopped the hammer's movement above him. Our hero asked, "Does this monster really think he's the only one who can control water?" Kang-so began to rotate his arms, creating a water tornado. Dagon was surprised. Could this man also control water? The monster was amazed at the incredible power of the water tornado that had formed. He decided it would be better to get out of there. Dagon reassured himself that he wasn't running away. He just needed to strategically reorganize. However, Kang-so did not allow his opponent to disappear. He dealt him a powerful blow, and the water monster was deactivated. Dagon could not understand how this had happened. How could a human defeat him? Dagon, now without arms or legs, realized that his body would never recover. So this was the one who had single-handedly defeated him. Dagon couldn't even imagine that this man was so strong. He was impossible to resist. It was similar to the despair he felt when he encountered him in the fire hell. Dagon remembered the fire hell. Someone was looking down at him from above. Dagon felt his cold gaze. There was incredible pain from the fire and an all-consuming feeling of despair. He burned, then was reborn, then burned again and was reborn again. The pain seemed to last forever. Dagon thought with horror that he did not want to experience it again. The water monster decided that it would be better to die than to go through it all again. Dagon found himself trapped in a water sphere that was moving away from Kang-so. Dagon turned into a huge water snake. He knew he had no chance of losing. Standing on the shore, Kang-so thought that he knew it all along. Ha-yun was right. Before him was a huge snake. Kang-so said aloud that this was the big snake. Dagon shouted for the man to be quiet. Kang-so pushed off and flew upward with the aim of attacking the snake's head. Our hero found himself above the snake's gaping mouth. He swung his leg and prepared to deliver a devastating blow. Kang-so kicked the snake several times in the head and landed on the ground. He thought that his blows had no effect on the monster. Dagon laughed. Now this man had seen his final form. The snake opened its mouth and said that this man would never be able to pierce its scales with his pathetic fists. Kang-so jumped into the snake's mouth and grabbed its fangs, preventing its jaws from closing. At that moment, Myung-hee hoisted her wounded comrade onto her shoulders and decided to drag him to a safe place away from this raging monster. Our hero asked if the snake really thought he could only control water. Dagon tried to close his jaws to crush his opponent, but nothing worked. The snake threw the man down. Kang-so fell to the ground. Dagon admitted that his opponent was too strong and far beyond human capabilities. But if he risked his life to take this form, his opponent had no chance of winning. Dagon, preparing for a new attack, said that he and his opponent were on completely different levels. The man would regret going against the demon race. Kang-so said he was tired of this meaningless conversation. Dagon said that he wanted to destroy his opponent in one fell swoop, but the man was able to withstand his attack. He wondered what this guy's name was. Our hero said he saw no need to tell some snake his name. Kang-so added that his opponent had taken the form of a Mugi, who turns into a dragon. He had seen many like him. Scoundrels who hurt others for their own desires. He is not a dragon, he is worse than a worm. Dagon was outraged. How dare this man compare him to a worm? This worthless man is unforgivable. The snake began to writhe and choose the right moment to attack his opponent. The monster said that he would now tear this man to pieces. Our hero was not afraid, and taking a fighting stance, decided to use his inner energy to finally deal with his opponent. Snake opened its mouth and prepared to swallow its opponent. At that moment, our hero grinned and attacked the enemy. Kang-so delivered a powerful blow using his energy abilities, and the snake snapped its jaws shut. The protagonist continued to strike the monster, repeating that creatures like it were evil, and evil must be destroyed. Kang-so activated his spirit beast, a huge dragon. Our hero approached and pressed down on the enemy snake's eye with tremendous force. Dagon, losing his bearings and lifting power, began to fall to the ground at tremendous speed. There was a loud crash as he hit the surface. When the smoke cleared, Dagon lay deactivated in the dent in the road, having reverted to his original form. Our hero stood before the defeated enemy. A television announcer announced that the rainy season, which had lasted several weeks, had finally ended. According to materials published by the Association of the Awakened, there were far fewer victims compared to previous seasons. A man lay in the hospital with an oxygen mask on his face. His body was bandaged. The announcer added that the level of water monsters was much higher than in previous years. Such a case is very unusual. Myung-hee stood in front of Jin-ho's hospital bed. The girl couldn't help herself and rushed to hug her wounded colleague. Jin-ho was surprised, but he didn't mind Myung-hee's behavior. In the restaurant, our heroes listened with interest to the television news. The announcer said that reports continued to come into the studio about the so-called man in the helmet who had been helping residents and then disappeared in an unexplained manner. Experts say that this young man in disguise is directly linked to the decrease in casualties during the rainy season. Kang-so played a scene from adult life with Ha-yun. Someone was watching our hero from behind a tree. Kang-so continued to do his job as a courier, delivering orders to different parts of the city. A television announcer reported that after the rains, increased humidity was expected due to the influence of sunlight. Clear, cool days were expected to follow. Kang So was punctual and neat in his work, as always. The current food delivery was no different from the previous ones. Kang So walked around the city on foot. Our hero sensed with his spinal cord that someone was following him, but he was thoroughly disguised. Kang So thought that the person following him was able to recognize his presence and hide his tracks. Could this be a new magical race? Kang So had to answer the question of who was following him and why. Why did the person following him decide to hide and not reveal themselves? Kang So decided to use an illusion and disappeared from view. A strange bird was watching our hero. Suddenly, the bird turned into a young man. The guy looked around but didn't see anyone. He noted with annoyance that he had missed his target. Suddenly, Kang So grabbed the guy from behind and asked how he dared to follow him. Wasn't that too bold? The young man was frightened and immediately disappeared. All that remained in our hero's hands was his hat. Kang So noticed that instead of the guy, a black cat appeared and tried to run away. Our hero thought that this person had used some unusual abilities. Kang So set off in pursuit of the cat, thinking that he would not be able to catch the unknown man anyway. In the end, Kang So also caught the cat. Kang So asked the animal why it was following him and why it had transformed itself. He advised it to tell him everything honestly. Kang So noted that during his studies he had learned various methods of torture and could apply some of them to this cat. Suddenly, Ha-Yun appeared with her mother. The girl asked what Uncle Kang So was doing with the animal. Kang So wondered where Ha-Yun had come from and said that the girl looked very cute. Ha-Yun approached her uncle with the intention of freeing the cat. The girl said that it was wrong to torment the poor goblin and that he should be released immediately. Kang So was surprised. Was he really holding a goblin in his hands? In the restaurant, Kang So and the stranger sat across from each other at the table. Yu Sung-tai, standing nearby, said that it was indeed a goblin. Yu Sung-tai added that they had watched The Rhythm of Goblins on TV. They were young guys who danced to lively music. Yu Sung-tai explained that these are goblins, and they look almost the same as humans. In fact, they are half-spirits, which is why they are called half-spirits. They are not originally from this world. Kang So wondered if they had come here from another world, just like him. Yu Sung-tai explained that goblins first appeared during cataclysms when the gates began to appear. The most surprising thing was that their tribe and the entire village had moved inside the gate. In other words, the goblins in their village were isolated from their world, just like Kang So. Kang So thought it was very unusual that an entire village had been transported. Kang So asked if his friend was referring to the moment when the gate first opened and the whole country was nearly destroyed. Many people suffered at that time. Yu Sung-tae reminded him that at that time, the awakened ones fought against the monsters, and it was the goblins who helped them. Their abilities are not awakened, but they used goblin clubs as weapons. Even they possess various types of magic. There are not that many goblins, but in the association of the awakened, they are recognized for their great contribution to the restoration of the country, together with the hunters. Kang So said that now he understands why goblins are kind to humans. Yu Sung-tae added that goblins are also very beautiful. The guest said that he is on good terms with the guys from Goblin Rhythm and can get their autographs. Kang So asked why this guy was following him. The young man said his name was Yoon. He is a member of the Wind Clan. He wanted to ask the courier for a favor, so I agreed to follow him. Yoon knelt before the courier and asked him to save his elder, calling our hero Mr. Kim. Kang So wondered why this guy was asking to save his elder. Also, his name wasn't Kim, it was Kang. Yu Sung-tae whispered to his friend that goblins call people Mr. Kim or son-in-law Kim. Yoon said that their elder had been attacked by people from the Black Brotherhood. He was still between life and death. Day and night, doctors tended to him, trying to heal him, but they were unable to improve his condition or determine the cause of his illness. The goblin said that he was trying to find regenerative herbs and accidentally met this courier. Yun said that the courier exuded the energy of herbs. Regenerative herbs are very rare plants that can even stop death. If he had them, they might be able to save the elder. Yong asked if Mr. Kim happened to have these herbs. Kang So said that this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. He added that, unfortunately, this guy was mistaken. Yong was upset. This couldn't be. Goblins have very keen and sensitive abilities. Kang So asked again if his elder had fallen into this state after being attacked by the Black Brotherhood. Kang So asked if he could see the elder himself. Kang So asked if he could leave Yusung alone for a moment. His friend replied that there was no need to worry. Kang So told the goblin that he would try to cure his elder. Yun was surprised. Kang So added that he couldn't say for sure, but if it was the work of the Black Brotherhood, he might be able to help. Li Xin entered the restaurant and greeted those present. The guy smiled and said that Asian food for breakfast was the best thing ever. Li Xin saw the goblin and immediately drew his sword, holding it to the guy's throat. Li Xin asked who he was. What had he done? Was he really from the Black Brotherhood? Kang So told his younger brother not to torment the poor goblin. After hearing the story, Li Xin said that something similar had happened recently in another province. Li Xin added that an A-rank gate had appeared in that place. For some reason, the radar network monitoring the gate had stopped working. Therefore, measures were not taken in time, and as a result, the gate began to work in reverse. The Black Brotherhood appeared nearby, as if they had been lying in wait, and attacked the Goblin village. Fortunately, the Goblin garrison was able to fight off the Black Brotherhood and the monsters. But during the battle, the elder was injured and lost consciousness. This is a serious incident that could lead to political problems. The association is preparing to respond to them at any moment. Kang So thought that goblins were important creatures responsible for the security of the state. Their problems could easily lead to a state crisis, which would also threaten the restaurateur's family. Our hero said that in that case, they couldn't waste any more time. He asked how far it was from there to where the elder was. Yoon said that there was no need to worry about that. The guy raised his club and told the door to open. The club in the goblin's hands was not simple. Mysterious changes began to take place in the space. A huge gate appeared before those present. Kang So was surprised. Was this really goblin magic? Yoon said that this was traditional goblin magic. The Goblin Gate. Through this gate, one could immediately reach their village. Kang So thought that these gates could move through space. They were like real gates. Yoon opened the gate in front of our heroes and they saw the Goblin village. Yoon said, "Welcome." The gate was on a hill. The young man pointed and said that this was the village of the Wind Clan. Kang So saw a huge tree and traditional houses. Kang So noticed that the sky had been created with a barrier. It felt as if he had entered a parallel world, like an inventory or a gate. Yoon said that it was part of a neighboring province. The guy added that most goblins, except for him and a few of his friends, adhere to conservative values. There are several barriers above the village to prevent outsiders from entering. Li Xin asked if the Black Brotherhood had tried to break through these barriers. Yoon nodded affirmatively and added that they had failed. However, recently there have been more and more goblins who often go outside just like him. Li Xin noticed that one of the bosses and supervisors of the Silver Tower was also a goblin. Kang So remembered that Ha-Yun had told him that one of her friends was also a goblin. She had probably figured it out herself using her precise skill. Yoon led his companions to the foot of a huge tree. Li Xin said that up close, the tree really did look enormous. Kang So agreed, adding that the aura emanating from it was also impressive. Yong said that this tree was sacred. Unlike humans, goblins appear from the fruits of the sacred tree, and the branch on which the fruit hung then becomes a club that they use for the rest of their lives. Goblins and clubs have the same beginning and the same end. When they die, they return to the sacred tree as new ones. By human standards, for goblins, it is something like a mother and a guardian spirit. The barrier above the village is also maintained by the power of the sacred tree. Li Xin inquired about the lifespan of goblins. Yoon replied that it was usually about 1,000 years. Yong said that he was already over 100 years old, but he was still very young. Some young people appeared nearby and were surprised. Had Yoon already arrived? He had gone to look for regenerative grass, but returned quite quickly. Young replied that unfortunately he had not found the grass. His colleagues said that they should probably go outside together and search more thoroughly. However, he looked more closely at Yoon's companions and was surprised. Were these two really Mr. Yoon? Kim and Mr. Kim? Many young people came running. They began to look at the Kims with interest. For them, this was unusual. Yoon said that he didn't have any herbs, but he had come with Mr. Kim, who would cure the elder. The goblins were delighted. It meant that the elder could be cured. Now their elder would be healthy. Long live Mr. Kim. Kang So thought that these goblins were very positive, or even optimistic. Elder Kyung-woon, one of the goblin leaders, approached the young people. Kyung-woon asked our hero in surprise, "Can Mr. Kim really cure our elder?" Kang So thought that he was a true leader, exuding a very strong aura. Kyung-woon and Kang So looked intently into each other's eyes. Kang So thought that the goblin was looking at him as if he wanted to eat him, although he probably did look suspicious. Would it really be impossible to simply meet with the sick elder? Kyung-woon said that these people could follow him. He would take them to the elder. Kyung-woon apologized for not behaving in the best way. He had been serving as an elder for several hundred years. Kang So asked Kyung-woon why the elder decided to believe him. He could have been working with those who were trying to harm the elder. Kyung-woon said that goblins can immediately recognize lies. Even if goblins believe lies, it means they simply do not want to quarrel and give in. Kyung-woon said that there was not a shred of falsehood in Mr. Kim's words. Kang So thanked him for his trust. Kyung-woon said that the problem was not trust, but simply that he recognized his interlocutor. Our hero thought, maybe this goblin has something like Hyun's ability? After all, goblins are a very unusual people. Kyung-woon led the people to the building and said that it was here. Kang So thought it looked like the place where he used to live. The elders said they could go in. Our hero wondered if the goblins had come from a world similar to his own. Another goblin greeted the visitors and said hello to Kyung-woon. Kyung-woon asked how the elder was feeling. The elders replied that they were doing everything in their power. Kyung-woon said that now they could rest. He would take care of the sick elder. Kyung-woon approached the sick man and said he had returned. Kyung-woon opened the door slightly and said that Mr. Kim could come in. Kang So saw a man lying unconscious in bed. Kang So thought that this must be the elder of the goblin tribe. Although he was in a serious condition, he could sense a power much stronger than that of the leader. His energy was at the S-rank level, and it was this powerful energy that had brought the warrior to such a state. When Kang So touched the elder's body with his fingers, he remembered being told that no medicine worked on this man and that it was impossible to even determine the cause of his illness. The protagonist thought that this was not an illness, but something else. Kang So told Li Xin to stay outside and guard the elder's room. Our hero decided to begin treatment. Placing his hands on the patient's chest, Kang So directed his energy into the man's body. The goblin's core, the goblin fire, is located in their chests, and the demon's energy can be faintly felt in the elder's chest. It is unclear how it entered the body, but it absorbs the goblin fire. This means that someone learned about the goblin's weak spot and was even able to deceive their keen senses. Kang So thought that a spell had been used against the elder, and it had been done very skillfully. The demonic power was holding the goblin's fire. It would be too dangerous to just take it out. Kang So continued to manipulate the flow of energy from his body to the elder's body. The demonic energy spread through the patient's body like poison. First, it needed to be weakened. To do this, our hero decided to penetrate inside. Using his unique abilities, Kang So entered the elder's body and found himself face to face with the demonic energy. Now, Kang So's task was to destroy this monster. Kang So took a fighting stance and said that this monster could attack him. The bloodthirsty monster growled and prepared to attack. Kang So, using his hand-to-hand combat skills, jumped up and delivered a devastating kick straight to the monster's head. Kang So tore the poisonous monster's body apart, but it began to regenerate and recover. The eye of the dying monster appeared before our hero. Kang So said that he came here to destroy the bacteria, and this monster turned out to be the bacteria. The monster, now missing 3 heads, tried to recover. The heads that had been separated from the body continued to growl and flash their eyes. Kang So thought that this monster was using the goblin's firepower to regenerate. If he delayed, the elder's energy would run out. It was dangerous. Kang So decided to take physical action and lunged at the nearest monster head. Kang So began to energetically attack the monster's eyes. Suppressing the monster's activity, our hero decided to finish it off with one blow. Touching the commanding eye, Kang So decided it was time to slowly finish it off. Our hero succeeded. He was able to completely separate the demon. Once outside, Kang So continued to hold the demonic energy in his fist. The elder sighed and came to his senses. Kyung-woon was overjoyed that his elder had regained consciousness. Yoon supported the weakened elder. The elder thanked Yoon for bringing a precious person here. Kang So said that the enemies had used magic that was slowly extinguishing the goblin fire inside the elder. Li Xin asked if his friend had completely freed the elder from this magic. Had he succeeded? Kang So replied that he had simply removed the magic that was inside. Li Xin was surprised and asked what had happened to the magic. Kang So replied that he had absorbed and purified it. Li Xin was even more surprised. Was it possible to do that so easily? The elder introduced himself to our hero and said that his name was Hui, and that he was the elder of the goblin tribe of the wind. The elder said that he owed his life to the guest and did not know how to thank him. Hui wanted to get up, but our hero sat him back down. Kang So said that he had removed the source of the illness, but the elder had lost a lot of strength, so he should not exert himself too much. Kang So took the medicinal herb Imencho out of his pocket. This herb should help him recover his strength faster. Yoon said he was right. They call this herb the healing herb Hesencho. Kang So said that now he understood what Herb Yun was talking about earlier. Hui smiled because it was the same herb, just with a different name. Elder Hui said that he raised Yun as his own son. Hui added that the boy volunteered himself, saying that he would find a special person and definitely save him. Kang So said that he himself was going to come here because he had a question. Kang So asked the elder to tell him more about what had happened. Hui stated that this was not the first time the Black Brotherhood had attacked the Goblin Village. The elder had never understood what exactly they were trying to achieve. However, this time he noticed something strange. Unlike previous attacks, this time they brought a large pack of wild animals with them. It felt as if they had carefully prepared for the attack. However, at that moment, the elder did not attach much importance to this. There were just a few more of them, and it was still not enough to oppose the goblins. To be honest, a few skilled craftsmen could have dealt with the robbers. There were more of them than usual, but fewer masters. Perhaps that was why Elder Hui was suddenly overcome with a strange uneasiness. At that moment, a weapon appeared, emanating an unpleasant demonic aura. The elder repelled the attack, but the weapon crumbled too easily. It was as if it had been created specifically to shatter into pieces. Then the elder felt something hit his chest. Hui fell to his knees and began coughing up blood. He could feel a foreign object in his chest. The goblins pounced on the villain and began to interrogate him about what he had done to their elder. The villain only gloated. He had bitten into a poison pill. Only then did Elder Howie understand the reason. Why the Black Brotherhood outnumbered them, and why they had lured him in, deliberately staging an attack that was doomed to fail from the start. Kang So asked if it meant that the Black Brotherhood had no intention of breaking through the barrier. Was their goal to defeat the Elder with that weapon? Elder Hui nodded affirmatively. However, thanks to Mr. Kang So, he was able to survive. Kang So asked what had happened to the remains of the weapon. Hui replied that the remains of the sword had completely evaporated, and the surviving members of the Black Brotherhood had committed suicide. Kang So stated that if even a part of the weapon had remained, it would have helped the investigation. Elder Hui said that while Kang So was healing him, he was conscious, although he could not move. Hui said that thanks to his savior, he felt a tremendous power that he had never encountered before in this world. The elder asked if Kang So had come from another world, like the goblins. The protagonist replied that he was also a foreigner. He had come here from a country called OK, but couldn't find a way back, so he decided to stay here. Kang So said that the Goblin Village was very similar to his homeland. Maybe they were from the same world? Elder Hui said that they were from a country called Chusan. He had never heard of OK. Hui added that they came from different places but were in the same situation. Maybe they could try to find a way to return to their lands together. Hui added that if they joined forces, something would work out. He extended his hand to our hero. Several days passed. The president was informed that the defense minister had requested an audience the following day. The minister of defense said he would like to apologize for the attack on the Goblin Elder. The president told his assistant to schedule the meeting for the day after tomorrow. The assistant added that the minister of defense had called them as soon as he found out that his secretary was the traitor. The president said that the Goblin Elder could have died, and if he felt guilty, he should wait another day. The president added that he needed to go somewhere on personal business. The guild leader added that it was a personal matter, so he did not need an assistant. The assistant said that he couldn't let the president go alone. It was too dangerous. The guild leader replied that he didn't see anything dangerous about it. The president said that he was just going to a regular Asian restaurant to have dinner there. The guild leader was surprised. They say this guy managed to heal the Goblin Elder, but there's a high chance that's a lie. It was unlikely that he had found the cause of Elder Hui's illness. Even their best healers had been unable to find a way to cure him. How could he have suddenly achieved a complete recovery in a single day? The president was certainly very happy about the Elder's recovery, but there were many things that were unclear. Moreover, Li Xin managed to reach level 0 with his technique, but it is hard to believe that he was able to do it alone recently. In addition, Li Xin does not remember exactly how he acted. His alibis do not match and even contradict each other. And no one could have dealt with the underwater monsters if they were in his place. Myung-hee's report was also suspicious. The same was true of Koval, who had wiped out the Flammer organization, which was distributing a new type of drug. And even with the one who is now in a special prison in the association, the half-demon Dagon, who was captured alive. The report mentioned the intervention of a masked stranger. He must have helped achieve 0 rank, and Myung-hee must be aware of this. Jin-ho has probably already figured it out too, as there are no reports. However, the president did not give the order to track down this stranger because he had concluded some kind of agreement with him. In exchange for teaching them the technique, the president promised not to bother him. But if all these mysterious incidents were solved with his help, then he is an awakened one, possessing greater power than Li Xin. Perhaps he was even stronger than anyone else in the world. And it was unknown what would happen to the country if this man was angered. The guild leader couldn't leave a person who posed a threat alone, so he didn't tell anyone and conducted his own investigation. First, he assigned someone to follow Li Xin and Myung-hee without revealing his intentions. As expected, their routes largely coincided. For example, an Asian restaurant. And also that guy whose appearance could not be seen in the photos. Either the delivery man from this restaurant is the awakened one, or he is somehow connected to him. And he decided that today he would meet him in person and find out who he was. The fate of an entire state depended on it. The president was pleased about one thing. It seemed that he was ready for dialogue. If necessary, he would have to risk his life. Otherwise, he would not have helped them. The guild leader decided to begin preparations and activated the hologram on his wristwatch. The hologram represented the person who had to be released. The holographic man grew to life-size and headed toward the taxi. The guild president, who was inside this hologram, rubbed his face and thought that nothing was even noticeable. It was an artifact of appearance change invented by Master So Chul. Outwardly, he was an unremarkable old man. The old man looked up and wondered why it had started raining. Trying to hide from the rain, the old man ran to the taxi. Getting into the car, the old man gave the taxi driver the address where he wanted to go. The taxi set off for its destination. Two unknown individuals watched the car. They were the leaders of the Black Brotherhood, brother and sister Zhong and Hong. The brother asked if this old man was the president of the association. The sister nodded affirmatively and wondered where he was going without security, having changed his appearance. The brother said that now everything would go faster and they would soon become famous. The girl suggested that he recognized their abilities. All this was done for him. It rained heavily that night, so there were many orders and they had to close early because they ran out of food. It sounded like an excuse, but on a rainy day, you can't resist onion pancakes with rice vodka. Yu Sung-tae said it was amazing. A golden crust, a delicious aroma, the sound of a pancake frying. Add a glass of rice vodka and it would be unforgettable. Kang So said that his friend really loved food. It was admirable. Kang So looked at the result of Yu Sung-tae's efforts and wondered if it was too much. Yu Sung-tae himself didn't understand when he had managed to prepare so much. The restaurateur said that the atmosphere had such an effect on him. Kang So suggested calling someone. Yu Sung-tae said that his wife and daughter had gone to another city for filming, and Hyuk would definitely not come because of his diet. Kang So thought about inviting Li Xin or Ji Yun. The restaurant door opened, and the friends saw that they had a visitor. The old man apologized and asked if the restaurant was already closed. The old man saw Kang So and thought that he was the mysterious awakened one. The guild leader could hardly sense any aura, but he knew for sure that this guy was familiar with the awakened's method of training their aura, which meant he knew how to hide his energy. Where did President Yoon Han-chung get such confidence? His most outstanding skills were his leadership qualities and his ability to recognize the abilities of others. This skill was not related to the awakened. It was from a completely different realm that could not be explained. It was also one of the secrets that allowed him to continue to successfully manage the Silver Tower. Yu Sung-tae apologized and said that they were already closed. The old man sighed regretfully. The guild leader lowered his eyes, thinking he would have to leave. However, Yu Sung-tae stopped him. The restaurateur asked if the old man happened to like onion pancakes with rice vodka. It was a tempting offer that the guild leader couldn't refuse. The dish looked magnificent and appetizing. The old man drank the rice vodka and breathed a sigh of relief. The guild leader's mood improved noticeably. He became more talkative. The old man said it was the best thing to do on a rainy day. Yu Sung-tae remarked that he had fried too much, as if he knew the old man was coming. The guests thanked him and said that the hosts weren't expecting visitors, but now they had treated him to a drink. Yu Sung-tae noticed that this old man could hold his liquor. He drank many bottles and was still standing. The party continued, everyone was in a good mood, and the president forgot about his goal. This was not surprising, as he had been working so hard that he had no time for drinking. Kang So immediately guessed that the old man was the president of the association. Ji-eun said that he would become a great man. If it weren't for him, the country would no longer exist by now. He was the one who performed the duties of head of state. He was the perfect fit for the role of president of the association. As Ji-eun said, he exudes the very energy of a president, But why did he change his appearance and come here? Suddenly, the lights went out in the room. The leaders of the Black Brotherhood were preparing to attack. The girl said it was time to start hunting the tiger. Chung and Hong were on the roof of the restaurant at that moment. Using her energy abilities, the girl was going to concentrate her energy. The lights came back on, but they were flickering intermittently. Despite the rain, it seemed suspicious. Yu Xiongtai looked at the lights and said that he had recently changed the bulbs. Those present began to listen. The lights went out completely again. Yu Xiongtai said he would go check what had happened. Yu Xiongtai lit some candles and placed them on the table. Kang So got up from the table and said that he would check everything himself. Our hero added that the host should not leave while the visitor was there. Yu Xiongtai thanked his friend and said he would be grateful if Kang So checked. Kang So said he would try to solve the problem quickly. Yu Xiongtai told the visitor that his employee was very capable. The girl on the roof absorbed all the energy of those she touched. That was her ability. The advantages of her skill were that she became physically stronger depending on how much energy she absorbed. Also, while she absorbed the energy of the crystal that generated electricity, she was able to bring about complete darkness. Her sister said that everything was ready. When absolute darkness fell, it was her brother's turn. He said he would quickly take care of things and return. The brother moved in the complete darkness created by his sister. He knew that now no one could see him. The leader of the Black Brotherhood jumped off the roof. His skill was perfect camouflage in the dark. Thanks to this, none of their targets had survived so far. Our hero found himself face to face with the villain, who was holding a knife behind his back. The attacker even flinched in surprise. Who was this man? Was he really an employee of this restaurant? The villain thought he was going to quietly kill only the chairman. But this employee was here for no reason. The villain thought that he couldn't leave any evidence behind, so he moved towards our hero with the knife in front of him. The knife was already very close to Kang So's neck. The villain thought that this guy was finished. However, with a slight movement of his hand, Kang So deflected his opponent's knife aimed at him. The villain was surprised. How did he manage to deflect that blow? After all, he couldn't even see it, let alone feel its presence. Kang So stretched out his arm and struck his opponent's forehead with his finger. The villain flew backward with a cry. The blow was so strong that the criminal somersaulted and spun around several times. Chong landed on his feet and was surprised how this guy could see him despite his absolute camouflage. The villain shouted, "Who is this guy? Is he a secret agent from the Silver Tower?" Our hero said he was just a delivery guy from this restaurant. The villain, of course, didn't believe him. Kang So said that whether his opponent believed him or not, he would not allow him to disturb the restaurant's customers. Today, they had a special visitor. Therefore, it would be better if the guy left quietly. He was surprised. Did the delivery guy think that because he hit him once, he could do whatever he wanted now? At that moment, the girl jumped off the roof and, putting her fist forward, intended to hit our hero. Hong thought that she would use the energy she had received and put it into the blow. After that, the delivery man would not remain intact. However, Kang So saw the attacker and, turning around, raised his hand, thus deflecting the attack. The girl was amazed. Had he compensated for her energy? Kang So completely absorbed Hong's energy. At the same time, our hero said that you can't use someone else's energy. The delivery man from the restaurant grabbed the girl by the arm and, using a hand-to-hand combat technique, knocked his opponent to the ground. Coughing up blood, Hong lay on her back on the ground and moaned in pain. Kang So asked if the attackers wanted to continue. Zhang thought that his sister had absorbed the energy of the entire building and that she could handle this guy. The villain decided to leave his sister with him. He himself decided to focus on their immediate goal. Zhang thought that among all those who had been their targets, no one had ever managed to survive. The criminal took out a knife and thought that they would destroy Chairman Yoon Han-jun. The leader of the Black Brotherhood gathered momentum and was about to break into the restaurant. However, after taking only a few steps, the villain bumped into something invisible. The impact was so strong that Zhang lost his footing, flew upward, and fell to the ground. Zhang sat in front of the restaurant and couldn't understand what was happening. There was a protective wall between him and the building. Kang So approached his opponent and said that he knew uninvited guests would show up here, so he set up a barrier in advance. Kang So reiterated that no one dared to touch the visitors to this restaurant. The guild leader thought that this young man made a good impression. He asked the restaurateur if he could tell him more about the delivery man. Yu Songtae asked again if he meant Kang So. Yu Songtae said that before opening this restaurant, he had worked as a porter for 10 years. During that time, he met many different people, some of whom were strong. However, their strength made him even more anxious. Kang So is also strong, but he does not cause anxiety. At that moment, our hero was fighting two opponents at the same time outside. The brother and sister decided to attack their opponent at the same time. Kang So remained completely calm. Yu Song-tai added that this guy could be called the most righteous person he had ever met. Kang So blocked both attacks from the brother and sister attacking at the same time. The courier said that this was not enough. Putting energy into his hands, Kang So performed a double strike and simultaneously hit Cheon and Han. The opponents flew in different directions. The opponents were deactivated and lay on either side of Kang So. Our hero expressed his incomprehension as to why someone with such excellent skills would try to do something evil. Kang So wanted to say something more moralizing to his opponents, but he was captivated by some ropes. Hong laughed and said that this guy hadn't noticed her. In a moment, Kang So was entangled in ropes around his hands and feet. The villains pulled on the ropes and declared that this guy was caught. The girl was surprised. Did her opponent really think they would attack without a plan? They were just waiting for the moment to tie up their opponent with these special ropes. Chung said that whoever stood in their way, they would get what they wanted. He would pay dearly for getting in their way. Chung said that this rope was made of compressed arachnid web, which made it especially strong. It couldn't be broken. Kang So heard about the arachnid's web and asked if they were referring to the monster spider from Kangwon-do. Chung was surprised that his opponent had such information. The villains added that the strength of this rope could not be broken under any circumstances. Kang So tensed up and the rope simply evaporated from the tension. The leaders of the Black Brotherhood cried out in fear and surprise. Kang So said that if his opponents said these ropes couldn't be broken, then they definitely couldn't do it. The old man smiled when he heard Yu Song-tai call his assistant the most righteous person. The guild leader said that if a person with power uses it with a righteous heart, there will be peace on earth. Yu Song-tae replied that if power is the reason for such a righteous person to give up their normal life, then perhaps Kang So would give up his power. He would most likely choose a normal life. Yu Song-tae and his guests noticed that the light had returned. Kang So entered the room and said that it took longer than he had expected. Yu Song-tae said that his assistant was doing a good job. The old man asked our hero his name, and he said his name was Kang So. Kang So asked if the old man wanted to tell him something. The old man looked at the young man and said that he wanted to thank him. The guild leader thought he wanted to thank him for everything that had happened. Thank him for saving many people. The guild leader was grateful to our hero for everything. Kang So, in turn, thanked the old man and said that thanks to people like him, this country remains healthy. Kang So said, "Thank you very much." The old man was surprised. Did this guy know who he was dealing with from the very beginning? The guild leader added that he was also grateful to the young man for that. As he said goodbye, the old man told the restaurant owner that he had had a lot of fun today. He hadn't noticed how time had flown by. Yu Song-tae said that his grandfather should be careful. The old man saw two people in black tied to a pole. He asked who they were. Coming closer, the old man saw that they were the Blackman brothers and sisters of Airang. But what were they doing here? One of the prisoners had a note sticking out of his pocket. After reading it, the old man realized that they were indeed the Blackmen who had been hunting the chairman. The guild leader left the restaurant completely satisfied with today's meeting. As always, it was fun at this place. Together with the Sun Tai family, they came to the water park. Sun Tae said that Ha Yun really liked it here. Tai Bok was not acting as a bodyguard, but as a member of Ha Yun's Chocolate Bun fan club. Kang Sung was simply enjoying his vacation. However, it didn't last long. Soon, Kang Sung faced a serious problem. The problem was that the overly exposed bodies of those around him constantly caught his eye. Kang Sung wondered if they were wearing too little clothing. Our hero didn't even know where to look. However, he had no choice, and his gaze was constantly drawn to these almost naked bodies. It was a crisis moment in Kang Sung's life. The senior instructor asked his subordinates what they were doing. The young people replied that they were looking for their boss, Myung-hee. The water park was not a gathering of wolves on the hunt. They had come here to protect their boss from men with bad intentions. That was their calling. The senior instructor said that he had come here as a volunteer. He was there to ensure the safety of citizens and maintain order. That was their calling. The employee asked the boss to be honest with them. The boss knew that Kim Myung-hee would be here today, so he applied to be a volunteer. He even gave up his vacation. The senior instructor said that was not true. The employee asked why the chief had not gone on vacation in that case. The young people admitted that the boss was very stubborn and did not want to admit what everyone else could see. Everyone in the department knows that the boss likes Kim Myung-hee. If the boss delays, someone else may beat him to it. Kim Myung-hee is also popular in other departments. The employees suggested that the boss not worry and trust them. They know how to organize everything. The boss said that these two are asking for trouble. Have they decided to play a joke on him? In that case, he will have to show them who is in charge. At that moment, Song Jin-ho was called out. The young people looked back and saw Kim Myung-hee. The girl said she had heard that Jin-ho would be here later. Why did he bring his employees with him? Song Jin-ho thought that Myung-hee had always been so beautiful. The girl was surprised. Why did Jin-ho suddenly blush? Maybe he had heat stroke. Kim Myung-hee came closer and touched Jin-ho's forehead. The young man, of course, blushed even more. The girl came up really close, and Jin-ho started breathing faster. Myung-hee said that it didn't seem to be hot. Jin-ho said that he was fine. Myung-hee said she was worried about him. Jin-ho repeated that he was fine. Myung-hee said that Jin-ho had only recently regained his strength and shouldn't overexert himself. The girl waved her hand and said she would be in the next area. They could see each other later. The young people advised Myung-hee to be careful. Jin-ho thought that this girl was worried about him. The young man turned away and heard someone call out to the beautiful girl. A young man approached Myung-hee and asked if she wanted to talk to him. The young man said he was the head of the 4th department of the Legendary Guild. If the girl had time, they could have some fun. Myung-hee said that she had come here to volunteer, not to have fun. She didn't have time and had to leave. The head of the 4th department of the Legendary Guild grabbed the girl by the arm and said that there were plenty of volunteers here without her. She didn't have to work today. Myung-hee thought this guy was very annoying. Suddenly, another person grabbed the annoying young man by the arm. Jin-ho, for it was he, noticed that the girl had refused. The annoying young man became angry. Who was this guy? The head of the Legendary Guild asked if he was her boyfriend. Jin-ho wondered who he was to Myung-hee. The young man remembered how they had fought Dagon, and he had been unable to protect Myung-hee. He had broken the promise he had made to Hyun Seunbi. He didn't even bother to heal his wounds so he wouldn't forget that shame. He was still too weak to protect Myung-hee. Jin-ho thought that was why he couldn't bring himself to take the first step. Before Jin-ho could answer, a little girl ran up to Myung-hee and called her mom. Myung-hee didn't understand what was going on. The young people were also surprised. Hyun winked at the girl and quietly told her to play along. Jin-ho and the commander of the 4th squad of the Legendary Guild were even more surprised. Jin-ho didn't understand how this had happened. The annoying young man realized that he had gotten involved with a married woman. Jin-ho asked when Myung-hee had found the time. The girl discreetly elbowed Jin-ho in the jaw. The young man staggered. Myung-hee asked loudly if he was okay. She said her hand had accidentally slipped. Those around them said that this annoying guy was harassing a married woman. What a disgrace. They also said that he was from a legendary guild. The young man apologized, bowed, and quickly ran away to disappear from view. Myung-hee thanked the little girl and asked why she had decided to help her. Hyun replied that her uncle had taught her to help those in difficult situations. Hyun then said goodbye and ran away. Hyun returned to her uncle, Kang-sun. Kang-sun picked up the girl, and together they greeted the volunteers. The volunteers recognized this man as the delivery man from the Yang Chongak restaurant. Myung-hee said that this man had helped her several times before. Jin-ho said that the delivery man from the Chinese restaurant was a rather inconspicuous figure whom no one would suspect. This meant that he was the ant. The members of the Silver Tower called informants ants because they were like ants that gathered food and carried it back to the anthill. Myung-hee said something like that. One of the volunteers suggested that it was her secret lover. Jin-ho himself did not hear what was being said around him. An announcement was made over the loudspeaker at the water park that the long-awaited event was about to begin. The host said that they were starting an event called Obstacle Course. The vacationers were thrilled. Everyone said it was the most exciting thing that could happen at a water park. In this competition, participants had to overcome obstacles and reach the finish line as quickly as possible. Sung Tae asked Kang-sun if he was interested in it. Our hero thought it was similar to the training he had undergone as a child. He said that anyone could participate in these competitions, regardless of whether they were awakened or not. Only physical enhancement could be used. One of the attendees asked if this was too advantageous for the awakened. Would there be a prize? The host said that there would be no concessions for the awakened. And of course, they had prepared a prize. The winner will receive a new car from the organizing company. Anyone who wants to participate in the competition can sign up. You need to approach an employee and submit an application. Hyun asked if her uncle would participate. Kang Sung replied that he would just watch. Hyun said she would like to ride in that red car. The girl added that if they had a car like that, they could go on trips together. The protagonist thought he couldn't disappoint Hyun. Kang Sung said he would try too. Hyun remarked that her uncle was the best. Kang Sung thought that now he would have to make every effort. He just had to make sure he wasn't found out. The obstacle course offered new challenges in each competition. This time, many people signed up to participate, which meant that everyone was in for some heated competition. Everyone was interested in what obstacles awaited them today. It was also curious to see who would be the winner, able to overcome all the obstacles. The host introduced the first participant in the competition. It was the youngest department head from the legendary guild. The vacationers saw Park Myung-gil. The young man waved his arms, greeting the audience. Myung-gil thought that these people didn't understand anything and didn't even know the significance of this event. This wasn't just a children's game. It was a competition organized by the best guild in the country. The prize for the winner was just a distraction. The real goal was to select true professionals from among ordinary people and invite them to join the guild. Agents from the personnel department were among the ordinary citizens. Myung-gil thought that even though he belonged to the legendary guild, he would like to play among the big fish if he had the chance. As soon as the participant heard the signal, he boldly set off. This time, the young man decided to show everyone his skills and join the Red Dragon Guild. For this, it was worth showing the huge difference in level. However, the young man suffered a fiasco. Something went wrong, he lost his footing and fell into the water. Myung-gil failed at the very first hurdle. Kang-sun realized that there was no benefit for the awakened here. These obstacles looked normal on the outside, but when certain parts of the installation were pressed, they reflected the impact. It was necessary to take into account the elasticity that could be withstood. Without experience, it is difficult to control one's strength. However, our hero decided that he could handle it with ease. The young man was curious to see how many people would be able to get past this trap. The host announced that the losers were eliminated one by one. What was going on? Maybe the obstacles in these competitions were too difficult? So far, none of the participants had reached the finish line. Kang-sun thought that the obstacles were much more difficult and confusing than they seemed. No wonder everyone was having such a hard time getting through them. Kang-sung understood that it was easier than easy for him, but there was hardly anyone among the participants who could overcome such traps. The host announced the next participant. A girl came out to the obstacle course. Kang-sung felt that she exuded a special aura. It was contestant number 78, Han So-hee. The host said that an extraordinary beauty had appeared before them. Would such a weak girl be able to make it to the end? Our hero had a feeling that she had already gone through many trials. She didn't have much aura, but it was interesting to see what she was capable of. Han So-hee looked at the photo in the locket. It was a photo of her father. The girl mentally promised to avenge her father and prepared for the start. The host said that Han So-hee started right after the signal. The girl had tremendous strength of spirit. She overcame the first obstacle quite easily. The next challenge was a rope. Han So-hee excelled at dodging obstacles along the way. The host announced that the participant had reached the spinning rings. The athlete stopped to catch her breath. In front of her stood the pride of the water park, combat robots with artificial intelligence. The monkeys stood in a fighting stance, fully prepared to attack the contestant. Kang-sun thought that the organizers were collecting data, and with each competition, these monkeys were only getting stronger. Would the participant be able to overcome this obstacle? The girl started running. The host did not think she would be able to avoid the attack of the brothers. However, the athlete turned out to be quite agile. She managed to dodge the blows, but there were two monkeys, and it was very dangerous. The host said that Han So-hee was now between a rock and a hard place. The vacationers watched the contestants' progress with bated breath. The girl jumped high and cleared the obstacle from above. At the same time, the monkeys attacked each other. Han So-hee landed, leaving the monkeys behind her. The host said it was amazing. The girl managed to overcome the monkey brothers by making an incredible jump. While the host was saying this, Han So-hee started the next challenge. What awaited her next? The moving board suddenly tilted to one side. Han So-hee couldn't hold on. Was that it? The girl managed to grab the edge of the board with difficulty and tried to get to the surface. Kang-sung thought that this girl had incredible concentration. The host said she was almost at the finish line. Han So-hee jumped onto the swaying platform. She couldn't relax until the very end. The girl reached the finish line and pressed the red button. The host announced that contestant Han So-hee was the first to reach the finish line. Kang Sung thought that this girl had exceeded his expectations. Without impeccably developed senses, experience, and concentration, she would not have been able to do it. I wonder what kind of environment she grew up in. Chuntai said that it was finally his turn. Kang Sung was surprised. Had he signed up too? Sungtae announced that he had worked as a porter for 10 years. Kang Seon thought he would be able to do it. Sungtae said that he was not only the father of a 5-year-old daughter, but also a strong man who had survived as a porter at the gates. The host announced contestant number 92, Yoon Sung-tae. Hyun shouted that her dad would show everyone what he was capable of. Contestant Yoon Sung-tae began the challenges. However, when he tried to pass through the spinning circles, he got stuck in one of them. Hyun and the others covered their eyes with their hands so they wouldn't have to see it. A rescue team came to Yoon Sung-tae's aid. Sung-tae thought if he had known in advance, he would have lost weight. Hyun was very concerned about whether her father's stomach hurt. Hyun declared that her dad was still the best. Kang Sung said that Sung-tae did well because he did everything he could. Sung-tae had to admit that this was all he was capable of. Sung-tae was so ashamed that he fainted. However, his courage was quite commendable. The host announced that the atmosphere was heating up and it was time to introduce the next contestant. It was contestant number 107. He had not written anything about himself. A mysterious man. Contestant Kang Seong took the stage. The girls watching the competition noted that this guy was handsome, a real beauty. Hyun shouted that they were all worried about her uncle. Contestant Han So-hee is the champion who set an incredible record of 4 minutes and 4 seconds. Will the current participant be able to break this record? After announcing the start, the host said that contestant Kang Sung was running at an incredible speed. The protagonist recalled the years when he trained to be a killer. Although, of course, this is not comparable to the current obstacles, which seem like toys. Back then, they were not dummies but real weapons. The host announced that the participant had passed the spinning circles in a matter of seconds. He demonstrated incredible achievements. However, this was not the end. Would he be able to get through the twin robots? Kang Sun rushed at the monkeys without hesitation. The monkeys swung their arms, preparing to strike. Kang Sung dodged and grabbed them by the head. The robots were damaged. He apologized and said he didn't mean to break them. The host noted that this was impossible to believe. The contestant had easily broken the twin monkeys. Myung-hee thought even if he said he was trying to hold back his strength, no one would believe him. The host said that before they knew it, the contestant was facing the last obstacle. Kang Sung approached the swinging platform. A few seconds later, the host announced that the contestant had reached the finish line. His time was 2 minutes and 31 seconds. The young man thought he should have moved a little slower. The volunteer said that the Red Dragon Guild would immediately want to invite him to join. Myung-hee said that this guy was only F rank. Jin-ho admitted that he had amazing physical abilities. If he had a D rank, he could be invited to join the guild. Hyun threw herself into his arms and said that her uncle was the coolest. Han So-hee wondered who he was. At the restaurant, the hero saw the breaking news. The topic of the day was the phantom thief Black Cat, who had once again warned of an upcoming crime. The announcer said that at 10 p.m. today, he was going to steal a diamond from the hero's museum. The hostess noted that this thief steals only diamonds. He has already stolen many jewels and only once has his attempt failed. Kang Sung said that no matter what abilities he possessed, he was just a thief. Why was there so much fuss about him? The woman replied that his abilities were not just outstanding. The Black Cat always warns of his plans in advance with notes. But no matter how much security is tightened, the thefts have never been prevented. The strangest thing is that he always returns the stolen diamonds. Kang Sung was surprised. Why does this ghostly thief need all this? In the end, no one suffers, and the Black Cat even has fans. Kang Sung thought, this thief sends warnings and returns what he steals. Maybe he just wants to show off his abilities? A young man entered the restaurant and asked the hero for help. The Museum of Heroes. Hyun looked at the gem and told her uncle that it sparkled brightly. Kang Sung was surprised. Was this the stone that Black Cat was going to steal? Kang Sung wondered, why does anyone need this stone? The young man explained that he had been at the scene of the crime twice, but had been unable to arrest the thief. Kang Sung was surprised. Was the thief so clever that he couldn't be caught? Kang Sung was indignant. Why bring Ha-yoon to such a dangerous place? The young man replied that otherwise Kang Sung would just stay at home and watch TV series. Kang Sung asked who the people gathered outside were. The young man explained that they were fans of the Black Cat. They had come to see him. The hero became curious about what motivated them. The inspector told the hunter Li Shin that it would soon be 10 o'clock in the evening. Suddenly, the lights went out in the room. Everyone present became alert. The inspector ordered the spotlights to be turned on immediately. In the light of the spotlights, everyone saw the black cat standing on the glass dome. The criminal was holding a diamond in his hands. He told the ladies and gentlemen that he had warned them about today's kidnapping. The black cat promised his fans that he would give them his love in return. One of the fans shouted for the black cat to take his heart. The detective ordered the security guards to seize the black cat. Everyone rushed to carry out the order. Suddenly, there was a blinding flash, and 4 black cats ran off in different directions. One of the officers reported to the commander that there were now several cats. The inspector ordered them all to be captured. The hunter approached the black cat and prepared to seize him. However, the thief disappeared, leaving a smoke grenade in his place. Tear gas spread throughout the room, and everyone began coughing and crying. Kang Sung activated his unique abilities, and together with Ha Yun, found himself under a protective dome. The gas posed no danger to them. Kang Sung thought that tear gas combined with a smokescreen was a very tricky thing. The security guards fled the room because they were not prepared for such an attack. Their boss was furious. Who ordered the retreat? The black cat was still inside. The door had to be blocked so that no one could leave. The black cat grinned. Everything was going according to plan. If tear gas was used in the room, people would instinctively rush to find a way out. At that moment, he could get lost in the crowd and escape. As a backup, the black cat came up with another maneuver. The man in the mask pointed to someone dressed as a black cat and declared that he was the criminal. The inspector pounced on this person and shouted for the black cat to stay where he was. Finally, he was caught. However, it turned out to be a complete stranger. He was a fan of the black cat. Hunter Li Xin was upset. He brought Kang's son here, but the theft was still committed. Kang Sin told Ha Yun to stay here for a while with Li Xin, and that he would be back soon. Outside, our hero ran into an old woman. He offered to walk her home. The lively woman replied that she could walk on her own. Kang Sin told the grandmother not to refuse help. The old woman thanked him and remarked that this man was so young and very kind. The old woman said that they had already arrived. Her house was just around the nearest alley. She thanked the young man again. Kang Sin replied that there was no need to thank him and called the old woman a black cat. The woman's eyes sparkled, and she looked at the young man suspiciously. The grandmother asked if he had lost his pet. Kang's son said that black cats are good pretenders and masters of disguise. You can't recognize them with a normal glance. It's also worth noting that he didn't use an artifact to change his appearance. Our hero added that he could distinguish people's auras, so it was impossible to deceive him in this way. The old woman released a smokescreen and immediately disappeared. A black cat appeared on the roof of the neighboring house in his signature outfit. He said that artifacts for disguise are only needed by amateurs. The black cat added that with artifacts he would be immediately recognized using the recognition skill. The black cat asked the young man how he figured it out. When did he realize everything? Kang Sin replied that he had understood from the very beginning. The black cat clarified. Does that mean from the moment he was hiding among the people in the museum? Kang Sin said that he had guessed it at the water park. The young man tried to remember the girl's name. Kang Sung said he remembered. The girl's name was Han So-hee. Was that the right name? Kang Sung added that Han So-hee had overcome all obstacles beautifully, which is why he remembered her. Her skill level was low, but she showed mastery and determination. She had strong focus and, most importantly, a subtle, special aura. The young man did not think that Han So-hee would use her abilities for such matters. Why was the girl doing this? Han So-hee asked, did this guy really think that seeing her once meant he now knew everything about her? Don't pretend to be a saint. You're in the same gang as them, she said. Han So-hee asked if she would be next after her father. At the same time, the girl jumped up and threw playing cards at her interlocutor. The cards turned into grenades, causing an explosion. However, our hero didn't even blink. It was an illusion. The girl ended up on the roof of the neighboring house. Did this guy really think she would let herself be caught? A real explosion sounded below. The black cat used a pre-prepared hang glider and tried to leave the location. The girl thought that this guy had discovered her identity, and now she would have to lie low for a while. However, Kang Sung was suddenly nearby. He was holding on to the hang glider with one hand. The young man asked what Han So-hee meant when she talked about her father. The hang glider structure couldn't handle the weight of 2 people and broke. The young people started falling chaotically to the ground. Han So-hee pulled a weapon from her bosom and shot at the wall of the neighboring house. An arrow with a rope tied to it flew out of the weapon. The arrow stuck into the wall, and the black cat avoided falling. Han So-hee managed to climb onto the billboard of the neighboring building. Han So-hee thought that it was not for nothing that she was called a black cat. She could get out of any bad situation. However, the girl lost her balance and began to fall to the ground again. Han So-hee thought, was she really going to die in such a stupid way? Just before she fell, our hero caught her in his arms. The young man asked if the stone was so important that she would risk her life for it. Using his unique abilities, Kang Sung gently lowered himself and the girl to the ground. Han So-hee asked why he saved her. Didn't he want her to die? Kang Sung replied that he had no such thoughts. The girl found this strange. The ring, which sensed magical power, did not react at all. Kang Sung put the girl on the ground and said that he just wanted to know why she stole the diamond. Why did she always return what she stole? Han So-hee replied because it was exciting and helped her gain popularity. It was very intriguing. The elusive black cat. Kang Sung said that the girl was good at pretending, but she didn't know how to deceive. Han So-hee admitted that she had heard that a weapon was hidden in a special diamond. This weapon is so powerful that it can defeat a demon. Han So-hee admitted that it sounds crazy, but right now it is more important to her than her own life. The protagonist asked Han So-hee to tell him more about everything she knew. The girl admitted that this was the first time she was ready to pour out her soul to someone like this. Kang Sung wasted no time, and using his unique abilities, healed the bruise on her leg. Han So-hee began her story. Her father was a famous archaeologist and gemologist. One day, he received an order for an unusual gemstone. The man examined it carefully through a magnifying glass and said, "It can't be." The archaeologist was very excited and told his daughter that it was a weapon that could destroy demons. The weapon was hidden inside the stone. The man claimed that they could make the world a better place, and then talked at length about the power of this stone. Han So-hee was young and does not remember all of his words now. To write a dissertation about his discovery, the archaeologist began his research. He entered all the information into a computer. However, when his work was almost complete, those people came for him. Han So-hee said that her father was injured at that time. The archaeologist looked at the photo of his daughter and realized that he couldn't let them get to So-hee. The man rushed at the villains and was shot with an automatic weapon. One of the criminals said that the task had been completed and ordered them to take only the stone and burn all the materials. The girl watched what was happening from the shadows. Everything was done as the leader of the robbers had ordered. Han So-hee was too young and couldn't do anything. So-hee just watched from her hiding place as her father died. The girl said that the villains set fire to the papers and the laboratory. They had been prepared in advance. The next day, the news reported that a famous archaeologist had died in an accident. After that, articles began to appear, claiming that all his research was false. Han So-hee tried to tell people the truth, but no one believed the little girl. She said she found a notebook that her father had hidden in the shelter. Perhaps he had foreseen the danger. The girl noticed that the first line in the notebook was, "The weapon that can defeat the demon is the shining weapon." Kang Sung remembered Kim Myung-hee saying that a demon named Dagon called this dagger a new recruit. This weapon was designed to fight demons, but Han So-hee had not yet been able to awaken it. Its condition has not yet reached perfection, but one thing is clear. It is capable of damaging demons and possesses considerable power. Kang Sung wondered if it was similar to the dagger Kim Myung-hee had, or were there other similar blades? Han So-hee noticed that the notebook said, "Sparkling weapons often sleep inside special precious stones," and one of those was the stone her father was researching. Kang Sung thought that this meant there could be several weapons. So-hee added that even if she told others about it and asked them to show her the stone, no one would agree. Kang Sung asked, was that why Han So-hee stole the precious stones? Did she want to restore her father's honor and prove that his research was real? The girl nodded affirmatively. Kang Sung said that he believed her and believed in the existence of a weapon capable of destroying demons. He also believed that the weapon could be found inside the stones. The young man added that he was not going to turn Han So-hee into the police. The protagonist said he had one condition. So he naturally asked about this condition and noticed that her leg no longer hurt. Kang Sung said that a man would be coming soon, so he asked how she would recognize him. Kang Sung explained that the password would be night dew. The young man had previously told Myung-hee that they should help anyone who said this password. This person would help, and she would no longer have to steal stones to study them. Han So-hee was surprised. Should she really believe this? Kang Seon said that now it was her choice. After all, he trusted her. Kang Sung took a stone out of his pocket So he was surprised. It was the stone she had hidden in her hair. But how and when did he manage to take it? The young man said that the black cat had already examined the stone, so it could be returned to its place. Our hero noted that whatever the reason, stealing is wrong. So he admitted that this was not the stone she was looking for. So he thought that this guy was doing whatever he wanted. Kang Shung went on his way, and the girl realized she hadn't even had time to thank him. An old castle on the outskirts of town. A man hiding his face under a hood stood with a rose in his hand. An old man approached him. The old man with a cane in his hand knelt down and addressed the Lord. Millen asked the Lord to spare some time for his poor slave. The man in the hood cut another rose from the bush and asked what had happened to Dagon. Millen replied that he was in an interdimensional prison in a small state on Earth. The ruler asked if Millen, with his abilities, could get in there. The old man replied that if the Lord would grant him a little of his power, he could. Demonic energy began to gather around the old man's cane. The Lord asked, "Is this enough?" Millen thanked him for his kindness. The Lord said that if Dagon had revealed their lineage, they would deal with him after he had paid for his crimes. His soul could be used to create a new beast. Millen said he would do as the Lord commanded. Leaving the castle, he thought that so many gatherers had already lost their lives in such a small country. There wasn't even a strong army here. If it weren't for the promise, these people would have disappeared from the face of the earth long ago. Millen wondered, had the deity learned of their plans? In that case, it was impossible that the Lord had said nothing. Near the fountain in the recreation area, an elderly man with glasses was reading a book. The man complained about his eyesight and said that the font in this book was too small. To see the letters better, the old man lifted his glasses. He had only one good eye. A little boy walking by with his mother saw the old man's face and started crying. The child told his mother that this grandfather was very scary. The woman replied that they were leaving now. Hayun approached the old man and greeted him. He did not expect this from a child. The man lifted his glasses, looked at the girl, and asked if she was afraid of him because his face looked scary. He was also very large. Hayun smiled and said she wasn't afraid because her grandfather had a kind heart. After all, he always sat there and thought about his friends. The old man laughed and said that the girl was very funny. The man added that she was right, and for that he would give her something. The old man put a piece of candy in the girl's hands. Hayun was delighted. The girl thanked the grandfather and wished him luck. Kang Shung thought that this old man had a powerful aura. He would have to ask Sung Tai who he was. Sung Tai said he knew this old man, who was as big as a bear and had scars all over his body. He was Kim Jong Tai's grandfather. He was a very famous man, one of the members of the Seven Fearless Squad. His name was even enshrined in the association's Hall of Fame. 25 years ago, when the gate first opened, these 7 awakened ones defended the city. Ordinary people volunteered to defend their families and loved ones and gathered together for this purpose. Among them was a retired military man, Grandpa Kim Jong Tai, who became the leader of the group. At that time, he was already about 50 years old. His level was not that high, but he fought bravely. After peace came, the squad decided to cooperate with the head of the Silver Tower, Yoon Han-jung. Together, they dealt with the monsters that remained in the country. The Fearless Squad made a huge contribution to the country's recovery. Recovery Day is a day of remembrance for the fallen heroes who gave their lives fighting monsters for the sake of peace. Sung Tai showed an invitation to the Restoration Day anniversary celebration. Every year, a festival is held for residents at the stadium. He said that this time their family had also received an invitation. Ha Yun is preparing for the choir performance at the concert in kindergarten. Kang Song was surprised. Is Ha Yun really going to sing in the choir? Does that mean the restaurant is closed today? The hero wished them a good time and regretfully noted that he would not be able to go with them. Sung Tae was surprised. Why did Kang Sung decide not to go? The young man replied that his family had been invited. Sung Tae said that an isolated person is recognized as a member of the guarantor's family until 5 years have passed since their settlement. Therefore, Kang Sung is a member of their family. Sung Tae added that even if such a law did not exist, Kang Sung would still be family to them. The young people arrived at the sports complex, the venue for the celebration. The host said that today they had prepared a special performance to congratulate everyone on this wonderful day. The New Sprout Kindergarten Choir would take the stage. Sun Tae saw his daughter in the front row and said that Ha Yun was doing well. Among the guests of honor was Kim Jong Tai with a medal on his chest. The old man recognized the girl from the park. Suddenly, monsters appeared in the sky above the sports complex, circling around. But the protective dome prevented them from getting inside. The monsters tried to break through the dome, but without success. The spectators were frightened, and the organizers announced that everyone should go down to the shelter. At that moment, terrorists were in the security room, forcing the employees to lie face down on the floor. The leader approached the computer and tried to deactivate the protective dome. The audience saw the dome disappear. Now the monsters posed a direct and obvious threat. Kang Sung was surprised. Why had the protective barrier disappeared? Kim Jong-tae was not afraid and prepared to meet the descending monsters to fight them off. Among the guests at the event were armed warriors who fearlessly entered into battle with the bloodthirsty creatures. The commander of the armed detachment ordered everyone to stay together and remain in formation. The first detachment was to evacuate civilians, while the second was to hold back the flying monsters. The commander asked how long it would take for the hunter Li Xin to arrive. His assistant replied that the hunter was currently outside the city and would not arrive soon. The assistant reported to the chairman that black men were located in Zone 11. The chairman was frightened. Could this be another mass attack by monsters? But where did so many of them come from? Only the hunter Li Xin was capable of fighting such a large number of monsters. The assistant told the chairman that there was another person. Suddenly, he shouted that there was danger behind him. The chairman turned around and saw a monster flying towards him. It seemed that a collision with the monster was inevitable. However, the monster was struck down and collapsed onto the rubble, bleeding profusely. Old man Kim Jong-tae told the chairman that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. He added that Han Jung now holds the high position of chairman and should be addressed formally. The chairman recognized Jong-tae, shook his hand, and said that greetings would have to wait. The old man lifted his glasses and asked where those nasty creatures were hiding. Sung-tae called his wife and asked if Ha-yoon was okay. The woman replied that she and her daughter were completely safe. She had taken the children off the stage and all the kids were now with her. His wife said that the teacher was looking for a way to get to a safe place. Sung-tae breathed a sigh of relief and said he would come for them soon. Kang Sung stopped him and told him not to rush. If his assumptions were correct, then this attack was not organized by the black men. If Sung-tae went there, he would also be in danger. Kang Sung told Sun-tae to calm down and listen carefully. He added that Sun-tae should stay here and help evacuate people, and he would bring his wife and daughter himself. The women tried to move the children to a safer place. Ha-yoon told her mother that there was someone standing ahead. There was indeed a man ahead, hiding his face under a hat. He was holding a sharp knife in his hand. The stranger laughed and said that these children were unlucky. Those who saw them could not be left alive. Ha-yoon was not afraid and stepped forward decisively. Monsters continued to circle above the stadium, and people panicked, trying to hide so they wouldn't be caught. The next moment, there was a crash in the sky, and the monsters, struck down, fell to the ground one after another. What had happened? Kang Sung rushed to help. He thought that he had wasted too much time helping to evacuate people. The hero hoped that Ha-yoon and her mother were all right. The villain held out his knife and approached Ha-yoon. He asked why the girl was smiling. Kim Jong-tae suddenly appeared between Ha-yoon and the criminal. With a blow from his huge hammer, he knocked the villain out. The criminal, his face smashed and bleeding, fell to the ground and was neutralized. Jong-tae looked at the children and said how good it was that he had arrived in time. The children looked at the old man with fear. His body was covered with scars. Ha-yoon cried out that she knew this grandfather. Jong-tae turned around and also recognized the little girl. The old man asked if Ha-yoon was okay and if she was hurt. The girl's mother thanked the man for his help. The children were surprised. Did Ha-yoon really know this huge man? The girl replied that he was a very kind grandfather. She added that he only punished bad people and there was nothing to be afraid of. Suddenly, more people appeared behind the old man. Their leader laughed and was surprised to see Jong-tae there. The villain said that old people should stay at home. Why did he even show up here? Someone whispered something in the bandit leader's ear, and he laughed even louder. So was he standing before the leader of the Fearless Seven? The very same Kim Jong-tae. The criminal said that they were lucky. If they sacrificed the old man and the children, he would be very pleased. Kim Jong-tae told Ha-yoon to step aside and wait a moment. He would deal with the villains himself and take the children to safety. The terrorist leader ordered his men to kill everyone. The villains raised their weapons and rushed to attack. The old man took a fighting stance and said he would see who would win. Kim Jong-tae lunged forward and kicked the main terrorist in the chest. The blow was so powerful that the villain flew far back, coughed up blood, but still remained on his feet. The criminal asked himself in horror who this old man was. Jong-tae, hammer in hand, advanced on him again. The criminal realized he was wrong. This old man was not just awakened, but a real monster. The armed bandits attacked Kim Jong-tae again. The old man swung his fist and struck the approaching enemies with force. With one blow, Jong-tae knocked down 3 of them at once. The leader of the villains watched the old man but did not dare to join the fight. Finally, the terrorist leader said that this would not work and ordered the use of a secret weapon. The fat man with a mask on his face threw a pill into his mouth and said he had been waiting for this moment. The villain swung his arm and rushed at the old man. A negative aura emanated from him. Even Kim Jong-tae's hammer couldn't help. After the first blow, the old man flew far back. Jong-tae slammed into the wall with all his might and shattered it. The thug approached Jong-tae, who was bleeding profusely. The old man remained standing. Jong-tae looked his opponent in the face and said that he had decided to settle the score. The old man thought that the big guy was quite unusual. He was not only huge, but also aggressive. The big guy threw a powerful punch, but Jong-tae dodged to the side. The blow left a dent in the ground. The old man figured this guy had totally lost his mind but gained some crazy strength. The blow was so powerful that the dust that rose up made it impossible to see anything around. After the blow, when the dust settled, the bully looked around. He couldn't understand where the old man had gone. The old man suddenly appeared behind him and said that he shouldn't underestimate him. He wasn't so old that he would fall from such childish blows. Jong-tae lifted the big guy above him and threw him on top of his comrades. Everyone below was crushed. The big guy with the broken neck also remained lying on the ground. Jong-tae grabbed his back and said that his health was not what it used to be. Suddenly, the old man fell to his knees and clutched his chest, coughing up blood. Ha-yoon ran up to her grandfather and asked how he was feeling. Jong-tae told the little girl not to worry, that it was just his age catching up with him. The children approached the old man and told him that he was the best and very strong. Now they were no longer afraid of him. Steak thanked the children and expressed his satisfaction that they were all right. Kang Sung thanked Kim Jong-tae for protecting the children and added that he would never forget what he had done. Our hero said he still had unfinished business. Kang Sung was going to deal with the flying monsters that continued to circle in the sky. A helicopter appeared in the sky above the monsters. The passenger in the helicopter tried to contact our hero. Hunter Lee Shin reported that he had arrived at the scene. Kang Sung said there was no need to delay and that the operation to destroy the monsters could begin immediately. Lee Shin would show everyone what he had achieved. The hunter jumped out of the helicopter and, while in free fall, already picked out a target among the flying monsters. Lee Shin's experienced eye determined that all civilians had been evacuated, in which case he could use his technique. The hunter's legendary sword appeared in his hands. Lee Shin activated his secret weapon, the downpour skill. Parts of the monsters cut down by the sword began to fall to the ground. The defenders on the ground saw the hunter and realized it was Lee Shin. They shouted that they were saved because now they had the hunter Lee Shin with them. The chairman thought that this man had always possessed tremendous power, and now he had become even more powerful. But that alone would not be enough. Lee Shin would not be able to defeat all the monsters on his own. Kang Sung came to the rescue. Our hero used his unique energy level abilities. The powerful energy flows were so strong that even the chairman and the defenders were forced to step aside and crouch down. Hunter Lee Shin descended onto the stadium. Destroyed monsters continued to fall around him. Lee Shin thought that he had missed many monsters, while Kang Sung had struck them all with a single blow. The people on the ground did not see our hero's actions. They said that the hunter Lee Shin had shown miracles of courage and bravery. Everyone present congratulated Lee Shin on his convincing victory over the monsters. The hunter smiled and thought that he had done nothing. Lee Shin looked at Kang Sung and thought that he was the strongest warrior. A little girl in a red coat cries loudly and quickly runs away into the darkness. 2 glowing dots are visible in the darkness. The child is being pursued. The girl tripped over a rock and fell. When the girl got up and looked back, she saw a huge bloodthirsty monster in front of her. The child began to cry even louder and call for help. Suddenly, the monster received a crushing blow, was deactivated, and fell to the ground. Her savior was nearby. The young man with a sword in his hand asked if the little girl was okay. The girl rushed into the man's arms and hugged him tightly. The next moment, the lights came on, and the cameraman said, "That's a wrap." Filming was over. Film director Cho Gum-ho said that Ha-yoon was a very good actress. Ha-yoon said that it was all thanks to her uncle Jin. He helps her a lot. Actor Yoon Jin added that the girl is also very modest. The director praised the actors and suggested they take a short break. After the success of the series The Revenge of the White Rose, Ha-yoon was invited to star in the film Uncle and the Girl. Cho Gum-yeon, the sound director and younger brother of the director, said it was amazing. The series was a huge success. He found the right actress for the role of the girl. The sound director said that he turned down other offers and chose her. Cho Geum-ho warned his brother not to try to steal Ha-yoon from him. Cho Gum-yeon told his brother that the girl would definitely be interesting. He knows Milky Way's girls, right? The director replied that of course he knew this popular girl group, sponsored by the legendary guild. Cho Geum-yeon added that he had been entrusted with shooting a new music video for this group, and they needed a child for one of the roles. The sound director noted that this was a great opportunity for Ha-yoon and good publicity for the future film. Such talent needs to be developed and shown to everyone. Filming locations for the Milky Way's girls music video. Ha-yoon said that everything here was very bright and cool. The girl happily agreed to appear in the music video. Woo Kang-san had the opportunity to work as a bodyguard, so he accompanied Ha-yoon to the shoot. Ha-yoon greeted the director. The director told the girls to come over and say hello to the child. The girls greeted him and said they were the group Milky Way's girls. The girls noticed that the girl was very small and asked how old she was. Ha-yoon introduced herself and said she was 5 years old. The director said it was time to get ready for filming. The girls took Ha-yoon with them to try on beautiful dresses. One of the group members told the manager that she was very hungry. The girl held her stomach and said she needed to eat something. The manager replied that she had to wait a little longer because she had to look good on camera. Ha-yoon's mother said she felt sorry for these girls. Behind the glamorous life of celebrities lies a lot of effort, tears, and suffering. The woman added that she knew all this very well. Kang Sung asked her how. The woman replied that she had once been a trainee herself. They rehearsed a lot. She was even selected for a group, but in the end, she gave up on her idol life. Kang Sung asked if she had gone through a lot, but gave up right before her debut. The woman confirmed this. She added that she had met her future husband. She had a choice to be loved by millions of fans or by just one person. She replied that she chose the latter, which she does not regret because now they have Ha-yoon. Although she respects the choice of those who decided to become the darling of millions, she hopes that Ha-yoon will not regret her decision if she faces a similar choice. Kang Sung said that she would not regret it because Ha-yoon is very wise. The girls told the director that they had already changed their clothes. Cho Gum-yeon said that this was exactly what he wanted, the very angel he had imagined. The director said he had a good feeling about it and asked everyone to take their places in the shot. A woman approached the director and greeted him. Gum-yeon asked who she was. She represented the fan club president, and her name was Yoo Ha-yoon. The chairperson had prepared some light refreshments for the participants. Even the Red Dragon Guild did not know the identity of this chairperson. Yoo Ha-yoon said that if no one objected, they would prepare everything now. The girls were delighted and thanked her. The director said that it would not be very convenient right before filming. However, under pressure from the girls and Ha-yoon, the director relented and agreed, especially since filming requires a lot of strength and energy. A real buffet of the highest quality was laid out in front of the participants. The girls were grateful to Ha-yoon. It was the first time the director had seen such a luxurious feast. It was very delicious. What kind of fans does Ha-yoon have? A young man was sitting on a bench in the park reading a newspaper. A girl was secretly watching him. The girl approached the young man with a bouquet of flowers, bowed, and handed him the flowers. The director stopped filming and said he didn't believe it. The girl's acting is unconvincing. What's wrong with her face? What's the problem? Cho Gum-yeon said that the actress's face showed no emotion. In this scene, she was supposed to give flowers to the man she secretly loved. The director noted that she was doing well at first and asked why her facial expression suddenly changed at the crucial moment. The actress was indignant. How could she express her feelings looking at such a face? The director took the manager because he said he would film him from behind. Jim Yan looked at the manager and said that no matter what, she had to act well. After all, the girl could imagine someone else in his place. Had she never dated a guy? The manager reminded the director that the girls were idols. If they dated someone, it would turn into a scandal. Cho Gum-yeon thought about it and agreed. The arguments were convincing. However, the allocated funds were small, so maybe he shouldn't have hired a professional actor? The girls perform excellently on stage, but they act like beginners on camera. At this rate, they won't finish filming even in 2 days. The director had an idea and turned to Miss Ha-yoon's uncle. Could the young man take off his glasses for a minute? It wouldn't take long. The girls looked at Kang Sun and were pleasantly surprised. This guy is just gorgeous. The director realized that he wasn't imagining things. Someone with looks like that is born once in 1,000 years. The girls suggested giving the male role to this person. Cho Geum-yeon asked our hero for a favor. He could help him get into the right emotional state. Kang Sun said that he wouldn't be able to do it as he had no plans to appear on television. Ha-Yun's mother asked if Kang Sung didn't like the camera. The young man replied that he didn't want to appear in front of everyone so as not to harm the restaurant and those who worked there. The woman replied that there was no need to worry about that. The actor's face would not be visible in the shot anyway. The director confirmed this. The actor would not even have any lines. Kang Sung agreed. The sooner the shooting was over, the sooner Ha-Yun could go on vacation. The girls were delighted and said that was very good. A young man in a hat and with a briefcase in his hand stands pensively waiting. The girl and the angel watched this man from around the corner. The girl blew lightly and directed the airflow toward the young man. The resulting wind blew the hat off the man's head. The hat flew through the air a little and landed at the girl's feet. The girl, blushing with embarrassment, picked up the hat. The director shouted, "Cut!" That was just what was needed. The manager was surprised. Just replacing one person with another made a noticeable difference. The girls told the manager that there was nothing they could do about it. The actress asked the manager if anything came to mind when he saw such an attractive person. The manager admitted that this young man was handsome. With a face like that, you can achieve a lot. A silver tower inside which there is a special prison. The prisoner said that it was very boring here. How much longer would he have to stay here? If he got out of here, what would happen to him? Suddenly, someone appeared in the cell and said that Dagon was making noise here too. The prisoner looked back. Dagon saw that Mr. Millen had somehow ended up in the cell. Dagon was surprised. No one could get in here. Millen admitted that he had to work hard to find a way. Dagon suggested that this man had been sent here to summon him and said that he should be untied immediately. Millen said that Dagon had misunderstood everything. The man said that the Lord was very angry because someone, whom the Lord had generously given a chance, had passed on all the information about other beings to humans. Dagon said he wanted to meet with the master so he could explain everything. Millen replied that it was too late. In his current state, Dagon was very weak. Dagon broke the stone that the Lord had given him and lost his power. Now he is unable to even remove his shackles. Millen asked what Dagon could do even if he met with the Lord. Dagon said that Millen should not dare to speak that way or he would regret it. Millen said that even in such a pitiful state, Dagon's pride had not gone anywhere. The man struck the prisoner with his cane and pierced his chest. Millen said, "What belongs to Caesar will return to him. No one can take the master's property." After work, the three young men decided to eat and drink together. Sun Tai said that it had been a long time since they had gotten together like this. The young man agreed because their sports activities had made it impossible for them to meet. Sun Tai noted that the young man had changed a lot during the time they had not seen each other. His shoulders had broadened and his body had become stronger. It was difficult to recognize him as the same guy. What kind of sport would you have to do to change so much? The young man replied that he had been training every day using the methods suggested by Kang Sung. Kang Sung thought that the exercises combined with meditation techniques had proven to be very effective. With such results, he would not lose to an awakened D rank in battle. It was incredible that an unawakened person could achieve such results. Sung Tae smiled and said that the time had come. The young man was surprised. What was he talking about? Sung Tae replied that he was talking about confessing his love to that girl, Miss Baek Myung-hee. The guy added that she was currently on a business trip. When she returned, he would confess his love. East China Sea Crystal Research Center. This center is a state institution and conducts research on the effective use of crystals. After the cataclysms, instead of electricity and oil, crystals began to be tested around the world as alternative energy sources. In a country with no oil reserves, crystal research has become of paramount importance. The future of the country depends on the success of these experiments. The center's main building is located in the capital, and there are also branches in the Yellow Sea, the Sea of Japan, and the East China Sea. Baek Myung-hee, an employee of the Crystal Research Center, was sent on a business trip to one of the branches. Myung-hee's mentor, Yoo Jin-yeon, an employee of the Crystal Research Center, approached the girl and asked if she was very tired. Jin-young noted that the project was gradually coming to an end. Soon they would be able to return to the capital. Myung-hee admitted that working in the capital was much calmer. Jin-young agreed, because that was where they belonged in the first place. Yoo Jin-young had succeeded both in her work and in her personal life. She was Baek Myung-hee's senior colleague and, at the same time, her role model. Jin-young asked Myung-hee if she had found a boyfriend yet. The girl blushed with embarrassment and said that there was nothing like that. Jin-young asked another question. In that case, did she like someone? Myung-hee admitted that there was someone she had been thinking about a lot lately. This person tries very hard and it looks very noble. When she first saw him, she didn't like him. However, he then started exercising regularly. Now he looks just great. His figure has improved a lot, his muscles are strong, and his back is strong. Jin-young suggested that Myung-hee was definitely in love. Myung-hee expressed doubt that he could like such an unremarkable girl like her. Jin-young was surprised. Does Myung-hee really lack confidence? She works for a state-owned company, is neat, beautiful, and also slim. Myung-hee smiled and said she was just an ordinary person. Jin-young added that she was also modest, but that was too much. After a short break in the fresh air, Jin-young said it was time to get back to work. They had to finish the project successfully. Myung-hee was curious about the cost of the research. The amount would probably exceed 100 million. Jin-young said she had no doubt about that. Suddenly, everything around them shook violently. The girls were naturally frightened. What happened? Was there an explosion somewhere? One of the employees, with blood on his face, announced that it was an attack by the black men. Myung-hee immediately decided that they needed to run to the accounting department. The accounting department had materials that needed to be destroyed. Breaking news was being broadcast on television. The young people continued to eat, drink, and listen to the news. The announcer reported that there had been an explosion at a branch of the Crystal Research Center. The causes are being investigated. The Association of the Awakened believes that this was an attack by the black men. A special task force is already being prepared to counteract it. It was clear that they were talking about the branch where Myung-hee was. The guy was upset, but expressed hope that nothing bad had happened to the girl. Kang Sung exchanged glances with Sung Tai and said he would take care of everything in a moment. Our hero set off in the specified direction toward the East China Sea. Kang Sung was informed that everything had happened about half an hour ago. There were about 50 black men. They had taken the laboratory workers hostage, and negotiations were now underway. Kang Sun logically assumed that if they had taken hostages, it meant they wanted something. The center was conducting in-depth research on converting crystals into energy. The black men had presumably carried out the attack in order to obtain the secret results of this research. Fortunately, one of the employees managed to destroy the data. Kang Sung assumed that the black men had failed. Then they have no reason to stay there, let alone take hostages. The employee said that all laboratory documents are synchronized with other branches across the country. The criminals are trying to obtain data from other laboratories. The woman checked the updated information and said that the situation was becoming critical. The villains issued an ultimatum. Now their demands are known. The black men are giving 2 hours to hand over the research materials. Otherwise, they promise to start killing all the employees. Kang Sung said he understood everything. Our hero's speed only increased. The hostages were in one room. They were kneeling with their hands behind their heads. The terrorists were positioned around the perimeter. The terrorists brought another prisoner to the hostages. They dragged him along the ground by his hands. The hostage was thrown to the floor, bleeding profusely. It was the director. One of the employees said that this was too much. How could they treat an elderly person like this? The terrorist showed his cruelty and kicked the hostage in the face. He said that no one was allowed to open their mouths or speak. The hostages were frightened by the blackmailer's violent behavior. The villain beat the disobedient employee and asked who else wanted it. The terrorist shouted, "Who else has questions?" The hostages lowered their heads and remained silent. The terrorist told everyone to listen to him carefully. There is only one reason why they are here. Someone present had destroyed the secret materials they were looking for. Until the government met their demands, everyone would remain there. The terrorist leader said they would torture the hostages one by one, starting with the management. Myung-hee thought it was all her fault. After all, she was the one who destroyed the documents, and now the other employees were suffering. Jin-young told Myung-hee to pull herself together. If she hadn't destroyed those documents, the black men would have easily gotten hold of them, and they wouldn't have had to keep the hostages alive. Her mentor pointed out that Myung-hee had saved all their lives, so she should only think about how to get out of there unharmed. Myung-hee realized that she really shouldn't give in to weakness. She needed to focus on why she had to get out of there. However, only one person came to the girl's mind. Why was she thinking about him now? Kang Sung looked down at the south branch of the Crystal Research Center and asked the hunter, Li Xin, "Is it there?" The hunter confirmed it. Our hero asked, "How much time do we have left?" Li Xin replied, "About half an hour," adding that a special squad would soon arrive. This squad was created to fight the black men under the leadership of the Silver Tower. The hunter added, "If they were sent here, it means the association is not going to comply with the terrorists' demands. Most likely they have already been given this answer. Kang Sung asked, why aren't they doing anything then? Li Xin replied that the black men were well aware of what the special unit was capable of and that they didn't stand a chance. Maybe they just decided to give up halfway or are trying to cut off all loose ends. Kang Sung noted that you never know what a rat cornered will do. The hostages may be in danger. Their release is a top priority. Li Xin announced that in that case, he would go to meet the special forces. There were times when Kang Sung shed a lot of blood. However, that did not mean that he was now trying to atone for his past. The protagonist simply acted as his heart dictated. Otherwise, everything could have turned into grief for Lee Hyuk, Sung Tai, and his family. The special task force arrived at the designated location. Our hero knew that he absolutely had to save Myung-hee. The leader of the terrorist squad tried to contact his superiors, but there was no response. The terrorist thought that his squad might have been betrayed. The villain cursed and threw the radio on the floor. The assistant asked the commander, "What happened? Are there communication problems?" The commander replied that there were no communication problems. They're just like a tail that a lizard has shed while it itself has run away. The leader of the terrorist group was Park Jun. The bandits were frightened. What will happen to us now? Park Jun announced that from that moment on, they would proceed with Plan B. Either they would succeed or they would die. Park Jun said that a special unit from the Silver Tower would soon arrive. Fighting them was pointless. Park Jun ordered his fighters to get out of there, using any means necessary. This was his last order. The commander added that he would try to buy them some time. The fighters volunteered to help the commander. Park Jun said that they would not succeed. Among the representatives of the special unit was that man. The terrorists continued to hold the hostages, guarding them around the perimeter. One of the villains told his colleague that the order had been given to move on to Plan B. That meant they would retreat. The villain laughed and said that they were not going to die here alone. A canister of poison gas appeared in his hand. The terrorist put on protective masks and sprayed the gas. The hostages began to choke and scatter in different directions. However, the black men with weapons in their hands did not allow the laboratory staff to escape. Myung-hee thought, are they all going to die now? However, the terrorists noticed that the gas was dissipating. The poison gas cylinders were sealed in protective spheres. What was going on? Why was the poison gas hanging in the air? The terrorists still did not understand what was happening. However, the spheres with gas hung over their heads. Suddenly, the poisonous gas struck the terrorists at tremendous speed, and they dropped their weapons and flew far back. The surviving criminals did not understand what to expect in the future. Suddenly, smoke appeared, and the terrorists began to lose sight of each other. Shots rang out, and the armed criminals were destroyed. Representatives of the special forces emerged from the smoke. The shots continued, and all the terrorists were destroyed. The hostages breathed a sigh of relief. Are they really saved? The rescued people saw Hunter Li Xin together with the special forces. The commander of the 3rd Squad, Park Cholgan, told everyone to take their positions. Cholgan added that everyone should calm down and follow instructions to get out of there safely. The hostages realized that they would be able to return home today. Li Xin had to admit that the special forces were working smoothly and professionally. Park Cholgan said that this was their job. The special forces commander noticed a glowing ball on the chest of one of the terrorists. Cholgan picked up the object and thought that someone had attacked the black men before they arrived. Hunter Li Xin was the only one present who knew who was responsible. Of course, it was Kang Sung. Pak Cholgan told Hunter Li Xin to take care of the hostages' safety. Li Xin asked where Commander Cholgan was going. The officer replied that his task was to capture all members of the hostile group. There was someone he absolutely had to catch. Outside the building, the terrorists retreating engaged in fierce combat. They did not want to suffer defeat silently. Suddenly, a man appeared out of the smoke. Only his outline was visible. Magic swords flew in all directions from this man. The terrorists' bullets did not reach their target. The magic swords knocked the bullets down, and they fell to the ground nearby. The shooting stopped, and the terrorists realized they had run out of ammunition. After that, a representative of the special forces attacked the terrorists and destroyed them one by one. The special agent grabbed one of the terrorists by the throat and lifted him off the ground. The villain began to beg for help. The special agent asked, "Where is their leader?" At that moment, there was an explosion. The special agent was instantly protected by a protective sphere and was unharmed. The chief terrorist held fire in his palm and said that he would not allow his people to be destroyed, even if his old comrades stood before him. The villain asked how Park Cholgan was doing. The Special Forces commander recognized Park Jun. Finally, he met the traitor. The old friends engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Park Jun said that his old friend had become stronger. Was he now the leader of the Special Forces unit? Cholgon said that if Park Jun hadn't left them, this place would be his. Park Jun said he wasn't interested in any positions. The commander of the Special Forces asked, "Why did Park Jun leave the association? Why did he betray them?" Cholgon said he didn't hear the answer, so he would have to find out during the interrogation. He attacked the terrorist again. Park Jun swung his sword and dealt a crushing blow to his opponent. Cholgon staggered but remained on his feet. Park Jun attacked again and kicked his opponent in the chest. Cholgon flew far back. Gas cylinders flew after the Special Forces commander. Park Jun snapped his fingers and another explosion rang out. The terrorist said that the Park Cholgon he knew would go all the way if he wasn't stopped. Park Jun saw the Special Forces soldiers shooting the terrorists. Why hadn't his men left yet? Cholgon emerged from the blazing fire and asked his old friend, "When are you going to watch?" "You can't get distracted during a fight," Park Jun said. "I didn't expect anything else," Cholgon replied. Cholgon delivered a crushing blow, and his opponent, coughing up blood, lost his balance and fell. The Special Forces commander said that this guy had never been able to finish the job before. Cholgon added that if Park Jun had used a little more force, he could have finished him off. Why did he stop? Because they were friends? Cholgon asked, "Is Park Jun really going to remain silent?" In that case, they would indeed talk during the interrogation at the association. Cholgon added that the chairman was waiting for Park Jun. The terrorist remarked that he had nothing to say. Park Jun said he didn't want to make excuses and couldn't look the chairman in the eye. Park Jun took a sword in his hands, but Cholgon deactivated his opponent with a blow to the neck. The Special Forces commander hoisted his former comrade onto his back and said they would talk in the interrogation room. Many buses arrived at the Hunters Association building in the capital. They were met by representatives of the press and officials. The attack on the Crystal Research Center ended with the hostages being freed. The survivors met their loved ones with tears of joy in their eyes. Myung-hee thought that everyone had families waiting for them. The girl tried to pull herself together. Myung-hee realized that she had survived a nightmare. She needed to go home, take a shower, and go to bed. The bakery owner ran up to Myung-hee and said he couldn't stay home. The young man said he was very worried about her. Myung-hee, as always, blushed with embarrassment and asked, "Why?" The guy also became embarrassed and couldn't answer honestly right away. Plucking up his courage, the young man said that he liked Myung-hee and wanted to get to know her better. The bakery owner said he wanted to be the man who was right for her. Of course, he still had a lot to learn. Feeling very embarrassed, the guy asked the girl out on a date. Myung-hee burst into tears. The young man was surprised. "Am I really that repulsive to her?" The girl said that wasn't the case. Wiping away her tears, Myung-hee said she was very happy. Myung-hee hugged the bakery owner and said she agreed because she liked him too. The young man skillfully parried his opponent's attacks with his sword. The girl held a whip in her hand and attacked the young man intensely with it. From time to time, the guy would get hit and ask, "Isn't that too hard? Is this training, or has she decided to destroy me?" The young man said that his sister was as strong as a gorilla, but what was the point? The girl asked, "Does my brother really think monsters will take all his circumstances into account? Less talk, he should take up a fighting stance now." The young man said that his sister had been working part-time lately. Why was she traveling so far? The guy wanted to ask a lot of questions to confuse his sister. It wasn't fair, but at least that way he could try to land a blow. The brother asked, "Maybe there's a guy she likes living nearby?" The young man was surprised. "What happened to my sister's face?" The girl was embarrassed. This was followed by a powerful slap to the jaw. The young man dropped his sword and flew far back. The guy sat alone on a bench. A friend approached him and asked, "What's on Kim Ho-won's head?" Did Ji-eun shake him up again? Ho-won replied that it wasn't something to laugh about. This time, he almost achieved his goal. Yun So-min, a new recruit to the Red Dragon Guild's B rank, said that this wasn't the first time. Still, Ho-won was doing well among the new recruits, so there was no need to despair. Kim Ho-won said that his sister had become somewhat strange. Lately, she talks to herself, smiles, looks at her tablet, and chuckles. During training, she suddenly blushed and started beating him up. She almost knocked the life out of him. So-min asked if Ho-won had been acting strangely during training. The young man replied that he wanted to hit her at least once by any means necessary. So he said all sorts of nonsense and asked if she had a boyfriend. So-min asked, After that, did your sister blush and start beating him? Ho-eun confirmed this. So-min suggested that she had indeed fallen in love with someone. The young people put on their hats and sat down in front of the restaurant, hiding behind a small shelter. They assumed they had come to the right address. The brother pointed to his sister, who was talking to Kang Sung in the restaurant at that moment, and said, "But he said..." So-min looked and noticed that he didn't know Ji-eun could smile like that. The young people assumed that Ji-eun liked this guy. It seems to be a delivery man. Ho-eun suggested that his sister might have fallen for his looks. So-min suggested, "Judging by her face, it doesn't seem like she just fell in love. There's something else going on here." The young man tried to remember where he had seen such an expression before. So-min said that you can see that kind of face on fans who are crazy about their idol. Kang Sung saw these guys and was surprised. Why are they watching? One of them exudes energy similar to Ji-eun's. It's a little weaker than hers, but still quite strong. Our hero recently learned that the head of the Red Dragon Guild has 2 children. Perhaps this guy is his eldest son, Kim Ho-eun. In any case, it's unclear why he's watching this little restaurant. Ho-eun said he was hungry, so Ming admitted that he was also hungry, having not eaten anything since morning. The young men smelled noodles and decided to check out the restaurant. Suddenly, Kang Sung appeared behind them with food in his hand. The young men were startled. Ho-eun was surprised. "When did he get here? I didn't even notice him." Kang Sung asked, "Why are these 2 watching the restaurant?" The young people said they weren't watching, and it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Ho-eun added that they hadn't eaten anything yet today. The protagonist offered the young men a plate of food. After a while, the plate was empty. Ho-eun and So-min were full and satisfied. The dumplings were very tasty. After hearing the detailed story, our hero asked Ho-eun, so he was worried about the sudden changes in his sister, so he decided to follow her? What a caring brother. Ho-eun said that for the first time in a long time, he saw his sister smile carefree. How did this young man manage to make her shine like that? Kang Sung said that he hadn't done anything special for Ji-eun. Maybe she just liked working at this restaurant? Ho-eun suggested that there was another reason. The young man didn't realize that he had become her crush. Kang Sung didn't understand and asked what a crush was. Ho-eun took Kang Sung by the hand and asked him to take care of his sister. He thought that this young man didn't even know what a crush was and was just sincere towards his sister. Kang Sung Googled the meaning of the word crush. After getting the information, Kang Sung realized that Ji-eun had a crush. It was true because she really was a fan of Ha-eun. Ha-eun was running around the room with a toy while her mother was cleaning with a vacuum cleaner in her hand. The woman looked at the wall calendar and thought that it was already September. Ha-eun's birthday was coming up soon. Her mother asked her daughter what she wanted for her birthday present. Ha-eun said she wanted a train. The girl explained that she wanted to ride on a real train. A big, beautiful, high-speed train arrived at the station. Passengers were asked to stand behind the barrier line. Ha-eun, dressed in a railway uniform, waited eagerly for the train to arrive. Ha-eun saw the train and said it was very beautiful. It would be the girl's first time riding a train. Kang Sung also thought that it would be his first time riding a train. The whole family went on a train trip to celebrate Ha-eun's birthday. The girl was very happy. An announcement was made asking all passengers to check their seats on their boarding passes. Our hero's attention was drawn to the passengers near another car. Where did they get such a clear aura? The protagonist assumed that they were people from the Silver Tower. They were the head of the 4th group of the 1st Department of the Association of the Awakened, Go-eun-sol, and a newcomer. Han Yu, the head of the 1st Department of the Awakened Association, was accompanying these young people. The girl said that if they did a good job, Chief Han would treat them to beef. The newcomer was delighted. Han Yu was dissatisfied. Could these people be relied upon at all? Han Yu said in his report at the office that the information came from a reliable source. There would be a terrorist attack on the train. The head of the 1st Department said that they had an approximate date, but no information about which train would be targeted. Go-eun-sol decided that she had a rational proposal to stop the trains. The chief said that this was not a rational decision and was impossible. There is a possibility that it could anger the terrorists and they would do something even worse. Moreover, panic among civilians must not be allowed. Han Yu reminded him that there had recently been an incident involving hostages being taken at a research center. Therefore, stopping train service would not solve the problem. Han Yu said that he would have to take action personally. All employees must be involved in checking the trains. Go-eun-sol told her boss that he could trust them. Han Yu wanted the employees to take this matter seriously. He was most concerned about this girl, as long as there was no bomb on this train. The train departed from the station. Ha-yoon said that the view outside the window was very beautiful. Kong-hyun thought the girl was very cute, took a photo, and decided to post it on the fan community. In fact, Gong-seon was an active member of the fan club under the nickname Shy Girl. The young man decided to send the photo to Ji-yoon as well. Kang-soon noticed an old woman moving around the car. Something about her seemed suspicious. The old woman complained that her back hurt very much. However, Kang-soon noticed that she was not actually an old woman. She was disguised, but her hands gave her away. Apparently, a transformation technique had been used. Most importantly, this old woman exuded an ominous, dark aura. An even stronger aura emanated from her bag. Real magical power. Our hero was sure that this was one of the black men. He had sneakily made his way onto this train. Kang-sun was ready to deal with this black man right now. But today was an important day for Ha-yoon. He couldn't ruin the child's birthday because of one black man. Our hero decided to act quietly and quickly. He said he would be back soon. Kang-sung said he wanted to see what was going on in the other cars. The young man approached the blackmailer's boss with a report. Dr. Lim contacted him. The boss asked, "Is this the same researcher who informed them?" The young man suggested that the Silver Tower was on his trail. After the incident at the research center, the circle of suspects was narrowing, and he felt the pressure. So he said he would like to make one last deal with them for a big job. This man had been very useful when he worked at the center. Now he wanted to participate in a big deal and wash his hands of it. The boss told his assistant to agree to the deal, but after getting the information, to deal with this person. After all, Dr. Lim surely knows a lot about their organization. The assistant said that Dr. Lim chose the train as the meeting place. It will be a little difficult to deal with him right away. The boss said that the doctor was smart and asked Chilgu what to do in such a situation. Chilgu suggested blowing up the entire train and destroying everyone at once. After all, the main thing is that there are no clues left. He likes that. That's why Chilgu is their trump card. He has to go and figure it out himself. The villains told the boss to trust them. A luxury train car. A passenger is nervous and glances at his watch. Why aren't they here yet? The passengers were a broker, a trader from the Crystal Research Center, Dr. Limit. An old woman sat down next to the doctor and apologized for keeping him waiting. The man did not expect anyone to come to the meeting looking like that. The old woman suggested that the doctor might be under surveillance. The woman said that they had to be careful not to be exposed. The old woman took out a box and said that her nephew hadn't eaten anything since morning. The man was surprised. The woman said she had brought food and added that the doctor should open the box. Inside the box, among other things, was a crystal of the highest quality. The old woman asked if the doctor would like the food. Dr. Lim said it was amazing, a very large crystal. The broker thought he could sell the crystal and go abroad. He told the woman he would eat it later. The doctor said he had something for the woman too. There was a flash drive in the doctor's bag. The doctor said it wasn't fake or cheap. The doctor whispered in her ear that she would like the contents of the flash drive even more. The woman expressed her confidence in this. The old woman said she had to leave soon. Dr. Lim warned her to be careful. The old woman thought that this doctor did not understand stones. She had given him a difficult crystal. It was a time bomb that would explode with a force equal to the purity of the crystal. When the train approached the next station, there would be an explosion. Kangson passed by the old woman. The woman continued on her way. The old woman said it was time for her to get off, opened the door, and jumped out of the moving train. The woman landed deftly on her feet, and the train continued on its route. The old woman straightened her posture and continued on her way. The woman took off her mask, and it turned out to be Chil-gu, a representative of the black men. He said that it was very hot in this mask. Chil-gu opened the bag and wanted to take out the flash drive. The criminal was frightened when he looked inside the bag. How was this possible? Where had it gone? After meeting the old woman in the train car, our hero found himself holding a flash drive. He thought he was seeing it for the first time. Kang-sung approached Dr. Limit. The young man thought he didn't want to ruin Ha-yoon's birthday over such trifles. After all, he was going to deal with it quietly. Our hero defused the crystal bomb by absorbing its magical power. He decided to pass on the data from the flash drive to someone who could use it. Go Eun-sol dozed off while sitting on the train. She felt a little seasick. The girl woke up unexpectedly and thought that trains were a good place to sleep. She found a bundle in her hand. Eun-sol unwrapped the paper and saw a flash drive inside. The paper had a note saying that this flash drive had been taken from Black Man. Details could be obtained from the doctor in the luxury car. Kang Sung returned to his friends. Hyun continued to look out the window. Kang Sung said that he had been everywhere, even in the luxury car. There was nothing unusual there. Hyun told her uncle that she had something and reached into her bag. The girl took out some cookies and handed them to our hero. After all, he had kept the train safe. Kang Sung assumed that Hyun knew everything. An old smithy on the outskirts of town. The blacksmith and his assistant were working on making a sword. Social took the sword with both hands and hardened it by dipping it in water. When the sword was ready, the blacksmith checked his work and was satisfied. The old man took the sword to a specially prepared room. The assistant was also satisfied. The young man said that he was finally free. It was Kim Yun-sik, So-chul's apprentice. He had completed his 18th task. The old man hung the sword on the wall next to the others. There was a knock at the door, and Myung-hee appeared on the threshold. The girl asked how So-chul was doing. The blacksmith asked when she had arrived. Myung-hee replied that she had been there for 10 minutes. She had been waiting and did not want to disturb him. So-chul said that this time they finished quickly because they had found good materials. The blacksmith added that the stones in the dungeon were of good quality. Myung-hee was glad to hear that. So-chul didn't think the girl had come to talk about trivial matters. What had brought such a busy person here? The girl said she had come because of the weapon of light. Myung-hee placed the crystal on the table and said that the stone had been found recently. The girl added that it was the seed of the weapon of light. So-kyeol said that when she brought that girl, he was very surprised. His teacher's notes contained similar words. A weapon that contains the will of the gods. A divine weapon. There he described the weapon of light. The old man added that there were other lines there, and they coincided with the theory of the creation of this weapon. The teacher created a sword that was recognized as the best in the world and became a national treasure. As absurd as it sounds, he died under the rubble of the building. So Chul received a notebook from him with notes and secrets of weapon making. It contained not only techniques for creating artifacts, but also legends. Most of them were related to the divine weapon. It said that there were 2 ways to obtain it. The first was to pass the high-level gate trials and receive it as a reward. The second was to make it from a stone that contained divine energy. So-chul initially thought that all these stories about divine weapons were just exaggerations. Uriel's dagger fit this description, but it did not seem that remarkable. It would be difficult to reproduce it exactly, but if he had the materials, even with his abilities, it would be quite possible to create something similar. However, after reading his teacher's notes, So-chul changed his mind. Perhaps the weapon of radiance can be revived. Could a weapon really have its own will? The old man pondered. So what he had seen before was not a divine weapon. After that, he submitted a request to the association and managed to obtain a stone in which the weapon of light was in a dormant state. It was also called a seed. So-chul said that he had studied the teacher's notes and materials, after which he managed to create a blade from the seed. The old man noted that the result exceeded all expectations. At that moment, he understood why the teacher had studied the weapon of light so diligently. So-chul was struck by the thought that perhaps the teacher's death was not an accident. The death of that girl's father was also not accidental. There were mentions of demons and unknown forces that were trying to advance the research of divine weapons. All of this was shrouded in mystery, but there was something he could do. So-chul thought if he recreated the old life of radiance, all the secrets would be revealed. So-chul asked Myung-hee if her dagger had awakened yet. The girl replied that it hadn't yet, but she was still looking for a way. So-chul said he wanted to see it awaken soon. The old man declared that with the help of the seed, he would make the best weapon. Now he had a lot to do, and Myung-hee could leave. The blacksmith called his assistant, Kim Yun-sik. However, the young man continued to sleep. The old man shook his assistant awake. Was he going to sleep all day? The blacksmith looked at the wall calendar and remembered that it was already September. The man became sad. Had that day already come? So-chul sat alone on a bench in the park. Jung-tae approached the blacksmith and asked why he was sad in the middle of the day. After all, he was called the unquenchable flame. Jung-tae said that it was unusual to see So-chul like this. It was unnatural for him. So-chul said that tomorrow was September 10th and sighed heavily. September 10th was the day the black man had dealt with his granddaughter. Bright light attracts gnats. When So-chul took over his teacher's business, there were those who hunted for his abilities in the S-rank artifacts he made. One day, the blacksmith received a phone call. They said that the black men had kidnapped his granddaughter. Their demands were simple: secretly make an artifact for them. However, So Chul could not give a powerful weapon into the hands of villains. He refused to comply with their demand. As a result, the villains killed the girl. After that, every time he looked at children, the old man remembered his granddaughter. To those around him, he seemed like just a grumpy old man, but he was very gentle with children. Jongtae told his friend to be brave. His feelings were understandable, but his granddaughter would not have liked to see him in such a state. Jongtae told his friend that the girl he was talking about usually walks home from kindergarten at this time. She is the girl who was not afraid. Jongtae added that she also looked at him and said he had a beautiful soul. The old man heard the girl humming the song, "Once upon a time there were 3 bears." Jongtae turned around and saw Ha-Yun. The girl was walking with her uncle and continued to hum, "Papa Bear, Mama Bear." Ha-Yun was delighted to see her grandfather. Jongtae asked if Ha-Yun would go straight home today. So-chul asked if this was the girl. Jongtae confirmed and added that she was very cute. So-chul agreed that she was indeed a lovely child. Jongtae told the girl that he had brought her some candy. Ha-Yun said that she also had something to give her grandfather today. The girl took an invitation to her birthday party out of her backpack. Grandpa was delighted. "So she has a party coming up?" Ha-Yun added that tomorrow she would be 5 years old. So-chul was very surprised. Was the girl really born on September 10th? Ha-Yun confirmed it. The old man was amazed to hear about such a coincidence. Ha-Yun said she had seen this grandfather before, in the park on tree planting day. So-chul also remembered this girl. So it was her? Ha-Yun handed So-chul a birthday invitation and said she would be waiting for him. Ha-Yun told the old man that she wanted him to stop being sad. Ha-Yun went home with her uncle, and the old people waved goodbye to her. So-chul told his friend that he understood why he felt that way about this girl. The birthday arrived. The guests congratulated Ha-Yun on her birthday. In front of the girl stood a large birthday cake with lit candles. Ha-Yun made a wish and blew out the candles. Jongtae gave the girl a present. Ha-Yun thanked her grandfather. The old man said that it was a gift from So-chul. He was busy and couldn't come, but asked him to give it to her. Ha-Yun opened the box with undisguised interest. Inside the box was a bracelet and a note. The girl's mother said it was a genuine artifact and a very expensive item. Mr. So-chul had made it himself. It was indeed very valuable. The birthday girl's mother said that they felt uncomfortable accepting such a gift. Jongtae noted that his friend would not take the gift back. Ha-Yun also noticed the note. So-chul wrote that the girl should accept this gift. If she didn't need it, she could throw it away. This bracelet could save her life. No one knows what will happen in the future. It is not worth repeating his mistakes. The bracelet should be put on the girl's wrist. Kang-sung said that she would have to accept the gift if the old man insisted. It seemed that he really liked Ha-Yun. She couldn't refuse the old man's gift. Kang-sung saw Ha-Yun waving her arms and humming something about potatoes. The young man asked the girl what she was doing. Ha-Yun replied that tomorrow she was going to dig sweet potatoes with her kindergarten, so she was practicing. Kang-sung was glad that the girl had so much energy. Our hero said that if Ha-Yun waved her arms so vigorously, she might hurt the tubers or her friends who were nearby. It is important not to be the strongest, but to use even a little strength wisely. Ha-Yun said she understood her uncle. She should handle the hoe more gently. The girl promised to do as her uncle recommended and bring back a lot of sweet potatoes tomorrow. The next day arrived. The children arrived at the designated place to harvest. The teacher said that today they would be digging sweet potatoes in this field. But first they needed to learn the basics and have some snacks. Many children said they wanted to start digging as soon as possible. The teacher announced that today's snack would be chocolate buns. Would anyone really refuse? 2 dots lit up in Ha-Yun's bag. Q had been there all along. The day before, Q explained to our hero that Ha-Yun might be in danger, so he wanted to go with her. Kang-sung suggested that Q was going there because of the sweet potatoes. Kang-sung thought he had hit a nerve with Q and added that you shouldn't ruin someone else's harvest. Kang-sung took pity on him and said he would allow him to eat only 1 sweet potato. However, in return, he would have to spend the whole day catching rodents and insect pests in the field. Ha-Yun's safety was the top priority. Q had his own plan. Kang-sung said that he could only eat 1 sweet potato, which meant he would have to find the largest tuber, equal in size to several small ones. Q had no doubt that there would be 1 large potato in this huge field. The legendary adventure of the Great Seeker begins. Q activated his enhanced concentration mode. He strained all 5 senses to determine the location of his target. It was a special search and recognition technique. The farm owner greeted the children. He said he would now explain how to dig sweet potatoes correctly. Ha-Yun was surprised. Why did this man have a tail? The farm owner seemed suspicious to the girl, and she became frightened. Hyun told her teacher that she wanted to go to the bathroom. The girl thought it was better not to tell others about the unusual things she saw. That's what her uncle Kang Seong had taught her. Hyun didn't know what to do because Uncle Kang Seong wasn't around. She remembered that Q was in her bag, but now it was empty. Where had he gone? The girl searched everywhere for Q but couldn't find him. Her search led her to a shed. Hyun went into the dark room and continued to call for Q. However, he was nowhere to be found. The girl approached a large box. Hyun heard a rustling sound and was frightened. Was there someone in the box? The girl gathered her courage and opened the box. What was this person doing there? Earlier, before leaving home, the girl said goodbye to her family. Kang Seong called out to her and told her to stop. Her uncle handed her a token and told her to take it with her. It was a self-defense badge. Kang Seong explained that this badge warns of danger in advance. Hyun sees things that are hidden from others. Therefore, many things can confuse her. She should not tell everyone what she sees. However, if the badge splits into two pieces, it means that the girl is really in danger. Then it is worth asking the teacher for help. While in the shed, Hyun looked at the badge. It was split in two. Hyun immediately ran out of the barn. She wanted to tell the teacher everything. The girl met the teacher and told her the whole truth. The woman thought that Hyun was not the type to deceive anyone. She would have to check everything herself. The teacher, holding the girl in her arms, headed toward the barn. They ran past the farm owner. The man, his eyes sparkling from under his cap, smiled maliciously. At that moment, work was in full swing in the vegetable garden. Q underground was looking for the largest sweet potato. Finally, the little boy found what he was looking for. It was a root of incredible size, a mega sweet potato. Kui prepared to sink his teeth into the root, but felt something strange. Perhaps other rats in the underground would not have recognized the trick, but Q had seen a lot. It was impossible to fool him. The little one realized that this was not a sweet potato. Before him was a real monster in the form of a sweet potato. A dark, negative aura spread in all directions. Q couldn't eat something like that. Such a monster would only give him a stomachache. Q became very angry and grabbed a nearby stone. He put all his anger into the stone and threw it at the monster. Hyun led the teacher to the shed and showed her the box. The teacher realized that there really was a person in there and tried to free him. The girl asked Hyun to close her eyes for a moment. After that, the teacher used her unique abilities. Koso Ra was an employee of the Awakened Association, had mastered telekinesis, and was a secret agent of the Silver Tower. The box was open, and inside the teacher saw the tied-up farm owner. She asked if he was okay. Koso Ra couldn't understand anything. How did the farm owner end up here? The girl was surprised. Who was the man outside then? The prisoner tore off his mask and shouted that they had to stop the training and evacuate everyone immediately. Koso Ra asked what was going on. The farm owner shouted that the man was not real, that he had tied him up and hidden him here. The teacher realized that the children were in danger. She told Hyun to hide here and not come out. Koso Ra realized that something bad had happened and that she needed to get back to the children as soon as possible. The teacher ran out of the barn and ran into the imposter. The man continued to grin maliciously and asked where Teacher Ko was rushing to. The girl sensed a hostile aura about him. Who was he really? Why was this imposter pretending to be the owner? And most importantly, what was he going to do with the children? The villain laughed. Did the teacher really want to know? Koso Ra took the initiative and, gathering momentum, tried to kick the imposter in the jaw. Hyun heard a crash, the doors flew open. A cloud of dust rose and someone flew into the barn. When the dust cleared, the girl saw the teacher trapped in a protective sphere. Koso Ra told Hyun not to come closer. It was very dangerous. The villain declared that this was extremely unexpected. How could an ordinary teacher repel his blow? Koso Ra left the room again. The villain suggested that the girl was a secret agent of the Silver Tower. However, according to him, she would not be able to prevent his plan from being carried out. It was Stingtail, a representative of the hippopotamus demon race. He said he was interested in something else. Was the teacher worthy of seeing his brilliant creation with her own eyes? A syringe appeared in Stinging Tail's hands. Koso Ra noticed that the creature's appearance had changed. In addition, she could sense a repulsive demonic energy. He was definitely one of the demons. Koso Ra thought that in that case, she couldn't back down. The girl activated her abilities and used the power of her mind to send the barn door flying toward the monster. Stinging Tail couldn't withstand the collision with the door and flew far back. There was a powerful explosion. Koso Ra thought that was the end. To secure her victory, the teacher lifted a cabinet and smashed it onto the villain. Due to the dust that rose, it was impossible to see if he had been destroyed. Koso-Ra thought she needed to get back to the children as soon as possible. The cabinet lid flew off to the side and a claw appeared from inside. Was the villain still alive? The monster climbed out of the cabinet, unharmed. It exuded demonic energy. Stinging Tail said that the teacher underestimated him. Did she really think that such a pathetic attack could break him? The teacher, burning with rage, declared that she was ready to fight this monster until he fell exhausted. Koso-Ra suddenly froze and couldn't move. She asked what this villain had done to her. Stinging Tail replied that it seemed to be difficult for her to control her body. At the very beginning of the fight, the villain had slightly pricked his opponent with his special poison. Stinging Tail hit the girl, and she flew far back. He added that even without the injection, he could easily have dealt with her. Koso-Ra, coughing up blood, hit the wall and slid down. Stinging Tail said that he would probably let her live. After all, she had asked what he was going to do with these precious children. Stinging Tail asked if the teacher had heard of the sweet bomber. The sweet bomber is a creature that looks like a sweet potato. Even the awakened find it difficult to distinguish it from an ordinary vegetable. However, it is actually a demonic beast that suddenly appeared after the destruction of the gate. It explodes upon contact with animal saliva or a strong blow. Because of it, many people suffering from hunger died at the beginning of the Great Change era. Stinging Tail said that this sweet bomber is one of his masterpieces. The villain noticed that the teacher had understood everything correctly. After all, it was not a sweet potato on the field, but his sweet bomber. It was easy to imagine what would happen as soon as the children touched it with their hands. Koso-Ra tried to jump up and said that she would not allow this under any circumstances. But the girl couldn't take a step and immediately fell back to the ground. Stinging Tail laughed. Had the teacher forgotten what condition she was in? She couldn't even stand up properly, yet she was thinking about others. The villain said that Koso-Ra couldn't do anything. She could only watch what would happen to the children. Stinging Tail added that he needed an audience for the show. The girl was weak, but he would not destroy her. She would become a spectator. The monster admitted that he couldn't understand why weak people try to help those who are even weaker. After all, it's natural that the strongest survive. Why are people so stupid? The teacher asked why the monster wanted to do this to the children. They weren't guilty of anything. Stinging Tail replied that he liked to torment the weak. He wants to see the insides of small creatures burst and blood spatter everywhere. And if you add to that the teacher convulsing with guilt, it will be even more fun. The villain said that now Koso-Ra understood why he had chosen her as the audience for his performance. There was an explosion. The villain added that it had started a little earlier than he had expected. Koso-Ra thought, if only she were a little stronger. Stinging Tail regretted not seeing everything with his own eyes. However, it was time to gather the energy of despair. This energy remains from children who died in a similar way. Q continued to aim and throw stones at the monster. The stones hit the monster and flew off to the side. After a while, the monster began to change, and holes appeared on its body, from which demonic energy began to escape. Soon there was an explosion, which was heard by Stingtail and Koso-Ra. The teacher shouted for the children to stay calm and not be afraid. Q rushed to the remains of the monster, to what was left after the explosion. But another explosion thundered, and Q flew far back. Kang-sun picked Q up and told him he was doing a good job. The hero declared that now Q could trust him with this matter. Stinging Tail didn't understand what was happening. In fact, nothing was happening. The monster wondered why he wasn't getting any energy. Koso-Ra thought that meant the children were still alive. It was too early to despair. She had to distract the villain with something. The girl said she didn't know exactly what had happened, but it seemed that Stinging Tail's plan had failed miserably. Was this really his brilliant creation? The villain was outraged. How dare a human speak of him that way? She must shut up immediately. Stinging Tail struck the girl again with his claw, and she flew far back. The monster realized that now he would not be able to create the Ring of Despair and gather the necessary amount of energy. The villain looked at the teacher and decided that it was all her fault. Stinging Tail said that this pathetic and weak creature was rejoicing too soon. The monster declared that he would destroy her first and then send the children after her. The villain ran towards the girl, but Ha-Yun appeared in front of them. The girl spread her arms out to the sides, trying to protect her teacher. Koso-Ra screamed in fear, asking what Ha-Yun was doing there. The monster roared that in that case, he would destroy them both. Koso-Ra hugged the girl and said that it was too dangerous. At that moment, Stinging Tail was blocked. Kang-Sung appeared behind him and asked how this scoundrel dared to touch Ha-Yun. The hero and the monster found themselves inside a sealed sphere. Kang-Sung grabbed the villain by the neck and said he would have to teach him a lesson. Stinging Tail was surprised to find himself inside the inventory. Kang Sung replied that it would be difficult to teach him a lesson outside. Kang Sung added that he rushed here as soon as Ha Yun's protective badge broke. How dare he touch the girl? Stinging Tail decided to punish the man for the attack and began his assault. Kang Sung was calm and easily dodged Stinging Tail's blows. The hero was unharmed. The monster took out a syringe and tried to give him a poisonous injection. The villain swung and struck Kang Sung in the head with the needle. However, Kang Sung easily blocked the attack, and the needle did not reach its target. Stinging Tail couldn't believe it. Could a human really block his attack? Kang Sung counterattacked and inflicted significant damage on his opponent. The monster was deactivated and could barely continue the fight. The villain was furious. How dare a human ruin his beautiful face? He would not let this go unpunished. Gathering his strength, Stinging Tail rushed at Kang Sung again. The protagonist became seriously angry and rained countless blows down on the monster's body. This had never happened to Stinging Tail before. He was in excruciating pain and suspected that if this continued, he might not be able to withstand it. Kang Sung was left holding the claw. The young man was surprised. Had the monster really left its claw behind just to escape? Stinging Tail did not understand how this was possible. Why was he running away from a human? Were there really humans that strong? The monster hoped that this man was not a divine being. The villain wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. Why was this inventory so huge? The monster came to his senses. If he was inside the inventory, then he didn't need to run away. There was no longer any reason to do so. Kang Sung was surprised by what Stinging Tail was saying. The monster said that since the inventory was huge, it must be full of energy. More specifically, the power of magic crystals. Magic crystals contain demon energy, and his tail is capable of absorbing it. In other words, the entire land here fills Stinging Tail with power. Absorbing the power of the magic crystals, the monster began to grow in size. He said that this was his highest form. Now, according to the law of survival of the fittest, the human must die. The villain prepared to attack the hero. Kang Sung replied that if the Stinging Tail had grown larger, then that was even better. The protagonist soared upward and delivered a crushing blow to the villain's jaw with all his might. After that, he calmly descended to the ground. The crushed monster collapsed nearby. The villain was destroyed. Kang Sung completed his task and protected Ha Yun and the other children. Sweet potatoes were served as an appetizer for dinner. Ha Yun said that there was nothing tastier in the world. The restaurant manager did not expect Kang Sung to bring so many sweet potatoes. The hero explained that the farm owner had given him the sweet potatoes as a token of gratitude. He couldn't refuse. At first, he wanted to give away part of his farm, but the teacher Koso Ra stopped him. Then the farmer promised to send sweet potatoes every year. Mom told Ha Yun not to rush and to wash down the potatoes with lemonade. The girl said that lemonade goes well with sweet potatoes. Kang Sung thought it was good that Ha Yun wasn't in too much shock, but the demon's words kept bothering him. He didn't expect there to be a strong person in the second world as well. Kang Sung wondered, did Stinging Tail mean that he was from another dimension? How did he manage to get here? The monster replied that only those who possessed his power could overcome the distance between dimensions. No matter how strong a person was, they were nothing before him. Kang Sung thought about the power that could be used to travel between worlds. If he used it, maybe he could return to his own world? The hero arrived at the restaurant on time. But why was it closed? The country was celebrating a harvest festival, a non-working day. Kang Sung told Sung Tai that there were too many holidays this month. Could today's closure also be related to the holiday? Sung Tai was surprised. Did Kang Sung really know nothing about this holiday? It was one of the most important days of the year. In the past, it was celebrated when the harvest was gathered and ancestors were thanked. Nowadays, people simply gather with their relatives and eat various delicious dishes on this day. Sung Dae said that this year he was going to take a day off and visit his parents, who live in another city. Kang Sung wished his friend a good trip and promised to look after the house and the restaurant. Sung Tai objected. Kang Sung would, of course, go with him. He had already notified his relatives and they were waiting for his arrival. Meanwhile, in director Cho Gim-ho's office, they were discussing a children's song contest. The director said that the contest was called The Little Worm. The program would be broadcast during the holiday. The young man greeted Ha Yun's mother and introduced himself. His name was Yom Jin Wook, and he was a producer for DBS channel. The producer said that they wanted to showcase talented children on this program. He insisted that Ha Yun definitely participate. The woman replied that Ha-yoon certainly loved to sing, but wasn't the competition too fierce on such programs? Besides, they were planning to visit her grandparents for the holidays. The producer assured her that the program would be recorded, filming would be completed before the holidays, and there was no need to worry about that. He added that when he saw Ha-yoon's performance, he immediately realized that her participation in the show would ensure its success. The director noted that Ha-yoon's participation would delight viewers, as she had become incredibly popular after the series and film. The woman noted that Ha-yoon had never studied singing. The director replied that it didn't matter. Viewers would be happy just to see her appear. Ha-yoon agreed and said she really wanted to try. A few days later, the participants gathered in the DBS channel's conference room. Ha-yoon was there too. Before filming began, the girl had to be interviewed and meet with the authors of children's songs. There was another girl there. She introduced herself. Her name was No Min-ah, and she was 6 years old. Ha-yoon was delighted to meet her and introduced herself as well. She said that No Min-ah was older than her, very beautiful, and that her outfit and yellow bows suited her perfectly. No Min-ah replied that Ha-yoon also had a very cute outfit and looked like a model from a children's fashion magazine. Then No Min-ah said that Ha-yoon was worthy of being her friend and handed her a piece of candy. Ha-yoon was delighted. No Min-ah clarified that she had given the candy only to her. The manager invited the girls to the interview room. In the studio, the host asked one of the participants, "Is this her first time in such a place? How does she feel now, and what is she ready to share with the audience?" The girl replied that she wasn't interested in being there, but her mother had told her to come. Another participant admitted that he had been promised a robot hunter if he took first place. Another girl said nothing and sat there looking unhappy. The host thought that interviewing children was really not easy. Next was Ha-yoon. The host said that this girl was 5 years old and asked what she thought about participating in the singing competition. Ha-yoon replied that she was very happy. This was her first time on television. She hoped that her grandparents would be happy, and that was why she agreed to appear on the show. The host was surprised. Was this girl really only 5 years old? He suggested that Ha-yoon wave to the camera and say hello to her grandparents, as if she were writing them a letter. Ha-yoon said that she was on television now and would try her best to sing well, hoping that they would like it. Those present noted that this girl spoke in front of the camera just like an adult. Where did such a smart girl come from? Sung Tae said that it was his daughter giving the interview. The program will be aired on the holiday. The girl said that as the leader of the fan club, she couldn't miss such an event and would definitely attend. Sung Tae said that Ha-yoon can sing just like her mother. He added that his wife was once a trainee for the position of lead singer. The man noted that he himself sings quite well. There was a time when his voice was admired. The girl asked Kang Sung if he could sing well too. The hero replied that he didn't know why, but whenever he started singing, the people around him became sad. The girl suggested that Kang Sung sings too well. His singing touches people, which is why they become sad. Sung Tae admitted that he had never heard Kang Sung sing and would like to remedy that. Kang Sung said that in that case, he would sing only one song. The protagonist began to sing, and the listeners were extremely surprised. Sung Tae asked, "What is this?" Kang Sung isn't old enough to sing such ballads. The hero replied that ballads have their own beauty, just like modern songs, and admitted that this song was too old. There is such a thing as trends. Kang Sung believed that the old should not be underestimated. Sung Tae said that this would not work. They needed to show modern songs. He suggested that they all go to a karaoke bar together. Sung Tae added that it would be useful for his friend to listen to something from the new repertoire. They decided to film the children's performance at the holiday in the format of a talent show, where young singers would compete with each other. There was a knock at the composer's door, and Ha-yoon appeared on the threshold with the cameraman and the show's host. The girl introduced herself. Personal contact with the children was important to the composer. The composer said that he was also pleased to meet her and introduced himself as Hwang Tae-jun. He was an outstanding composer, a living legend who had created many hits. Tae-jun asked Ha-yoon if she knew what they would be doing today. The girl nodded. They were going to learn songs. The director had a good feeling about this. He decided to first let the girl listen to the draft of his new song. Ha-yoon listened to the composition with bated breath. The host thought it was a bright and joyful song that gave hope. No wonder this composer is so highly praised. The host of the program was surprised. Why did Ha-yoon suddenly start crying? The composer was frightened. What happened? Maybe he did something wrong. Could the song have seemed too sad to the girl? People hope for a bright future because reality is difficult for them. 20 years have passed since the destruction of the gate, and the hard times are behind them. The composer thought that he wanted a stable future for his children, so he wrote this song, trying to convey his wishes for their well-being through it. Did Hyun really feel the sadness hidden in these words? Taejun asked the girl what the song was about. Hyun replied that she felt comforted. She added that the future would be happy and that this song was for those who were having a hard time right now. The composer heard this answer and laughed happily. Taejun thanked the girl for her kind words. She understood the song and was moved by its meaning. The composer was glad that Hyun agreed to sing it. At that time, the restaurant staff were singing songs in the karaoke bar. The bar patrons enjoyed it and cheered on the performers. Sungtae enjoyed performing various songs. Kang Sung was in such a place for the first time. The hero thought that this place was much more interesting and unusual than he had previously imagined. Sungtae handed the remote to his friend and told him to try singing something. What song would he like to perform? Kang Sung decided to show what modern songs were like. Jiun helped him choose a new song. Sungtae said there was no need to be afraid. The protagonist began to sing. The audience recognized the song. It was a song by Lee Gun-ho. But why did he choose such a difficult song? The audience was amazed. This guy sings so well. The visitors to the karaoke bar thought that this guy looked like an idol. Sungtae said that Kang Sung was doing well. No one doubted that he would succeed. Ji-eun thought it was amazing. This guy could make his debut on stage. A man came into the bar and apologized. He asked who had just sung the song. The man looked at our hero and asked, "Is that the student with the microphone in his hand?" Kang Sung admitted that it was him. The man asked if the young man wanted to become an idol. He clarified that he was not a fraud, but the executive director of RD Enter. His name was Ko Yun-min. Ji-eun thought, this is Red Dragon Entertainment, the largest entertainment company in the country, producing famous idols, singers, and actors with the help of the Red Dragon Guild Fund. Yun-min was surprised. He managed to find such a talented young man in an ordinary karaoke bar because others were not given such a chance. The executive director saw potential and excellent looks in the young man. A real find. Young-min said that he would like to discuss the contract first and that there was no need to worry about the terms. Kang Sung replied that he couldn't because he needed to continue working as a delivery man. Yeon-min was surprised. This was the best agency in the country. Sungtae confirmed that this guy really works as a delivery driver for a Chinese restaurant. The executive director said that he needed to think about the future. If he needed money urgently, they were willing to pay him in advance. Ji-eun pointed out that the young man was well over 30 and not a student. Sungtae added that they were relatives. The executive director was surprised. With a face like that and over 30? Yeon-min handed our hero a business card. Kang Sung said that he was not in the delivery business for the money. Executive Director Yeon-min asked if the young man would agree to simply become a singer. Kang Seon replied that he didn't need that. The day of the show's filming arrived. Viewers eagerly awaited Hyun's performance. The host asked the chocolate bun fans to keep order. Hyun's fan club administrator Kim Ji-yoon said that they couldn't let Hyun be embarrassed by them. Sungtae asked why the fan club was called Chocolate Buns. Kang Sung replied that the name was chosen by the fans through a vote. Kang Sung added that Hyun loves chocolate buns, which is very cute. Sungtae was surprised. How does Kang Sung know such details? Our hero learned that Ji-eun is the fan club administrator. Kang Sung asked Ji-eun if her nickname was Little Love. Now it was clear why the photos posted by the administrator were of such high quality. Kang Sung said that his nickname is Shy Guy. He is the 1004th member of the fan club. The girls were waiting in the dressing room. The older girl said she was fine and not nervous. The girl added that she would definitely become a singer. For her, it was a piece of cake. However, the girl became nervous and started shaking, afraid that she might make a mistake during filming. Hyun approached Min-ah and said that she really liked chocolate buns, but she couldn't eat them often. Hyun asked what Min-ah liked best. The girl added that her uncle sometimes gave her yellow fruit, but she couldn't eat it often. Min-ah said she liked her big teddy bear. Hyun suggested that it was very cute. Min-ah added that she had received the bear as a birthday present. Hyun said that she also likes the noodles her dad makes. Min-ae admitted that she also loves noodles very much. Hyun suggested that they eat together sometime. The girls crossed their fingers and promised each other that they would definitely have lunch together. Hyun asked if Min-ah was less nervous now. Min-ah admitted that her hands weren't shaking at all anymore. Hyun said that her uncle taught her this method. When you're very nervous, you need to remember something you like. Min-ah said that Hyun seemed older than her. Ha-yoon was surprised. Did that make her angry? Minna replied that on the contrary, it was great. The host welcomed everyone to the festive edition of the singing competition. The last contestant remained. It seemed that many viewers had come to support the young contestant. Everyone agreed that Ha-yoon was very cute and confessed their love for her. Ha-yoon's fans supported her and shouted that they would go eat chocolate buns after her victory. The host announced that the song Ha-yoon would perform was called Rainbow Dream. The composer was Hwang Tae-jun. The composer and performer looked at each other, and the song began. The young singer sang about how she was flying through the starry night sky. The fans sang along with the girl. Many had tears in their eyes. No one understood why they were crying. The assistant producer said that the entire audience was crying. The producer looked back, and the assistant saw that he was crying too. What was going on? The assistant didn't even notice that he had started crying himself. Ha-yoon told her uncle that the composer wanted his songs to be a comfort to people. The girl added that she wanted that too. After these words, Kang Sung taught Ha-yoon the singing technique. The singing technique was used for fighting in Kang Sung's world. However, it was originally invented for a different purpose. This technique was created to infuse singing with joy and sadness, all the emotions that are inside, and then, with the help of energy, to amplify them. This technique suited Ha-yoon perfectly, as the girl had a kind soul and a bright aura. With tears in his eyes, Sung-tae couldn't believe that this was his precious daughter performing. Min-ah watched from behind the scenes and also cried. Could Ha-yoon really sing better than her? Ha-yoon won first place in this competition without question. Min-ah took second place. For a while, the girls posed for photojournalists. Their friendship grew even stronger. Thus ended the singing competition. In the Silver Tower, work continued as usual on a weekday. An employee asked Manager Song if he had checked the list of days off for the first department for the holiday. Manager Sun apologized, saying he had a lot of paperwork to catch up on. Manager Sun checked the information and said that Lee Yong-gon had volunteered to work again. Why did he stay to work every year? Lee Yong-gon said that this time his parents had come to visit him. Yong-gon added that if he didn't come to work, the junior employees wouldn't be able to take time off for the holidays. While they have the opportunity, they should also take a break. Otherwise, they will start to quit. Lee Yong-gon said that it was a hippopotamus demon caught by the hunter Lee Shin. The information he shared turned out to be true. Even the skill of sincere confession had no effect on him. Manager Song hoped it was a lie. However, it appeared to be true. As a result of interrogating the captured demons, it was possible to piece together scattered information. Among the demons, there are so-called collectors, higher demons who collect energy with a ring of despair. The ring of despair is a ball that causes people to fall into despair. They collect rings of despair because they are the main material for creating gates. However, even the demons themselves did not know why the gates needed to be created. Collectors who fail in their mission are expelled and become material for creating demonic beasts. This was one of the most surprising pieces of news. It turned out that demonic beasts do not appear on their own. According to the testimony of the hippopotamus demon, it became known that there are demons higher in status than collectors. They call this place the second human world, and they themselves appear in different dimensions. Manager Sun understood that their high status meant they were stronger, perhaps several times stronger than those they had seen so far. Sun asked his colleague if he remembered the demon Dagon, whom they had caught last time. Yonggon said he remembered because he had destroyed the 7th support group. Manager Sun said that he still got goosebumps when he remembered it. He was terribly broken. He had become stronger after mastering the clear mind technique. But at that moment, he felt helpless. Most importantly, he almost lost the person closest to him. And all this was just a low-level demon. Manager Yonggon admitted that he was very afraid. Manager Song asked if all of humanity could stand up to them. Sun-tae and Kang Sung loaded the car with groceries for their parents. Sung-tae thanked our hero for his help. The young people agreed to leave early the next morning. Kang Sung said he would be ready in the morning. Our hero looked ahead and said that this man had come again. Executive Director Ko Yeonmin greeted Mr. Kang Sung from afar. Yeonmin said he had a gift for the young man. The inscription on the box said that it was a gift from the bottom of my heart. After all, the holidays were approaching, and this was a small present. Kang Sung said that he would not change his mind. The executive director said that if our heroine did not want to sing, she could try acting. Our hero still refused. Yeonmin said that whatever Mr. Kang Sung does, he is sure to be successful. He has been in this industry for many years, so he surely knows what he is talking about. Ko Yeonmin was also known as a leech. He never gave up on his goals. The protagonist stated that he was not interested in success in show business, nor did he need money. The door opened and Ha-yoon came out of the restaurant. The girl heard the two arguing. Ha-yoon said she had put on her hanbok in advance. Sung-tae said that his daughter was very beautiful. Yeonmin asked Sung-tae if he had been a hero who saved the country in his past life. This young man has a very beautiful daughter. Kang Sung admitted that the executive director had good taste. Our hero noticed that Ha-yoon already had her own fan club. Yeonmin was very surprised. Kang Sung showed the fan club page on his smartphone and said that he was also a member. Would Yeonmin like to join? Thus, Ko Yeonmin became a member of the Chocolate Bun Club. His grandparents were very happy to see their granddaughter. Sun-tae's parents, Yoo Gun-yeon and Park Min-ae, said that their granddaughter had grown up a lot. Grandma said she really wanted to say hello to her dear daughter-in-law. Min-ae looked at Sun-tae and said that he looked more like a son-in-law than a son. Gun-yeon looked at Kang Sung and said, "Is this really the same young man?" Our hero greeted them and introduced himself. He said he owed a lot to their son. Gun-yeon said that they had heard a lot about Kang Sung. Sun-tae added that this guy was a great help to him at the restaurant. All the guests should hurry into the house and sit down at the table. Kang Seong received a message from the hunter Lee Shin. He thanked the protagonist and congratulated him on the holiday. Thanks to Kang Seong, the hunter would spend this holiday with his family. The girl said that there were only two major events left: a concert for lonely elderly people on the occasion of the holiday. The girl noted that even on the holiday, she couldn't relax. The assistant said that she was the first heir to the Red Dragon Guild, so she had to be patient. Kang Sin sent the girl a message. He suggested that Ji-eun was having a hard time and wished her a happy holiday. Ji-eun's mood improved, and she decided to move forward with renewed strength. After eating, Sun-tae and his family sat silently for a while at his parents' house. Sung-tae said that it was quiet at home and turned on the TV. Maybe there would be something interesting to watch. At that moment, the host announced a children's song contest in honor of the holiday. Talented children would be performing on stage today. Ha-yoon appeared on the TV screen. The elderly couple saw their granddaughter. Could it really be her? The girl said it was a surprise for her grandparents. The elderly couple was delighted that their granddaughter wanted to surprise them. Ha-yoon expressed her hope that her grandparents would like it. She greeted them from the TV screen and said she would try her best. The granddaughter asked her family not to get sick and to live long, as she loved them very much. Her grandfather said that Ha-yoon was very sweet. Her grandmother was happy that her granddaughter cared about them. The old man told our hero that he had heard from his son that Kang Sung had saved their granddaughter when she was almost hit by a car. Kang Sung replied that anyone would have done the same in his place. Grandpa said that not everyone is capable of such an act and thanked the young man. Gun-yeon said that he hadn't lived long, but he had seen a lot. His experience told him that Kang Sung was no ordinary person. The old man asked Kang Sung to take care of Sung-tae and his family, especially Ha-yoon. Ha-yoon performed her already popular song on stage. The whole family listened to the performance silently and with interest. At that time, tragic events were unfolding in a mansion in the southern United States. There was a lot of blood in the room, and torn and destroyed human bodies lay everywhere. A little boy saw this bloody scene and was very frightened. The child turned around and ran to his father's office. The boy ran into the study and saw his father sitting in a chair at his desk. The child came closer and became even more frightened. The man's body was pierced with swords and daggers. A man stood on the porch of the house with a sword in his hand. In his other hand, a demonic flame flickered. Millen, who was nearby, said that this man's powers were still impressive. He didn't hesitate for a second. Millen added that no one could match his cruelty. The villain said he was in no mood to listen to this filthy talk and that it was time to get down to business. Millen had not come to this country for flattery. Millen told his interlocutor that that man was looking for him, Golden Malcolm. A deserted mountainous area with no signs of vegetation, monster warriors rush in the direction given by their commander. A group of armed men awaits the monsters ahead. A clash is inevitable. The knight said that the monsters were approaching and that everyone should prepare for battle. The monsters in the vanguard were destroyed by the knights. The battle was bloody, but the monsters were defeated, even though they outnumbered the humans. The people held a circular defense, but the number of monsters did not decrease. The commander said that they needed to change tactics. There were more and more monsters. The archer said that there was no end to them. However, she had run out of arrows in her quiver. It would be impossible to stall for time. At that moment, a bloodthirsty monster approached the girl. Suddenly, a warrior appeared between the girl and the monster and repelled the attack. He said he had warned her to take more arrows. The archer said she knew help would come. The hero replied that they would talk after they returned. The warrior ordered everyone present to throw their water flasks up in the air. In an instant, all the flasks were in the air. The warrior used his unique abilities and they burst. The water burst out and the water jets struck the monsters. The monsters were struck by the water arrows and spears and destroyed. The people looked around the battlefield. Victory was theirs. The monsters were finally destroyed. The warrior said that it was necessary to quickly collect the crystals before the gates closed. The players called this warrior an amazing hero. The archer thought that this hero had appeared and instantly changed the course of the battle. This hero was the leader and legend of the Sapphire Guild, Ko Yun-sok. The legendary guild is one of the top 3, along with the Red Dragon Guild and the Two Stars Guild. It appeared later than the other guilds. However, it developed rapidly and soon grew into a large guild. Ko Yun-sok, leader of the Living Legend team, made a special contribution to the development of the guild. The archer saw it and was surprised. Did the leader hang this keychain on his sword again? Does it have some meaning, or did the leader receive it from someone dear to him? Ko Yun-sok remembered his friends. Each of the young people had their own keychain, which was associated with many memories. These friends were very close. It was impossible to separate them. Ko Yun-sok looked at his keychain and said that it was very dear to him. Quanak Mountains, the site of the excavation of the remains. A courier approached the researchers and announced that the noodles had arrived. The courier thought that the rumors were true. The employee called his colleagues and said it was time for lunch. The employee had heard that deliveries could be made anywhere, but he didn't think it would be to such a remote location. The courier asked what they were digging for here. Kang-sun asked if they were planning to build something here. The employee replied that they were looking for remains. Their team does this kind of work. Many people died because of the breach in the gate. When it was not possible to bury the bodies of the victims, they were temporarily buried in one place. This happened in these mountains. The young man said that they were searching for remains to return them to their relatives. Kang-sung said that this team was doing a good job. The tracker reported that this was the last of the marked locations, so they would soon be finished. Then the ghost would be able to rest in peace. Kang-sun wished for the work to be completed as soon as possible. Our hero thought that there were many people in this world doing worthy work. The protagonist felt a strange energy emanating from the human remains. Kang-sung thought that many people were buried in that place, but that man said it was the last section. Kang-sung decided that they might have missed something. Our hero suggested that it might be ghosts. Kang-sung returned to the search party and apologized for his rudeness. A television announcer reported that an earthquake had occurred in the Quanak Mountains area at approximately 1 p.m. As a result of the underground tremors, human remains were discovered. The association is currently investigating. There are speculations that the remains of missing persons have been found. Sun-tae and Kang-seon listened to this report with interest. Sung-tae asked our hero, so he was the cause of the earthquake? Kang-sung confirmed this. The protagonist suggested that he had disturbed the dead and the workers of the Silver Tower for nothing. Surely the lost souls would want to return to those who were waiting for them. Sun-tae said that Kang-sung was doing a good job. As a result of the underground tremors, human remains were discovered. Ko Yun-seok read a report that there were speculations about the discovery of the remains of missing persons. Familiar keychains were found at the excavation site. Yun-seok remembered his friends who owned these keychains. The hero thought that his friends had been there all this time. A little girl approached a man sitting alone in the park. The girl came closer and called out to the man. Ha-yun handed Yun-seok some autumn leaves and told him to take them. The man asked what they were. The girl replied that she had been collecting beautiful leaves today and was giving the best ones to the man. Yun-seok was surprised. Was the girl willing to give him 3 whole leaves? He said that 1 would be enough for him. Ha-yun smiled and said that 1 leaf was for her uncle and the rest were for his friends. Yun-seok took the leaves from the girl and thanked her. The next day arrived instead of the excavation of the remains. Yun-seok participates in these excavations. The staff realized that this is the very hero, the living legend of the guild. No one thought that Yun-seok would come here. The guild leader applied to participate in the excavation. After the remains of his friends were found, Yun-seok felt that he had to participate in this matter personally. Ko Yun-seok's ability to control water proved useful at the excavation site. This ability allowed him to clean the remains without damaging them. An employee told the guild leader that they could finish for the day. Ko Yun-seok had worked very hard today. The man said he wanted to work a little longer and finish this section. The employee said goodbye and informed him that they would meet tomorrow. Ko Yun-sok continued the excavation alone. Suddenly, the guild leader saw a cluster of energy appear. The man realized that it was a gate. Ko Yun-sok was surprised. Where could the gate have come from? The guild leader realized that something was wrong and grabbed a bottle of water. Yun-sok immediately splashed water everywhere. Ko Yun-sok used his unique abilities to direct the water at the gate that had formed. The guild leader understood that this threatened to destroy the soil, and therefore the excavation site. Until the Silver Tower could deal with the situation, it was necessary to block the opening of the gate. The remains of people whose relatives were searching for them rested here. Yun-sok was able to block the gate from opening, but his strength was already at its limit. A man appeared behind the leader and said that Yun-sok had done well, but now he could leave it to him. Yong-suk was immobilized by a blow to the neck and lost consciousness. Ko Yun-suk regained consciousness in a hospital bed. They explained to him that he was in the hospital and asked how he was feeling. When asked what had happened to the gate, the nurse replied that there was no need to worry about it. Hunter Lee Shin, who was passing by, took care of the gate. Thanks to him, the excavation site also remained intact. The man was surprised. Is that really true? He felt relieved. 3 autumn leaves lay on the table near the bed. Kang Sung watched what was happening in the hospital room from outside. The mercenary approached the Lord, who was sitting on the throne. The young man knelt down and greeted the Lord. The Lord asked why he looked so sad and what had happened. Golden Malcolm. The mercenary thanked the great Lord for his concern and said that it was nothing special. Golden Malcolm asked why he had been summoned here. The Lord said that the young man was in the second human world and had surely heard the news from the eastern country. The young man had heard that someone had attacked the gatherers. He knew very well what had happened to them when they failed to complete their task. Officially, it was reported that they were stuck in a fiery hell or in ice blocks. However, in reality, they were destroyed by Milan. They became material for creating new monsters. The Lord said that the tribe of light had begun to stir. Golden Malcolm asked, "These puppets?" The Lord told the young man to go to the eastern country and find out what had happened there. If anyone tried to stop him, he had to get rid of them. The young man said he would obey and thought, is the Lord really going to get rid of him? However, he was not going to suffer in silence. A television announcer reported that an attack had been carried out on the home of John Capone, the leader of the organized crime group Scarface. The gang leader was found dead in his own room. The bald boss in dark glasses turned off the TV and laughed. The job was done. The man said that everything was just wonderful, that this guy had not disappointed him. The bald boss thanked the hitman M for his work. The bald boss handed him a bag of money and said it was the promised reward. The bald man added that there was also a generous bonus in the bag. The gang boss said that this time, Hitman M had surpassed himself. Apparently, he was one of them. Maybe he should be called not M for masochist, but S for sadist? Killer M immediately pulled out his blade and held it to the bald man's neck. The bald man was, of course, very frightened. The bald man's gang members immediately took out their firearms and pointed them at the killer M. The boss told everyone to put down their weapons immediately. The bald man tried to smile and said it was a joke. The killer told the bald man not to dare compare him to people like them. The boss asked the killer M to remove the blade from his neck. Golden Malcolm took the bag of money and headed for the exit. He said he needed to leave for a few weeks. The killer added that the bald man could decide on his next target in the meantime. When the killer left the room, the assistant asked if the boss was okay and why he needed this scoundrel. The bald man remarked that he shouldn't talk about things he didn't know. If the gangsters had at least pretended to pull the trigger, they would all be dead by now. He remembered his first meeting with this guy. This guy is a real monster. Even if 100 of them attacked him, not a single hair on his head would be harmed. It was good that they managed to make a deal with him. The boss added that he would determine the target and give the reward. This man said he should be called M. Of course, that's not his real name. It's not even clear where he came from. But that's not the point. The point is that he's the best of the best. However, he has one peculiarity. His target must be awakened. And among them, only a notorious scoundrel and villain can become his victim. Killer M has never failed. He is capable of brutally dealing with several victims at once. It's as if he wants to demonstrate his power. That's why he's called the Joker Killer and the Exterminator of the Awakened. Bald Boss said that thanks to him, it became easier to do business. He is their lucky ticket. After all they have to do is find a target, and they no longer need to get their hands dirty to make a lot of money. The Bald Boss didn't know where M had gone, but wherever that place was, blood was surely being sold there. The man presented his badge and said he was a secret royal official. Kang Sung and Sung Tai watched a TV series about this official with interest. Sung Tai said, "There's nothing better than a classic where justice prevails." Kang Sung asked what the official was holding in his hand. Sung Tai explained that this token is called a mafi. During the Joseon dynasty, officials could use horses with it. The number of horses depicted on the token was the number that was issued. In addition, the token served as identification for officials who were sent to distant areas. Now it symbolizes the status of royal officials. The protagonist thought he had definitely seen a similar token before. The man told the child that this item belonged to his great-grandfather. Whoever finds it will be able to return. Kang Sung thought that the memories were too vague. But where did his great-grandfather get a token from the Joseon dynasty? How did he end up with it? Sung Tai reminded him that today was his daughter's last day of filming. He added that he wanted to make a chocolate cake for the girl in honor of this. Filming for the movie Uncle and Girl had come to an end. The director said that Ha-yoon was simply wonderful. The girl noted that it had been very interesting for her. Ha-yoon added that she was even sad because they might not see each other again. The director said that if the young actress agreed to star in his next film, they would meet again. Ha-yoon promised to agree. The director felt as if he had only met this girl yesterday. Even then, she seemed incredibly talented to him. Now she has become a truly experienced actress. As a director of many projects, he was sure that Ha-yoon would become a real star. The executive director appeared on the set and greeted everyone. He said he hadn't seen Ha-yoon in a long time. Ko Yun-min guessed that the girl's mother was nearby. He introduced himself and said that he was the executive director of RD Entertainment. He was also a member of Ha-yoon's fan club. Yun-min said he would like to make a proposal. Their company would like to record an album with Miss Ha-yoon. The woman was surprised. Did her daughter really receive such an offer?